but we have our own aim. No fear, prove it. Rise up and don't quit. Chasing the same dream, we all are on the same team. Let's go! It's our time to shine, lift up far behind. It's our time to show how far we can go. Though they may not see, we're sure what we can be. It's on you and for me, just wait and you'll see. It's our time to show the world who we are. It's our time to shine, we are the rising stars. Our time to shine it. Yeah!
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Found their souls ripped asunder. Are you so eager to share their fate?
By oath and blade, your reign ends here.
From shadows they emerge, unknown and unseen, forging their path from where they've been from weakness to strength. They'll rise anew, transforming their fate, destined to pursue. See the world, their journey unfolds through trials and triumphs. Their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness, heroes will. Rise are the heroes. Rise are the heroes. Rise are the heroes. For in the darkest of nights, heroes will rise. When the world echoes your name with cheers and acclaim, through the land of dawn where chaos reigns, in the face of the storm, they'll answer the call. Through fire, they'll roar. They're never gonna fall. See the world, their journey unfolds through trials and triumphs. Their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness, heroes will. Rise are the heroes. Rise are the heroes. Rise are the heroes. For in the darkest of nights, heroes will rise. Heroes will rise. Heroes will fight. Heroes will rise. Heroes fight like this in the night. Heroes will rise. Heroes will fight. Heroes will fight like this in the night. Heroes will rise in the heat of the fight. Heroes will rise, shining fears in the night. Heroes will rise with fire in their eyes, breaking through barriers, reaching for the skies.
Thunderbound. Every few seconds, the next basic attack will deal additional true damage based on hybrid defense to the target and surrounding units. Hitting enemy heroes will permanently increase hybrid defense. Skypiercer. Dealing damage to a low HP enemy hero, execute the target immediately, and each kill increases the execution threshold. Winter Crown. It now features adaptive attributes that apply to all heroes, and its active skill grants immunity to all damage and effects for a short duration. Malefic Gun increases basic attack range to kite the enemies more easily.
Okay.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
I'm so confused about what I'm feeling right now. It's both excitement and nervousness.
And I can't even begin to describe what the players must be going through as well, Mara. You're talking about the second day of the knockout stage here.
It's gonna be another single elimination match, best of 5, do or die. No more second chances.
Nope, that's how the MSC rolls. We only have one chance, one opportunity to prove yourselves and see if you deserve to make it to the semifinals.
But you know what I'm excited about? To see who gets to keep their key.
And whose key will be destroyed by the end of today.
So how about let's talk to the players, see how they feel, and let's get ready.
Let's.
All right.
The new competitive landscape continues to bloom as we approach another day of the knockout stage. Today, 4 more teams have to fight tooth and nail to ensure they keep their key by the end of the day. For that to happen, they have to secure the turtle to maintain their advantage throughout the game. My name is Afel. Welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 here at EWC. Welcome to the second day of the knockout stage here in the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at the Esports World Cup. My name's Afel. Alongside with me is our analyst. It's going to be Wolf as well. Strikes, how are you guys feeling for today?
I'm feeling great. You know, we had 2 teams go home yesterday. 2 teams going to go home today, but there's going to be 4 champions possibly left. I mean, we're getting closer to the end game.
I'm pretty sure that this will be a very interesting day when it comes to like the team fights, because of the teams that we'll be playing today are so focused on that kind of stuff. So I'm excited to see the matches.
With that being said, we got to check in with our casters as well. Rico and Naisu, how are you guys feeling for today's matches?
Hey, we're feeling pretty good. I think we're looking pretty good, of course. You guys are as well, and we can't wait to get to these matches.
For sure. Like Wolf said, you know, especially Homeboys versus NIP Flash, I can't wait to see how both of these teams will collide against each other. For FCAP, a bit different. They're more disciplined, right? Maybe not a lot of team fights that one.
I mean, who knows? Anything can happen because based on yesterday, there were no sweeps. It was 3-1 as well as a 3-2. With that being said, let's recap yesterday's matches.
Esports has another opportunity to fight back, but it's looking extremely grim.
Here we go, the shortcut coming in. Kinex might get bursted down. Benny Cutie gets the kill served up to him. He says, thanks, 40, thanks. And now the base up next. Caldeezy plants the heavy spin. The base is gonna fall. Oh, here we go. We'll talk about it later. The fight happens. Humes gets taken out, and suddenly in the back line, they die. MX47, Sick Guys, and Stormy.
That's legendary.
Talk about yesterday, man. Again, 3-1 and a 3-2. And it's crazy to think, once it's over, your key is going to get crushed. What do you guys think about yesterday's matches?
Yesterday was a tough day, you know? Fireflux and SRG, 2, amazing storylines. It's sad that they had to go up against each other so early. 2 teams that I would have loved to see in grand finals, but only one could be victorious. SRG ended up coming out on top.
I know that you're quite sad about Fireflux. You predicted them, right?
It was more of a support pick. You know? Someone had to support Fireflux.
Fireflux is great. Fireflux is amazing. I think any of the teams that battled yesterday could have made it through, but it's just SRG who had the, I guess, better discipline in the end. And they had the wake-up call, as Coach Arcade just said. So I'm happy to see that Fireflux is that kind of team that can awaken monster teams, you know?
I mean, again, it was so close. It legit could have gone anyway. And with that being said, let's check out Pepsi's top reactions. So that's something we haven't seen before. We heard a little bit of the comms coming in from SRG, and they were pretty hyped.
I feel like as the stakes are getting higher, the hype, the reactions are getting louder, the players are getting a little more hype. It's something we didn't see as much in groups and wildcards, but now the stakes are on.
I wonder if there's a little bit of a translation from the Malaysians. You know?
No.
They seem like they have said words of affirmation.
No, they're just like, you know what? Great job.
I'm sure.
To us. That's what they say, you know, like balik boy is like means like let's go.
Oh,
yeah,
let's go.
Yeah, let's
go.
Sounds like it.
Let's go, Homeboys. No, SRG.
Oh. Well.
Trust me, that's
I trust you. I trust you.
Here's the thing. Honestly, we saw SRG. I want to hear TLPH as well because I feel like they are one of those teams as well. Like they make their voices heard.
Hey, they're the most loving kind of players, right? You know this. They have the best words to describe how much they love their competitors.
You know what I love?
What do you love?
I love the Aramco top 5 plays. So let's play it and let's check out the plays from yesterday because I feel like 5 ain't enough. A lot happened yesterday because, again, what was that? 4 + 5, 9 games in total. And we're starting off. JP got the chip, but in this particular clip, Falcon, nah, never mind. Now I remember.
Yeah.
It's the triple knockup from Carl TZ.
That's right. Enhanced change and, of course, the bravado of Team Liquid Page 2. Always just team fight almost every time that their ults are up.
You know, another thing about the Julian pick, I think it's only really been FCAP and Liquid Echo that have been picking up the Julian throughout MSC a lot and have been at least performing well with it. A beautiful series overall.
Oof.
Falcon coming back and taking that game in game 2 was pretty crazy.
Right. Benny Cutie is nasty on that Roger, and now this is our 3rd clip of the day, and it's still Falcon going up against CLBH. That shows how intense the match was.
Yeah, first off, this is one of the great picks because Carl TZ actually popped the heavy spin a few seconds before, or a fraction of a second before the enemy jungler Roger jump. So that was actually some foresight from Mr. Carl TZ himself.
I remember this play, this coming in from Fireflux, even though Slangoray Giants was able to get the Lord, but dude, they won a team fight, and that was scary for Slangoray Giants. And now we're going to look at the top play of the day.
Okay, so this is Alien. Apparently, no, it's not. It's Innocent. For some reason, able to get it. I think it's going to get a triple right here. It will be Sekai to take it eventually. But yeah, so many good highlight plays actually from yesterday. I would say that if you kind of montage all of the highlight plays coming up from Innocent in the last game, that could also be like one highlight because of how great it is. Because he was able to solo kill people. That's great.
I mean, he understands at this point, let's be real. Who's going to stop me, right? So he keeps dashing left and right, and as he thought, no one could stop him. Honestly, I can't wait to see today's matches to see if teams are able to do that. With that being said, we also got to check out the brackets as well, just to remind ourselves where we're at the competition. And with that, we're going to look at Liquid Echo as well as Slangoray Giants. They're waiting in the semifinals. Liquid Echo is waiting for Falcon CP Brand or See You Soon. Slangoray Giants will be waiting for NIP Flash or Homeboys, which again will be concluded today.
Yeah. We know for sure that Falcons AB Brand versus See You Soon, that's going to be, well, that's definitely Falcons AB Brand sided, knowing that there are the recent M5 champions. And See You Soon, they're still an up-and-coming region. Even MP the King himself admits that nobody expected them to get out of the group stage, especially they're from the group of Beth. So at this point, I think they're just very happy to be in the knockout stages. Whereas for Falcons AP Brand, they're in it to, you know, dominate, I would say.
I mean, the reality is See You Soon has essentially one of the biggest upsets we've seen in a very long time, being able to 2-0 against Sonic. MP the King came completely online in those games. So just from the way some of those fights win, I feel like we can't count them all at all here. They are definitely the upset makers right now.
This is today's schedule. It's going to start with Falcons AP Brand going up against See You Soon. Afterwards, it's going to be NIP Flash going up against Homeboys. Just a quick reminder to everyone, this is going to be a best of 5 teams. The first team to get 3 wins is going to be the overall winner. So I'm personally, for me, I hope the first game goes the distance. We've been hearing all around is like, oh yeah, it's probably going to be a 3-0. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, I believe that it will not be the case. At least there will be one game for sure for See You Soon. Might even go a 5-game series just because of how they are playing. And I think that they will still rely on the players will just rely on themselves right now for the draft, which we have proven that it works. Apparently, there's some little bit of there's a way that they fixed it. Actually, I was able to talk to MP the King last night through a podcast, okay? And he said that they had prepared for it. I'm not gonna be very specific, but basically they know what they're doing even without their coach. And the coach really helped before they actually get into the stage.
Let me just say as well, why didn't you guys let me know you guys were wearing black? I would have worn black if I knew.
This is
actually wearing navy blue.
Yeah, we're wearing navy blue.
No, you're kidding.
This is both.
No,
this is pretty dark.
No, look at them. They're both wearing black, right?
I'm wearing all blue.
It's blue, bro.
It's definitely. I'm sorry.
It's.
Then what am I
He's
wearing?
colorblind.
This is green, right?
Stop it.
Stop it.
Stop it.
No.
Oh.
The color you're wearing is the same color as that See You Soon owl. It's like a
okay. Don't
like
make it don't make it any more difficult for me, okay? Okay, like I'm doing my best, guys. Okay, for sure it's not black.
It's really not black.
It's not really not black.
Navy blue.
Yeah, it's
okay. You know what? Later you gotta check my
this
suit.
This is a darker navy.
Yeah, this is called the
His
midnight
pants
blue.
are black.
This is the pants are black.
Games for today. Games for today. Falcons AP Brand going up against See You Soon. Personally, for me, I want to see See You Soon win it. And I feel they can, because MP the King, let me tell you, if you don't stop that guy, he's going to take your crystal.
He's going to take your jungle, your crystal.
No, okay, you know what? Let's look at our Jamil Motorsport match of the day. And again, it's actually going to be Falcons AP Brand going up against See You Soon. Imagine the first match of the day is the Jamil Motorsport match of the day.
So much hype, of course, especially because of what Season was able to achieve. At the same time, though, we know that Falcons AP Brand are a team that might be more favored in this matchup. They have been the M5 World Champions. They were the finalists in PH Season 12.
Which is pretty cool.
Which is pretty cool, yep. Big achievements, of course. However, what I do want to see is, and hopefully, we're going to see a lot of the MP the King staple junglers. Like, for example, the Hellcurt, perhaps, or maybe the Bane, you know?
Bane.
The Bane?
Oh, yeah, the Bane, yeah.
I do hope that will come out eventually in this matchup.
Not only him, but the EXP. We got to see both the EXP laners up there on screen for a second. And
Felix.
Right now, Felix is one of the only people that's really picked up the Lapu and, like, again, performed well with it. That's a EXP laner that's kind of fallen off a bit. When we take a look at Flapteezy, he did amazing on the Xborg. So there's a little bit of variety between the two XP laners. I think overall the team, in terms of hero depth and hero pool, they definitely have some clever picks that they bring to the table.
Yeah, and right now we got to look at the club standings here because Falcons AP Brand will be playing. And if we're looking at the club championship ranking, Team Falcons is up there at #1. So if Falcons AP Brand wins, it's going to jump even more.
Yeah, that's 1,000 more points, right?
1,000 more points.
If Naisu is correct. I mean, I'm not going to, I don't actually know.
Yeah, I don't know as well.
Yeah, I don't want to pretend like
it's 1,000 points for first place.
Even
there you go.
So any kind of esports, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
But second and third get split if it's or no, third and fourth. So if you have like a split, like how ours is a single bracket, that gets a split point. Other than that, though, normally second I think is 800, third is 600, and so.
But either way,
he knows his stuff.
I feel like at this point, Falcons, AB Brand, they're like, they have more weight on their shoulders because it's not just winning the entire championship, but they're representing Team Falcons as well. So it's hype, but it's also a lot of pressure.
From what I hear, Falcons AP brand, the way that they have been handling now for MSC 2024, they're totally different from MPLPH Season 13. If you recall, they had quite a stumble in the grand finals going up against Team Liquid Echo, where it was a 4-0 because Liquid Echo just figured them out. But for now, Falcons AP brand, they have a renewed fire in them, and now for MSC, they have promised that the result of MSC will never be the same as the result of MPLPH Season 13. And I'm saying that I'm not surprised that they said that because it's not like second place in MPLPH versus Team Liquid. It's like a bad performance. They got it to MSC anyway. So
yeah,
I think
maybe it's the 4-0.
I guess
it's the not getting a single win.
Maybe.
And maybe their promise doesn't mean they'll win. It just means that at least they will put on a show. Because promising that you win, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's
well representing the cavalry. I see.
Man.
I mean, like here's
I wore my blue today.
We heard that they are fired up, renewed fire inside of them. And when we talk about renewed fire, we got to talk about the battle within. So for you guys, make sure you guys grab the Amon skin as well as the Hanabi skin, because the Vessel of the Seed, Amon skin, and Hanabi Vessel of Rage is now available, but it will only be available until the 5th of August. So make sure you guys get this awesome skins. The first draw is 50% off every single day, and the Permanent Soul Vessel Series item is guaranteed in the first 10 draws. So again, make sure you guys grab them now. And we're not stopping there, because we're moving on to Project Next Update is live. Discover the fresh excitement of equipment evolution and enjoy a revitalized, thrilling gameplay. Jump in now for a more dynamic and fun battle experience. But again, there's still more, because we gotta talk about the U Fair. It is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and Paint and Skin Classroom Glam. More exciting events will be revealed, so make sure you guys watch out. Speaking of watching out, again, talking about Falcon Super Brand going up against See You Soon, because I feel like, again, if the draft goes in the favor of See You Soon, I feel like they can actually win it.
What would be going in the favor?
Yeah, well, what
giving
does
up
that
the
even mean?
because right now I feel like the draft is very open. A lot of teams have shown that they can even beat some of the meta picks.
Yeah.
So what is going in the favor?
First of all, remind everyone, this is going to be Falcon CP Brand going up against See You Soon. And in my head, how they're going to win the draft is very simple. MP the King gets a good jungler that can actually counter what Falcon CP Brand wants to do, and Falcon CP Brand doesn't have the answer. For example, we've seen when MP the King gets the Ling, and then the opposing side, for one reason or the other, they don't get the counters. They don't get the Valentina. They don't get the, I would even say Terizla, to making sure that he can tank up most of the damage up front. So yeah, again, because we have to remind ourselves, they don't have a coach, but so far the drafting has been great.
Drafting has been great in a way that they're getting their comfort heroes. When I saw their draft against Fnatic, Onyx, and then eventually Falcons, I was very impressed because they were able to really concoct this configuration where it's easily winnable in a way. It's like they're always looking for the easiest way out of a team fight. It's like get the Ling, of course, then supply it with sustain. It's very I would call it even one-dimensional. But it's comfort.
Yeah, it's comfort, but we gotta talk about MP the King, because we gotta talk about the king against the kings of the role. We really gotta highlight this guy, Trex.
I mean, MP the King's been a monster, and I mean, some people are calling him MP the Coach right now.
MP the
Ling, MP the Man, MP the Goat, MP the Analyst.
Yeah,
he's doing it all. He's a man of many hats right now, as you can see with the crown on his head. And here the boys come up.
There you go. Feeling very confident. I think they are in a place where they are just really enjoying everything. Well, that's how he kind of described it. They're not gonna be given in onto the pressure. In fact, the fact that they got out of the knockouts is already a blessing for them. That's why they will be. I would say they will feel more.
It's like they're flowing like water.
Yeah.
Wherever the current is pushing them, they'll just go through it.
Can I just add as well for MP the King? He said that they wish that there was a three-way tie
Oh,
He actually said
really?
that. Because what he wants to do is to actually prove that they can win against SRG back then.
Yes, thank you very much. And with that being said, we got to start the match. So let's throw it over to the stage.
The quest to see the world paved the way for a new competitive landscape.
Representatives from the emerging regions have finally risen and proved once more that they can stand their ground against mighty giants and reigning kings.
Ladies and gentlemen,
أيها السيدات والسادة,
welcome
to the Amazon Arena.
Now the two teams that's about to face each other in this best-of-5 single elimination match are ready to step on the stage.
That they are, and just like yesterday, only one team will continue their journey and the other will have their keys and their hearts broken.
Introducing first, the reigning champions of the world, the Bees from the Hive. Made it to the knockout stage by sweeping the group stage. Now they're set to prove that they can fly higher than the Cambodian Owls. Let's welcome Falcons AP Brand. It's Flap Teasy, Kyle Teasy, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco, guided by two world champion coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Trev. Now they're showing the world that they can complete their already stacked trophy cabinet.
And facing them on the opposing side, the mighty Slayers from the group of Death. They made the Sky Kings of Indonesia kneel before them, and now they will open their knockout stage campaign against the reigning world champions and another powerhouse here at the MSC. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for See You Soon. The star-studded lineup of See You Soon join us now on the stage. Starring Sorry I'm Felix, MP the King, Ra, Boxy the King, and Goal. Every single one of them have proved withstand a giant. But can they stand with them as well is the question. Can they deliver another upset as they take on a reigning world champion here at MSC 2024?
And now we're all set. Now the players, the team who will win today's match will get to take home at least $200 US.
$200,000 is what you guarantee if you make it through this game. Boys, your destiny is ahead of you. Only you can decide what happens in this best of 5. And it is time to take your seats because the battle is about to begin.
$200,000 US at stake. That's the minimum that they'll be getting. And of course, they have a chance to keep their key.
That's right, the key, and of course, their main focus here at the MSC is, of course, that lovely trophy behind us. That is the hopes and dreams of every single player and every single team that is competing with us on this stage.
Now, in partnership with the Esports World Cup, we've seen their keys, their personalized keys that they're hoping to keep until the very end, because only one key will unlock the MSC trophy.
That's right. And the question remains, who will be able to continue their journey? Who will keep their keys intact until the very end and unlock that trophy and be crowned the MSC 2024 champions?
And later on, we'll be able to witness that ritual with the losing team handing over their key to the winning team. And if we take a look at the players now, they'll all be doing their ping test with the best gaming phone in the world, and that's the Asus ROG, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That is right. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
Now, I know the players can't wait to get it started. So how about Sandstorm? Let's throw it to the panel to talk about the game and to talk about the draft.
Boys and girls, take it away. It's your time to shine.
First of all, excuse me, winning this gets $200,000 US. I mean, like, okay, here's the thing. We're going to have the STC predictions. So for you guys at home, who do you guys think is going to win this match? Is it going to be Falcons, AP Brand, or is it going to be See You Soon? Panelists, who do you guys think will make it and win at least $200,000?
Me, I want to go first.
No, you can go first.
Yeah, I think this is not a biased opinion as well. I think it's I could say Brand for sure. If you judge how they operate and judge how they are managing and approaching the meta game that we have right now, it's different from the usual teams where they're very aggressive, they're damage heavy from the jungle. Falcons AP Brand are more early game centric and more execution based and a team based macro. So I think they got this in the bag.
What about you, Trex?
You know, I would love to see a huge upset. I would love to see an underdog take it, but I think, you know, if I had to put my money on somebody, Falcons AP Brand definitely the favorite here. But like I said, we've seen See You Soon do some crazy things. We've seen him take down Sky Kings.
Yeah.
We've seen him take down other kings. You know, now they just got to take down these kings.
You know, I don't have enough money, but I'm putting it on See You Soon.
All right.
Which I guess doesn't mean much at this point. But again, I feel like See You Soon can do it. So for you guys listening to what the analysts have got to say, it looks like they're going for Falcons AP Brand. Again, just a very quick reminder, if you guys want to give your predictions, you guys can go to stcplay.gg to lock in your predictions, see who's going to win this one. With that being said, we're looking at all the players getting ready at this point. I believe they're doing their ping test. Going forward, they'll be doing the draft as well. I feel like winning the draft is going to be crucial for See You Soon, but going up against Falcons AP Brand as well as Team Look at PH, rarely do I see they make mistakes when it comes to the draft.
Yeah. I think for Falcons AP Brand, you have experienced drafters. You have Ducky, for example, is there. But at the same time, you also have Trevor. Drafter that has been there for many international events, help them win games of the future, and also, you know, they have. I think Trevor was part of the M4 squad as well. That, you know, coaching staff that helped them win over Blacklist International back then, who are also very good at drafting. You know, so I agree with you, Lafel. When it comes to drafting, it's hard to make mistakes if you're FCAP.
You know, and to kind of expand on that point, how you talked about See You Soon needing to win in the draft, I don't really know if that's possible, but what I think they can do is get a little outside the box. They're one of the few teams in the top 8 so far that have won with things like Bane, that have been picking up the Lapus, that have been pulled the Hellcurt off. And I think that could really be the win here against Falcon AP Brand, is catching them off guard, you know, bring something in that throws them for a loop and maybe messes them up in the second phase or messes them up in their early game. I think that's the big possibility here for See You Soon.
It's going to be the Ling ban. Roger is going to be inbound for sure, as was the Harith. I believe that Falcons AP Brand would love to get their hands on the Roger. That's indeed going to be the case. See You Soon will be securing their Terizla, known as a team that does not actually prioritize the Harith, but I think that if you're going up against a team like FCAP, they want to take it. It's Vexana plus Terizla. Again, the way that See You Soon is drafting, it's a shopping spree all the time. They just want to get what they want.
For me, looking at how Ra plays with the Vexana, it's an anti-engage tool, because we've seen time and time again when someone wants to hard engage onto someone like MP the King, Ra will have a triple man knockout with the Eternal Guard. So I feel like they're drafting in a way that MP the King can move around without worry.
Exactly. which is in this case probably another assassin like Hayabusa, for example. Minotaur as well as the Julian gonna be picked up, so this confirms Roger 2, the gold lane, or maybe actually Julian sometimes is played by few. So that is still a flex in a way. Immediately a carry for See You Soon.
Right now, my question is for See You Soon, if the Julian or the Roger goes into the jungle, either ways, both of these guys farm very, very fast. So I'm really looking at, like, if they want to pick up something like the Bane, I'm not so sure how fast the Bane actually clears the jungle. So maybe that's not the right answer. But with that being said, Falcons CP Brand, they can just ban out the assassins that farm very, very fast, like the Hayabusa, and maybe even consider the Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan and Hayabusa.
Nobody
For
banning
sure.
out the
That's going to be the Kaja, which Boxy plays really well. A good combo with the carry, too.
Yeah. And now we got to look at our game facts. Super Marco has the highest KDA in MSC 2024 with 20.67.
My God, are you kidding
me? This is the bulletproof Marco.
Oh.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, he's built diff, man. He's
MSC.
He's built diff.
Let me remind you guys, in MSC.
20
KDA, man.
Kidding me?
In MSC. Not local MPLs, MSC, man. That's different. That's a monster.
Unbelievable.
And he's been a monster on the Roger. He's played it like 4 times. He's picked up the Moskov. We've also seen him on the Claude.
Yeah.
But this carry for See You Soon has been a very favorable pick for them too. You mentioned how they don't play the Harith as much. This has been actually one of their fallback picks.
Yeah.
And I think it works well with their playstyle. They pick this aggressive jungler who can kind of help out in the early game, give some time and wait for that big mid-game spike. We're coming into the second phase though. One more ban for FCAP.
Yeah, probably a Tigreal for FCAP if they do want to really just target Boxy the King, or maybe a Grok. This is still pretty good as a hero for See You Soon. So we can confirm that there are at least 2 heroes that Boxy the King can still pick up after this. There's still also the Cho, which also is really good in combination with the carry because you have that penetration to get out of it. Bane still won't be let through. I believe that the best hero for See You Soon right now will be the Tigreal because it answers most of the assassin junglers, but in this case, immediately a Hayabusa for See You Soon.
FCAP having the Minotaur early pick, they can't go for the Tigreal for now, so makes the Hayabusa pick a little bit easier for them. But with that being said, Falcons CP Brand have 2 more picks
Aurora,
to potentially counter what they have.
Yeah, I'm liking the Aurora here for FCAP, and then they will secure with the Barretts perhaps for Mr. Flap TZ.
Barrett's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
Xborg
is
also be an
great,
option,
actually.
especially because the frog armor
Right.
against the Hayabusa and everything. Good escape, so that's another possibility. But that feels, I think they definitely need something, maybe a little more CC, but they go for the Artlot.
Yeah, so
simple, easy.
Yep. And for the Lilia.
So yesterday, Stormy used the Lilia, and looks like Falcons CP Brand, they want to show up their Lilia as well. But again, Few is a legend, man, from season 1 of MPL Philippines up until now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure his Lilia is going to be causing trouble for See You Soon. And in fact, they actually have the tools necessary to go inside the jungle to prevent this Hayabusa from having free farm.
Indeed, going to be the Tigreal here for See You Soon, as predicted. Makes a lot of sense versus the Composer, generally versus Assassin Jungler. So this is looking good for See You Soon too.
And it gives them some block to the possible invades coming from this Lilia. Big wombo combo composition from See You Soon here. I like it.
With that being said, See You Soon got a comfortable draft, but is it going to be enough to defeat Falcons CP Brand? With that being said, we're throwing it over to Mirko as well as Naisu.
Thank you so much, panelists. Great lineups here to open the day for us once again here at the caster desk. It's me, Naisu, joined with Mirko. And man, we have a good match at hand for this best of 5, Mirko.
It's all about overwhelming the opponents with CC, it seems, for See You Soon, right? So much CC, so many ways to engage, so many ways to retaliate up against the aggression of Falcons AP Brand.
Well, this is going to be the battle of the skies once again between the Falcons AP Bren and the Cambodian Owls See You Soon to kick off our second day of the knockouts for the Wild for the mid-season cup. And a battle for the semi-final spot. We jump to the land of Dawn, taking a look at, of course, how things are going to get situated here in the early game, of course. I like that we mentioned it's the Wombo combo setup, you know, coming from See You Soon. already some early action kind of testing the waters here in the mid lane, but I think that's one thing we really have to take. Whoa, actually, Bra's getting poked really far down. FCAP wants to go ahead and put the pressure on this purple.
That's the power of the Lilia in the mid lane. It's basically almost auto prio every single time. You're able to shove the wave so easily, and especially here with the help of the Minotaur. Because of that, Kyle TZ picks up a free lethal, and he'll be a bit ahead of MP when it comes to the clear. But also, Felix. That's an Impure Rage, not the normal Brave Smite we're used to seeing on Terizla.
It's funny, you know, we've seen that like a couple times now where, and I feel like it's still debatable, but he gets enough, I feel like, sustained also just having the Festival of Blood. You know, Brave Smite, yeah, and Brave Smite is a little overkill for some, but you take the Impure Rage, that helps you kind of spam your abilities a little bit more too. You get some mana there, of course, to work around with. But I think biggest thing is also just talking about the matchup in the jungle. You know, you have this Hayabusa and MP the King, and he's been honestly probably one of the biggest contributors to Siasoon getting to this point. And he might become, you know, now going against this Julian pick like we've seen from Kyle TZ could be crucial already top lane.
Great prediction on the hatch chain. Gets Flap TZ a few resets on the Vengeance. Ra gets popped in very, very low. Force to flick around. Boxy now shoving himself in front, forcing Few to use the Purify. Felix going for it, but now gets knocked up. Vengeance reset for Flap TZ, and Kyle will just be able to walk in to pick up first blood. See you soon. A bit of overextension up top.
Yeah, I guess like you know, it was more so like they thought they were going to be able to get that kill, but the rotation decision from Falcons AP Bren gave him the upper hand, and then I feel like they were just like, oh man, there's way too many here than we thought. So this is also going to be an objective now taken over here for Falcons AP Bren pretty easily at this early point of the game.
It was a free objective, a free kill as well up top. See you soon. This is already very uncharacteristic. Usually they have a lot of prio in the mid lane, and that's why here, if you take a look at it, maybe that's why Boxy the King actually went for the Brave Smite instead of the Concussive Blast. You know, instead of actually trying to force a 50-50, a prio matchup in the mid lane, he's like, you know what, okay, the Lilia's going to win anyways. Might as well go for additional sustain for some of these skirmishes later on. But Few on the Lilia, he really has a hold on these choke points, man.
Yeah, he does. And I think part of that, going back to with Boxy, is like, you obviously want to get your implosion set up. You want to be able to get the, you know, the CC there, because you also have a, you know, this time around a Vexana, and we've seen, honestly, teams haven't been prioritizing the Vexana pickup as much, I feel like, lately. So this is also nice to see this Vexana and also the Lilia pop up. We saw this yesterday. I think you mentioned it was like a 100% win rate, right, for the Lilia right now. And so that's part of the case is for Siasoon. You know, you want Boxy to live a little bit longer, Ra hopefully too, able to get the damage, but this all brings us back to also that gold lane matchup. Man, bulletproof Marco, Super Marco.
20 KD. 20
KDA, you know, at this point. And Sol, obviously, on the carry pick, has to get time to build up here on this, you know, and you relying on the fact that, all right, I have very little range on this carry, so I'm going to be fighting against this kind of lineup from Falcons AP Bren, where they actually have good setup potential as well. You can already see Thunderbelt being picked up here. By the way, I'll never forget the commercials for the Thunderbelt, man. You know, it's really good commercials for the new items here.
Oh, that's the final slash from the flicker right into the chain, straight into the combo. Flap TZ picking up a double early on. That's the Falcons AP Bren ambush.
I thought you were going to say that's the Thunderbelt. That's that spin kick he did in the commercial.
Close enough.
But he did it with the Arla here. Again, this is showing that, yes, Siasoon has a wombo combo composition, but Falcons AP Bren, they can fight back too. Look at this.
Another final slash, forcing the penalty zone now from Felix, trying to go away, and flickers out to safety, but Few is still so healthy. Pops into black shoes. Flap TZ gets rid of him with a vengeance. Boxy trying to go for it, has the implosion, just goes onto the Minotaur's MP, walks forward, goes to the Shadow Kill too, but Owen reads it, knocks him up with the Minuan's Fury, straight into Few's damage. 5-0 Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah, the answer to deal with this Hayabusa just seems to be the setup. Look at this once again, STC replay here. That final slash with that Thunderbelt as well from Flap. Absolutely beautiful.
This
here
too.
as well.
The timing.
Yeah, the timing with the Minuan Fury knocking up MP the King. He has no chance to get back. You can see, hey, Flap, he's feeling pretty good.
I love you in a different language, you know?
Every time we see one of these players do that, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I care for you.
I care for you.
You up, you know? I'm carry you, right?
Good luck next time.
Good luck next time.
Yes. Taking a look at the items here falling in place. Hunter Strike is going to be picked up for MP the King. You know, so he's at least got that first item locked in, but he's kind of falling behind. Look at the Genius Wand already here for Kyle Teasy. And that actually works pretty well with the fact that, hey, we already saw the damage that the Lilia can do. Now you have the Genius Wand working in that coordination with the Lilia pick. Oh, then Ogwyn gets the Flask of the Oasis already. So it gets increasingly more difficult for Siosun at this point in the game to actually penetrate through that healing. Also, look at this. Despite being labeled the hyper-aggressive, Siosun has yet to record a first blood in MSC 2024.
That's an interesting stat, despite the fact that, you know, Siosun have been playing with the Banes, have been playing with a lot of the aggressive heroes in the jungle, too. You would expect them to go for a little bit more of this. Engages, pickoffs, but it's all been Kyle Teasy and Flap Teasy looking for these plays up top, a knockup into a vengeance. Felix not able to survive there.
Sorry, Felix wants to, you know, he wants to play. He's sorry, but he wants to play. He gets continuously knocked in the air here, and already Terizla, you know, 0-3. This is a very tough position to be in because of the fact that, once again, your job as the Terizla is to just set up hope.
Final slash flicker onto Ra. Now with the flicker as well, it's going to be Ogwyn catching him. Flap Teasy going to be caught in the implosion. Has Eternal Guard there, placed out by Ra, but it doesn't connect onto anyone. Boxy able to get himself back to safety, as in the bottom lane, it's just a little bit of these gold laners trying to find a better angle on each other. No kills on the board, a lot of resources burnt though.
Yeah, this is, in this situation, now the third turtle's up. I don't know, man. See you soon. I don't know if they want to fight this. Maybe just go for this steal, but it looks like they're just going to give it up. Sorry, Felix cannot go down again here. He's already quite gapped. He's only level 7. He's about to hit level 8, but Flap's level 10 and 4-0-2.
Yikes.
Feather of Heaven going to be picked up by Kyle Teasy. At least Soul has just been, you know, farming up. He's been farming. Gold lane experience.
For sure. MP is also going to be able to pick up the Sky Piercer here in the 7th minute of the game. Boxy picks up the Radiant Armor. Definitely now understands the threat of not just the Lilia, but the Shred coming down from the Julian. It's very, very deceiving, you know, that damage. You don't expect it, and then suddenly your HP bar just gets completely demolished, deleted. Super Marco sieging down in the bottom lane with the Roger. Seems like Boxy can't even walk up. He was going to be able to dish out some damage. Ogwyn has the knockup. Good Eternal Guard with the Terrify to disengage from that skirmish. And for Siosun, it's really all about getting the gold lane to a spot where he can actually farm, because Soul is struggling now.
Yeah, I would say, you know, looking at the items here too, for Siosun, it's got to be, we'll see you later in this game, because they need time, man, to build up. You can see the gap between the gold lane alone is going to continue to build up here. For Siosun, it's really just letting Soul farm up, get to the point where he can actually pop off the damage, because like you mentioned, Mirko, the Julian is enough, even with that Genius Wand combination, to come up and kind of shred these tankier heroes like this. Look at Boxy just trying to get into this bush, get some vision available, holding down the tier 1. Look at that.
He might have to flicker, you know, if this continues. Felix going to be displaced by the final slash. Straight into the damage of the Vengeance. Now as MP the King walks forward with a Quad Shadow. Not enough burst. It takes Felix down. The few tries to dive under the tier 1 and tier 2, sandwiching them in their own turret. And you can see the key here. That is going to be the thing that Falcons AP Red is looking for. Ra already flickering out too, just out of skill 1.
I like how they, after the team fight, you know, they're like, here, this is what you're playing for again, you know?
Shadow kill. There's no Black Shoes on Few, but they do still have the Motivation Roar. And for MP the King, he will still have that Quad Shadow to disengage. Still, this is a dominant game so far for Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah, very dominant. Also, great job. They actually got the tier 1 down after all that work. Hold on. Boxy?
Boxy popped in the implosion. There with the Terrify too, but there's no Eternal Guard. Super Marco goes with the Lycan Pounce, baits out the flicker. Now no flicker on Boxy. Even when he gets that implosion, Falcons AP Brand, they can read it out so easily. And because of that, yeah, they're just going to go straight to the Lord. This is Lord number 1, Falcons AP Brand. A perfect game so far. Not even a turret traded.
Yeah.
At all. I mean, now they do. They get a bottom lane turret, right, with the waves pushed in. But the fact that it took 9 minutes for one turret to be taken by Siosun is concerning, Naisu.
It is. And, you know, you really have to respect the way that Falcons AP Bren plays the macro game. Sometimes they're not after these kills, and they know it. They can actually just get some of these spells out, like we saw them do against Boxy, where he burned the flicker, he burned the implosion. That's a green light to go take the Lord. And so now they're going to find themselves trying to defend up here on the top. They should be able to do okay, but I'm worried. I'm actually worried about their clearing potential because of the lead that Falcons AP Bren has. We're talking, you know, 6,000 gold ahead. When this Lord does get to the base, they might just force the issue and force a situation where See You Soon's left with their backs against the wall, kind of like, all right, well, I guess we're going to have to fight this.
There's not much they can do right now except for play tower defense in their own base, because even few can dive under the tier 2, utilizing waves that is all pushing in towards See You Soon. Just using the emotes, popping into holy defense, and now going to be attacking with another wave buildup in the mid lane too. Top lane with the Lord now. Flat TZ looking for an angle to go in as MP the King pops into Quad Shadow and the Shadow kill. And you can see the poke, the Flat TZ able to find the final slash with the Flicker. Boxy gonna get the implosion down, but the Minions Fury catches them again. They're unable to go for the engage. Kyle goes and uses the way to crowd to escape. That's a stun on the Felix. No kill straight and like a pounce by Super Marco as he dives deep in the base turret. MP can only just Quad Shadow back and forth. And for Falcons AP Brand, they are flying across the skies. These base turrets stand no chance. 2 base turrets with the first Lord.
Yeah, the first Lord, and you saw how masterfully that went for Falcons AP Bren, the way they juggled that turret, they initiated, and even at the cost of 1 life, I mean, they're gonna get the base fully exposed here.
No, MP gonna be mobilized, doesn't catch him with the final slash, Flap TZ.
Couple hits away.
They're gonna take it chill. They've taken 2 base turrets. That in itself is impressive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, looking at the items too, falling into place. Winter's Crown now here for Kyle TZ. Yes, and
that's
also
another one, Fu.
That's another one. The Flap TZ gets a 2. And, you know, with that, Boxy making a play.
Great pick, but it's only onto Flap. He can pop in the Vengeance now, and it's going to be the enhanced chain to knock him up. Another Vengeance in the final slash right into the Lycan Pounce. Now another immobile Liddy onto the backside. Flat TZ with a dive again under the base turret. What are they gonna do? MP gets knocked up, and the prediction right into the Quad Shadow. What are they made of? Falcons AP Bren dominating, stomping, and now diving on Ra, forcing him back on the base.
They're gonna juggle the base?
They're gonna try to do it, man, but I don't think they can go for the kill. They don't even need to. They can just go straight for the base. That is wide open. 13-1, 12 minutes.
13-1 in the first game. The juggle, the masterful macro play from Falcons AP Bren.
Yikes.
And that's going to further up Super Marco's, the bulletproof Marco KDA, man. He did not die in that game either.
I mean, only 1 guy died. They only died once. It's 13-1.
Oh, man, See You Soon. Wow. The lineup made sense. Wombo combo, but even with that, when you get outscaled, outplayed in the beginning of the game like that, I mean, even this Hayabusa pick from MP the King was not enough. It just tickled the frontliners of Falcons AP Bren. Great game here, very dominant from Falcons AP Bren. We're going to throw it over to the panelists to see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. And I got to say, it was almost a perfect game, but unfortunately, the kids idle died at the end. But you know what? 13-1. We see Flap TZ exchanging words with See You Soon, but overall,
confirmation.
It wasn't a close game.
It wasn't. I gotta say though, this is a very good last 2 picks coming out from the entirety of Falcons AP Bren, especially because they went in for the Minotaur very early on, which I thought is one of those heroes that are decent versus Assassins. I think in M5 it has been proven that Minotaur actually counters some of the Assassins like Nolan and Joy from before, because you heal up your teammates.
With the flash as well.
Exactly, with the flash, and then you can just punish the Assassins when they do go for that play, which Olgwin was able to do so many times this game. However, I think the biggest problem that See You Soon had to face was few because of that Lilia pick. I believe it was genius. Yeah. Because Tiger Will Minotaur, Grok, they hate playing against the Lilia, and the fact that you're forced to pick up the Tiger last, that's a masterful drafting.
No, I completely agree. Like, I feel like the Lilia really shaped the tempo of this matchup. Even Mirko said it himself, like, picking up the Lilia is almost always mid-prio, and I believe that Falcons AP Bren getting that mid-prio makes it so that See You Soon, MP the King doesn't get the farm. Ra doesn't get to rotate, so that they can't really play the game that they want to play.
Yeah. I understand why they had to go for the Tigreal, but at the same time, I think the Hayabusa picked 4th was probably the problem there for season, because that kind of limited their options when it comes to dealing with the early game.
Yeah, Hayabusa didn't really have anyone he could majorly target, and because Raw was stuck at the mid lane, they couldn't go for any early game ganks, they couldn't really pull anything off, and then once Fuse started to scale, once they got a little bit of a lead, they were just getting zoned out completely.
Yeah, Raw did the most amount of damage, but I believe it's about poking Master Ogwen down, but again, I kind of feel like see you soon after this first game, because again, we have to remember it is a best of 5.
Yeah.
They can still adjust, but if they're going to adjust, Wolf, in your opinion, what have they learned from game number 1?
Don't reveal the MP the King hero as soon as possible. I think the carry as well was far too early to be picked up. Or you already know, though, that you're going to be facing up against the Roger. I've always felt that carry versus Roger is very Roger-sided.
I agree.
Some people will argue that it is a 50-50. Well, that's because they're good. But in a but if I were to play it,
Soul is good. Soul is good, okay?
Exactly.
Soul is good.
That's why they picked it up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, yeah, they can argue. But then, just one rotation, for example, you're going to have some trouble. I think we saw in, I believe it was the first 2 minutes, or I think 3rd minute, that Soul was already struggling in that lane versus the Roger. Super Marco was like half a level ahead of Soul.
And 1,300 gold difference as well, just from the gold lane.
From the gold lane, which is, I think it's not Soul's problem. I think playing the carry versus Super Marco's Roger is not gonna bode well for you.
What do you think about it, Trunks?
I think Soul, nice who said it, Soul kind of had the gold lane experience. He never got ganked, he never got killed, but you need time on that hero, and falling behind 1,000 gold's even worse, and time was just clicking away very, very fast in that game. Soul never had the opportunity to come online, and his front line could never make a play because Few was just zoning them away. It was just a problem.
Yeah. I believe that Soul's Beatrix was amazing from when we saw it. I think that could have been the pickup.
Yeah.
At the same time, you don't reveal it very early. Like 3rd pick carry when going up against the Roger, it's kind of
no, I agree.
It's difficult to pull off.
I mean, I feel like the idea coming in for the carry was that they will have time, because I feel like what Ra and Boxy wants to do is actually to gank the gold lane to make sure that they have a lead against the bulletproof Marco. But the thing is, Few and Master Ogwen winning that hard in the mid stops everything. So personally for me, I feel like they have to make sure that the mid lane is capable of winning so that it can actually sustain well.
So do we think one of the answers, since Marco has always been the unkillable, right? The bulletproof Marco, do we think the answer is see you soon, hard ganks gold? Like, try to heavy focus, try to take down Marco early on if you can. But that means you have to get through Few. You have to make sure you're leaving Few behind and not holding down mid. You know, what do you sacrifice to get that?
No, I feel like the Kaja bend was genius. Kaja carry and Boxy is so good on the Kaja. I feel like with the Kaja, maybe we would have seen a different game. That's especially for me, because again, I feel like, although to be fair, with the Lilia pick anyways, the Kaja might be a non-factor.
Yeah, there was a play that I recall coming out from Farflux, wherein they went in for Assassin for TNZ, where there will be a time where mid lane, Roam, and the EX play will switch, right? So that they all can get level 4 before the turtle. What TNZ did was to time there properly. When the Roamer had to clear the mid lane, he went to the gold lane as the AA Mon and was able to get a kill even when he's just level 3, which then stopped the gold laner. So that play from yesterday, that could happen. If you're playing the Assassins, maybe that's the time that you're looking for. Maybe, yeah, sure, you can go for the gold laners. It's not easily done, but there is a rotation for that.
I mean, honestly, looking at this matchup, the first game I thought would have been much closer. I mean, soon we'll have a video from MP the King. Perhaps that can give us a little bit of an insight about how he's feeling about this matchup in general. So if it's ready, let's play the video of MP the King.
Remake esports? Yeah, we're made to be stronger. Champions, I don't see them. The new king has arrived. Kayo na ang susunod.
Oh, that last shot though.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Over the Falcon's nest?
Can I just say,
that was amazing. That's poetry.
MP the King looks like a very nice guy, but that video gives me like new villain arc vibes. Like, it's like, you know what? You guys have done enough. It's time for me to be the villain.
Yep.
And you know what? If this is this villain era, I'm all for it.
Yep.
The new king. I like that. The new king. MP
is here.
The new king.
Wow.
It went hard.
Yeah, I just hope that the following games will not be as one-sided as the first game. Hopefully, they can reset. I think that they were doing what they were doing against Falcons and Fnatic in the group stages in game number 1 versus Falcons AP Red.
With that being said, let's check out our Sony MVP. And it's going to be Flapteezy on that Arlet. Talking about the engages Flapteezy has done. I still remember the
that one.
This is so good.
Woo! Beautifully done. The flicker as well. The timing was just so good because you know that if it's like 30 seconds before the turtle, you're kind of just setting up. Around 15 seconds before the turtle, you're not that kind of secure already. And you want to get into the place around the turtle pit, but Flapteezy timed that so well. Very early activation coming out from this X-Blade Arlet.
Yeah, I mean, it's bringing me back to M5 a bit.
Yo.
He's got probably one of the most like proactive Arlots I've seen a lot of players play. This is our first time seeing him actually played an MSC so far. I've been waiting for it. And his rotations, his pickoff, his displacements, I mean, he seems to always be there at the right time.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, looking at how Flapteezy plays, like, it seemed effortless. 12 KDA and 92% kill participation. I like what our caster said. When he gets this Arlet, when Kalteezy gets the Julian, it's like, okay, fine, I guess I don't get to play the game.
Yeah.
I go to the lane, I die.
Yeah.
I kill some minions, I die. Gee, thanks, guys.
Yeah. And I think that if you're looking at Fnatic Falcons AP brands composition, there's a lot of combos that you can...
Look at this! Flapteezy's here!
There he is.
The MVP.
He's our only hope.
Our only hope.
Save us, Flapteezy. You're our only hope.
Flapteezy, your Arlet will save us.
Yeah, but with that being said, again, his Arlet is amazing. And the thing that makes it much more scarier is the fact that he doesn't need the Arlet. I'm pretty sure he could push us to 80 unique hero picks with how much hero that he can use in the EXP lane.
What are the heroes that we're expecting from the EXP? Maybe a Khalid, for example, that we have not seen.
The Uranus was banned. Perhaps that might be one of the strats as well.
Yep. Esmeralda, maybe?
Esmeralda. I like the Khalid idea.
Yeah.
I've been talking about the Esmeralda for quite a long time now. Still surprised that it's not being picked up by any of the teams here.
Maybe in the grand finals.
Maybe in the grand finals.
But with that being said, there's only a few seconds left for See You Soon as well as Falcons AP brand going into the drafting phase. Yeah. See You Soon, judging by how fast they did their initial draft, I kind of feel like this is one of those drafts where you write on your napkin, on paper. It's like, okay, if it's open, pick it up. If it's open, pick it up. If it's open, pick it up. I feel like now, seeing what Falcon AP brand brings to the table, they got to take a little bit more time. Yeah. Use the 30-second timer as much as you want just to really think about, is this the order that you want it to be picked on? And are there any other options?
I think I think it's not just about the time as well. It's also the draft placement. And I believe that if you have been watching the panel since yesterday, I've always been very critical about these marksman picks, particularly the carry so far. 3 out of the 3 carry games that we've seen have lost since yesterday in the knockout stages, so I have reservations about that. Maybe if it was the last pick, it could have made a lot more sense since it will not be countered. The fact that they already know that it's the Roger that was picked up by FCAP anyways, they should have answered that with a different hero. So hoping for some changes here for See You Soon.
I think there's some possibilities. They are on the blue side this time. They do get the first pick. They can contest for things like the Roger, like the Ling. And I'm excited to see how FCAP wants to decide this because they seem very willing to always take the Roger up front. And I was wondering if maybe they would keep the Ling open for a trade, but they decide to ban it out. See You Soon takes out the Lu Yi. FCAP, do we think the Roger sticks through and See You Soon just picks it up immediately?
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe
And
the only
Valentina?
outlier is a Valentina, yeah. Like you said, if it will not be banned, because that means that the Faramis also is an instrumental pick for both teams. All right, so this is a problem for See You Soon. They banned Arlet, right? And what's gonna happen is FCAP will ban the Valentina, and they will now have access to the Faramis, which has always been banned. So Roger will be. Oh,
So
okay,
Valentina
it's
open
different.
for See You Soon. Faramis also still open.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the way that Falcon says, See You Soon wants to play, like they want to protect MP the King.
Huh.
Actually, yeah, no, both heroes work well. But if it were me, I'll pick up the Valentina.
Harith banned out as well, right?
No,
Harith's still open, so See You Soon. But we've only seen him pick the Harith one time. And you mentioned that it's something that they kind of want to stick away from, maybe. But I
Yeah.
think at this point it might be something they have to go for. They go for the Valentina instead, though.
Interesting. So they're willing to pin down See You Soon to this point where the Valentina will be picked up, and then maybe this is the time where they will pick the utility junglers. So Turtles and Harith, very natural pickups here coming out from Falcon's AP brand.
I think it's very scary because having the Harith as well as the Terizla, you're kind of already winning both lanes at this point. Because the thing is, just now, even on the Arlet, FlapTZ was doing well against the Terizla, and that's not a winning matchup for the Arlet. So now him having the innate winning matchup, it's going to be a scary game for See You Soon.
I think you go Moskov now if you're See You Soon.
Moskov
You don't
banned.
have a... Oh, it's
Moskov banned, yeah, there's not a lot of gold laners left. That's why I really wanted to see him pick up the Harith, because pretty much most of the options.
There we go. Shout out to Leo. Bane picked up.
Bane Edith very early, and I would understand why, because it has always been banned in second phase. It's gonna be your MP, the King hero. Curious to see how the Saber Brand will pick it up.
The last time I saw the Bane, he's basically unkillable. After 2 items like the War Axe as well as the Thunderbelt, he's like, yeah, come at me. I can 1v3, I can 1v4.
Okay, Hayabusa immediately picked up by FCAP, already revealing their 3 lanes: jungle, gold, as well as the XP lane. It's gonna be the Kaja that is gonna be the ban for FCAP. Very natural. Okay, so you're looking at mid lane choices here for
maybe ban
FCAP.
For now, we gotta look at the weak link in See You Soon is Sarian Felix, because he always overextends and sometimes doesn't know his hero limits. This is coming from Falcon's AP brand, FlapTZ.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Second phase now. I think Minotaur could definitely be a decent ban for See You Soon here.
That's right.
It's a big problem. FCAP is, I mean, Ogwen's just able to use it so well, and I think See You Soon wants to get rid of some of that aggression. Definitely a possibility.
Yeah. What if See You Soon just picks up a Phoveus in this game, you know?
That's spicy.
That's gonna be spicy. Great versus Harith.
I've seen a Phoveus full damage build, and yes, I can confirm it does well against Harith.
Yeah. Hayabusa as well. You have a lot of gap closing against that hero. The Cho, very good ban coming off from FCAP. And See You Soon, like I said, Minotaur, perhaps.
Yeah, I would say Minotaur is pretty good ban.
Yeah.
Unless the Bane does well against the Minotaur. I haven't seen that interaction all that well. I don't know how much the healing does against the Crab Claw Cannon.
Yeah. Or maybe because it's like Edith, the Panda Grok. What if FCAP just picks up Lolita because it's... Ooh, Eve. Bane hates playing against that. I think if you're See You Soon, you might want to consider getting the Mathilda just so that you can kind of fix this problem for the Eve.
You know, I want to say this. I was talking to Jays a bit, and he was mentioning that MP the King likes to play the Bane as a mage build sometimes. He's one of the few Bane players that's really rocking that. So I'm excited to see how he brings, and that's more sustainability, more possibilities. And when Terizla wants to bring this big dive in, you have the way to push it back. They pick up the Yuzong, another popular pick for Sorry I'm Felix, and then Carry.
I'm mouthing
once again.
now. Carry against Eve again?
Yeah.
We already saw that yesterday.
It's a problem.
And there's the Lolita. I knew it.
Maybe Soul can prove you wrong. I mean, like...
Oh, man.
Sometimes you just got to trust your gut for this one, Wolf. Then
I hope I'm wrong, but that's a no from me.
Here's the thing, I hope you're wrong too. Now the casters, what are you guys hoping for? Because I'm throwing it over to you guys.
Hey, you know what? I'm malding too, Wolf. And I think Mirko, he looks like he is as well.
You know, yesterday I was like, Grok Brody, perfect.
Yeah.
That'll do it for Fireflux. Then they picked the carry. Me and Beloy and DJY. We got a few people there in the stands. We all facepalm together. That was a synchronized facepalm.
Oh, man. Well,
now it's you and me. And
now
Wolf.
it's me and you and Wolf.
And LaFell and Trax.
I think, I think quite a few people, but
oh, man.
We're going to have to see if there's a different factor here and maybe a reason why Soul is bringing the carry against, the Eve. There's a whole lot that can actually play against this carry, but we jump into here. Game number 2 in this best of 5. After a devastating game for CSU in game number 1, Falcons AP Bren will go ahead and just get started here. Fall into place 2, we can already see, right? It is going to be a whole lot of damage coming out from Kyle Teasy. And mind you, the last time he played at this Hayabusa, he was like 10-1 or something like that, something insane. So he's got the Warcry emblem, and he's going to be looking to set the pace here that MP the King couldn't do in the previous game. And yeah, going back to it, it is his villain arc right now, man.
It really is, right? I mean, we all watched the video earlier. We'll talk about that later, but, you know, something that I do want to talk about maybe for the carry pick is the fact that at least with the carry pick, it's an okay matchup against the Harith. Not in a way where you actually win, because Harith is basically almost an auto-win lane as well.
Yeah.
But the carry can actually dodge away from the Synchro Fission quite easily with their skill, with their dash. So maybe that's the reason Soul wants to go for this carry pick again. It's all about surviving in lane, and this time maybe he'll have a better time up against the Harith than the previous game when he was up against the Roger, which was very, very difficult. And I'm glad that we can talk a little bit more about the compositions here, because I think we have a lot to say about both compositions.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say the video, man. I thought we were going to bring it back to the video.
We'll save the video for later. Don't worry.
You know, because, like, even looking at the composition from CSU, now, the Bane, you know, as we have a little technical break here, you know, have a break, have a Kit Kat, by the way, for all those watching if you've got them. But that's the thing. Bane, now in the hands of MP the King, can work out really well. But I feel like the hardest part about this is working against the multiple things against the deadliest catch even. You know, for the most part, you're playing, if you get set up by a penalty zone alone from Flap Teasy, and I think, if I recall, he did take Brave Smite this time around.
He did.
So he's going to be going for that little more sustain, a little more durability. And there's just so much crowd control that can play against, I feel like, Deadliest Catch. The damage could still be good, and I think Trex pointed out a good thing as well. He is one of the few guys that likes to build Mage Bane. You know, I'm not sure how his build's going to alter here this time around, but I think part of this really is just being able to actually find the right timing on your Deadliest Catch, because I don't know, man. It makes me worry because the Eve is now in play. If this was a different mage, I wouldn't worry so much.
Exactly.
But because real-world manipulation is there, they'll trap you in once your Deadliest Catch is done, or even if you use it first. So I just feel like there's a lot of kind of boxes that need to be checked here from CSU to actually win a team fight.
The thing is, right, I mean, on paper, I think before the Lolita pick, it all makes sense. You know, all right, we got the Bane, that's going to be great. You can use the Deadly Catch, the Crab Claw Cannon, you can use the Primal Wrath as well to deal as much damage as you can in the team fights. But then you have a Lolita. So now my big question is a Deadly Catch a projectile? Can you turn it around with the Bulwark and the Crab Claw
jump
Cannon?
over?
Exactly, right? Does the Lolita use the Sharks against him? Or, I mean, for the Crab Claw Cannon, I think we know for sure that gets bounced back, right? And also for the Primal Wrath basic attacks and the carry. So those 3 picks, even without the Deadly Catch, is already kind of countered by the Guardian's Bulwark here for the Lolita. And on top of that, they have ways to lock you down. The penalty zone, and most importantly, the real-world manipulation. And I think for Few, we don't get to see Few on a carry pick often. You know, he's more of that utility for the team.
Yeah.
But now that he's on the Eve, expect him to just use the real-world manipulation as a carry. He'll use it probably last to try to catch everybody. I instantly think about how Aqua used it in MSC 2022. You know,
I remember.
The carry, yeah.
I remember that. I think I was on desk with you.
Ult to turn the team fight around. But I think it might not be a turn. It might just be a stomp.
Yeah. You know, again, and that's partly due to what we saw in game 1. I mean, and when you're just going draft for draft here, like I said, there's a lot of things that CSU has to do to be able to just handle 1 or 2 of these heroes with the lineup that they brought. I think part of that is, all right, you at least have a Valentina. you know, but most of the time you're probably just going to be taking, you know, the Eve for yourself, the real world manipulation for yourself.
Then the Haya's like, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and then you're locked up there. So this is going to be, I feel like when you really look at this, see you soon, as we jump back into the game here for game number 2, is how can they get the pace set early on? It's funny because going back to the fact, too, this is an aggressive team that has not found a first blood yet. So with this lineup, it looks like they might want to go ahead and break that record right now. But so far for Falcons, AP Bren, they're spotting this one out.
Get up top, Felix gonna be able to get them damage on the flap. Teasy the deadly catch.
They got it.
Chases him down. There you go.
They got it.
For the stats, first blood. The first blood ever for See You Soon at MSC.
There we go. And
you just have to curse it.
Yeah, that works like that. So with that, they're actually going to be able to get this turtle too. So this is what I was saying, man. With the lineup they have, if they can get the momentum going early on, that's great. But also, they're spending a lot of time here. Oh,
bottom lane, that's a solo kill, Soul.
It's a trade.
That's why he picks the carry.
He picks the carry, but he goes down in the exchange.
But he just solo killed Bulletproof Marco.
Hey, that's going to affect the KDA now of Bulletproof Marco. And, you know, maybe Soul is like, hey, this is why I locked in that carry. So he gets the kill there. But at the same time, you know, Super Marco gets one himself. And you can already see here, too, holding on to that real-world manipulation over here for Ra. A lot of attention here on that bottom side for See You Soon. If they can, you know, actually at this point, I feel like they can just leave Soul to his own.
Yeah.
The only thing Soul has to watch out for is when that flicker's not available because of the fact that Super Marco can play a little more aggressive, especially with now that he has that Zaman Force and playing around that. So really good start, I would say, for See You Soon this early on.
Let Soul solo. I agree. Felix now trying to run away. The penalty zone locks him down. Calteezy with the quad shadow 2 right into the shadow kill. The Petrify's still there, but Kyle has a few more quad shadows to use, and he will indeed utilize that to equalize on the board. It's 2-2.
Okay, taking a look at the items here. First items not locked in just yet. But I'm assuming, yeah, this is, we saw this, I believe it was Calteezy who did this before. He got the Skypiercer first on this Hayabusa, and that's what helped him snowball quickly. So for See You Soon, if they can figure out a way to stop that from happening, you know, keep Calteezy in his tracks. That's one of the big answers they have to have early game. They've already got good control of these objectives early on, but the thing is it's ultimately even across the board economy-wise, and those first item pickups will start to happen for each of the members here on par. Now for See You Soon, like I said, if they don't want to have an issue with the objective fighting, Calteezy again fighting Boxy.
With all those stacks, still Primal Wrath gonna be used up by Boxy. I think he expected Falcons AP Bren to collapse even more, but now with a big resource burnt out, Boxy, no ultimate. He's still posturing up. He still wants some smoke. Ra walks him forward, goes for the terrifying penalty zone, lock him down straight into the quad shadow. Now is Boxy gonna be taken low. The hammer swings as Cal steals it away. The deadly catch just to disengage, but Super Marco continues this in the back line. The Furious time to catch Calteezy with that Petrify to find a trade on the board. The Felix will be taken down as well, and Super Marco gets the double. Meanwhile, Soul up top, picking up all of the turret gold.
Hey, that's great for Soul. Again, interesting exchange there. Sorry, Felix does get a kill, but then eventually goes down himself. It's a good thing he took out Calteezy. But this is part of the plan, too. Give Soul that extra gold, but the same thing is now happening here on the bottom side. So that little advantage that they were able to get is diminished at this point. Also, with Calteezy taking that turtle even it out, looks like they want to make a play.
MP, deadly catch, bursting Ogwin down. Boxy just zoning Super Marco so that no one can really help him. And it's actually a Queen's Wings rush here for Flapteezy. I think that's his second item. Very quick, Soul goes back up top. Flapteezy is actually taking a whole lot of damage here. Soul might be looking for another solo kill, but Flapteezy is still a bit too tanky here. It's a Queen's Wings first item, not even War Axe.
Yeah, not even War Axe. Just wants that sustainability. I guess it works well with the Body of Smith passive, you know, for Trizla. And then, like we mentioned earlier, he has Brave Smite. So this looks like it's going to be a tier 1 down here for FCAP as they get that first turret of the game. down on their side. They traded across map, what we saw Siasoon do earlier. So now at this point, you see a transition here. And I guess we got our answer earlier too. The Bulwark is not going to go ahead and shoot the Deadliest Catch back to them, but
that's a no-no.
That's a no-no. And at this point too, for Falcons AP Bren, you know, controlling with a little bit of a lead, it's more so where do we find our pick-off potential? And that's usually on the whims of Flap right now. If he's got Flicker available, you can see the gold difference too fall into place here, of course. The biggest one, I mean, relatively even. Nothing too crazy, actually, between lane to lane here.
Boxy's taking a bit of damage now. Flap TZ again. This is why he goes Queen's Wings. He doesn't even need damage. Felix gets zoned away just by his Mod Force, forced to use the Black Dragon form. Boxy pops in. The Primal Wrath, but gets deleted. Penalty zoned by Flap. MP the King forced to use the Deadly Catch, now chased down as the RWM comes down. Felix jumps in back again with the Purify. The Petrify finding 3, but the Purify is right there. Now Ra gonna be caught in the Numenal Blast and the Shadow Kill, but he's still able to flicker out back to safety as Few just continues to walk them down. Not here, sir.
You're gonna walk
There
to
you
your
go.
base.
Yeah, getting walked down to the other side of the map as they pick up a free neutral objective.
You will not recall here. You're gonna have to walk. And actually, so MP the King goes back up. That's turtle secured here now for Falcons AP Bren. Looks like they're gonna start on this turret too. Boxy jumps in.
Kyle, that's a quad shadow. He has one more. The intrusive thoughts definitely getting to him there, but hey, he's able to make the right decision. Don't go in aggressive. They can just go for the purple buff, and they'll take it away. Now in the mid lane, still with the siege. Boxy's forced to use the Primal Wrath, and even Dead Flap just jumps in under the turret, straight into Cal TZ with the quad shadow. Boxy losing his life, the shadow kill. He was so much damage just to zone them in the back line as Super Marco pops the Zaman Force to take the tier 1 down.
They're doing so. Falcons AP Bren is doing such a good job at forcing that Primal's Wrath to be utilized or used first by Boxy, and then they follow through. Because again, when you look at the lineup, man, and the items that are falling into place for Falcons AP Bren, their power in team fighting is really showing the way they layer things on top of each other. The ultimates and even some of the skills. Super Marco, like we saw from Innocent yesterday, man, being very aggressive and upfront with this Harith pick. He's only died once in that exchange in the 1v1 against Soul earlier on, so I feel like now, as you get towards, you know, the next objective is this Lord, Siasoon has to be ready to unleash Soul. Earlier, we saw Ra take the real-world manipulation. You know, the game, the Land of Dawn basically looked like a board game at that point, but that's something they can work around with. You have Ra with the real-world manipulation. You have a Deadliest Catch. You kind of have to hope that, all right, we get Falcons AP Bren to use some of the ultimates that they have, withstand the Shadow Kill from Kyle TZ, and then possibly be able to re-engage. That's, again, going back to the reference of it's a whole lot of boxes that Siasoon has to box off here, check off here.
It's really tough now, I feel, for Siasoon, right? Because really the proactivity is all on Falcons AP Bren, and they've been able to utilize it so well. Invading the jungles constantly, even for MP and with a pick like the Bane. You don't really need that much farm, you're still good anyways. But when the Hayabusa is 2 levels ahead,
2 levels.
now down to just 1, but when he's also 1,000 gold ahead on the Assassin, it gets really tough for you. He only has a War Axe, the Endless Battle. Like LaFell said, you know, he usually goes for the Thunderbell, but because maybe in the early game he needs a little bit more damage because the team is kind of lacking damage, he's forced to go for the Endless Battle, and even then you can see the poke from Few, from Flap, onto Boxy even more with the new glowing wand, man. It's just burning him down.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just, we're going to force you to use that Primal Wrath early on so you don't have it for the fight. And they just completely cut off Siasoon. And look at this. The bulwark that Flap TZ is alone on this Terizla, able to just kind of stand there and look down the eyes of Siasoon and trying to bait them into initiating, and they don't. So the Lord is already taken freely, and big power spikes coming in. A Holy Crystal for Super Marco, a BOD for Kyle TZ. These are very big items picked up that already increase the power for Falcon AP Bren when they've been pretty dominant the last 3-4 minutes or so. So they're now going to work on the tier 2 here. MP the King makes his way, but they're just shoved out again, being poked down simply by Few even.
I think if it wasn't for Ra terrifying Flap, that would have been a force by Falcons AP Bren. Maybe they would have been able to force out all of the flickers, maybe the Black Dragon form as well defensively. So good job for Ra. He was able to disengage from that skirmish that Falcons AP Bren almost pushed on them, but the fact that they were able to take the Holy Defense down in the bottom lane without the Lord, and now they have another wave coming down, they're going to be able to bait out the Holy Defense from the mid lane too. And the second wave is coming down in the mid lane, so they might be able to do what they did in game number 1, Black Dragon form. Now by Felix, but he's gonna get gunned down. The Sky's all taken out right as he drops down. Boxy pops in primal rat penalty zone flap, catches them under the real world manipulation. Soul gets a double, but Few does it as well, and it's flap on top of it. It's Soul, the Soul member of See You Soon, up against 3, the flicker forward. Soul absolutely obliterated. This time 11 minutes for Falcons AP Bren.
It looked like it would take a little bit longer, but Falcons AP Bren essentially finishes the game at same amount of time. And just, you knew there were some tanky members there from See You Soon, but man, even the Dragon form just getting blasted from this lineup of Falcons AP Bren, not able to withstand that first Lord push. And man, something has to be done here, See You Soon, if they really want to go after the Kings here, the Kings of the world. They got to do something. They got to go back to the drawing board and come up with a better plan, because this was not it. Aside from a couple more kills this game around, it's just still dominance from Falcons AP Bren.
Getting real scary, man. It's getting real scary for everybody in the same bracket as Falcons AP Bren, because they have looked absolutely perfect.
Nearly perfect here. Again, let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst to break down the game number 2.
You know what, Mirko? Trust me when I say, we on the panel here, even though we're not playing, we're pretty scared ourselves. And honestly, looking at this game, a bit more shine for See You Soon. But again, it comes down to, number 1, Kyle Teasy's being amazing on this Hayabusa. This Eve is completely controlling See You Soon. And do we want to touch on the carry pick again?
Yeah. I'll leave that up with Wolf.
Yeah, you know what? Wolf's got that. But what do you guys think of this game?
I believe that Soul is, with all due fairness, I think it's really good. I think this was the game-winning clash, I would say, for FCup, where they actually just really reeled it in against See You Soon. There wasn't enough damage you've seen, and the fact that they have stopped the potential farm coming out from MP the King as well as Soul was also instrumental on how they won. And of course, this one, 10 minutes in, they're going to be setting up the box once again. And because of the fact that if you pop the real-world manipulation first, you'll have so much of a launch pad for Ogwyn to eventually pop the ultimate. In this case, it wasn't, but they don't need it because there's a lot of coverage already coming out from Few with the real-world manipulation. I think it was genius. And I did say that the Lolita eventually will be picked up by Falcons AP Bren. I thought that should be the ban, but instead they banned the Grok. Understandably so. And it felt like, yeah, that Lolita last pick coming out from FCup definitely was a problem for See You Soon.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned See You Soon needing to win out in drafts, and right now it feels like FCap is just completely controlling them. Yeah. Even coming in with the Eve pick, coming in with the Lolita pick, some more off-brand picks that are working so well together. Wolf likes to talk about teams controlling the box. Well, FCap had a literal death box here, and every time See You Soon was caught in it, it was over.
To be fair, the first 3 picks coming up from See You Soon makes a lot of sense to me. Edith is a flex as well. You have the Bane. But I did say that Bane, if you go back to Season 9, Season 10, they hate playing up against Eve all the time. That's why I really love this Eve pick coming up from FCap. The typical answer to that, though, so that you can mitigate it, is to pick up the Mathilda. And in Season 8 of MPLPH, you remember it was Blacklist International went for that master, the Bane plus Mathilda, which is hella scary. I thought that could be a potential fix coming out from See You Soon. And then maybe a Claude, actually. Claude works wonders against Eve. Maybe you're still susceptible from the Lolita, but at the same time, the carry just couldn't cut it, you know?
I mean,
anything but carry.
I feel like MP the King he's feeling claustrophobic because he needed space, but he did not receive any space. The moment he reveals the deadly catch, everyone just gets onto him. And then after that, what are you going to do as a Bane? So honestly, in this game, it does seem like Falcons AP Bren, it's not just the draft, it's in terms of the gameplay as well. They're making sure that they're shutting down all the win conditions that See You Soon has.
Yeah. The timing of their spells, the fact that they're controlling the mid so much, I think they're shutting down the the mid lane rotations coming up from See You Soon. This is Edith plus the Valentina. It should be very fast. It should be very snappy. You go for the flicker plays with your Edith, and then you have the follow-up from the Valentina. But that didn't happen because Lolita was just defensive. This time, the Eve can safely just... It's like a Novaria, but... actually, it's just a Novaria at this point. But from up above, you know, because you clear out the waves without you actually being in front of the waves, with like a Novaria.
Like you're putting yourself outside of the dangerous range, but
that's right.
I don't know, Trax. What else can they do? They even picked up the bait and it didn't work out.
I don't know. It's definitely tough, and FCAP is bringing just this hyper aggressiveness to them. See You Soon is a little too split up sometimes, and FCAP immediately knows that they close in, kind of like with that fight down in the bot lane.
Yeah,
they were just a little late to show up, and then when they were, it was too late. I mean, I don't know. It's big diffs right now.
Yeah.
Well, with that being said, we got our Sony MVP. So let's check out, because it's gonna be the bulletproof Super Marco. And again, dude, giving Super Marcos a hero like the Harif, we see him just like exploding anyone that's in front of him.
Yeah.
Like at this point, what is he not good at?
You have to always assume
not good at dying.
It's pretty bad at dying. That's for sure.
There was one solo kill coming out from. This was
game 1.
No, this was game 1 actually.
Which also showed his dominance as well, Mike.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, for FCAP, they have this Harith. They have access to this Harith, and the carry is. I honestly I can say that it loses the lane.
Beatrix or something?
Yeah, a Beatrix. You know, they can even pick up the Nathan at that point. But again, Lolita is a big threat, so it's probably why they didn't pick it up. But wasn't solved by the carry anyway. So, yeah. There's like even probably a Clint would work versus or an Ixia. You know,
more range.
You want more range. You know, but carry, although some players will just argue that, yeah, I can actually win against Harith. And that's usually what they say. Like, usually what gold laners will tell you is that, yeah, I can actually win against the Harith. I will outplay it. 9 times out of 10, it won't.
Well, it's not like he's losing against Super Marco in lane. The problem is I don't think the carry's working out in the team fights, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times him and Super Marco will both go 0 deaths, deaths. But then once it comes to these team fights, the carry has to get up close. And the way that FCAP's just bringing this tight formation, bringing things like the Eve, bringing things like the Lolita, carry is just essentially useless in those fights.
I agree. With that being said, this is going to be a little bit rough for See You Soon. With that, we're going to go for a short break, giving times for both teams to prepare. So we're going for a break. And now we're back. Falcons AP Brand going up against See You Soon. And unfortunately, we do have to say Falcons AP Brand is 2-0 over See You Soon. And so far, the 2 matches hasn't been close at all. This might be the very first sweep in a knockout stage.
I mean, so far, See You Soon started with 1 kill. Last game, they got to 6 kills. They're growing. They're doing better
So the
every
next one
time.
is 7?
12.
12?
I mean, well, the first one they timed it by 6.
Yeah.
The second, so who knows? Maybe they'll go 36.
We gotta give credit where credit's due.
That's the right mindset.
That's a great attitude, actually.
That's a great attitude. You know what? I love it. I love it. You know what? It's like
we got plenty of time.
Yep.
To bring it to a game 4.
Yep.
Go all 5 games.
Yeah.
Yep.
See You Soon do it.
Oh man.
They have the formula. It's just like going up against the defending world champions is maybe it's a little bit too tall of an ask. I mean, like, it's good that Falcons AP Brand, they're making sure people understand their strength, because again, we saw the video earlier. It's like, we'll remind you guys why we are the world champions.
Exactly. And you can see some I would say a good 30 seconds where we're looking at just MP the King is just cheering up people, his teammates. I think he also mentioned when I did an interview with him that one thing that they didn't have, because they didn't have the coaches, is the morale boost that they needed. And he had to kind of also do that too. Apart from the drafting, he also has to take care of his teammates, make sure that they can still fight in this particular game. Well, we'll see how it goes.
MP the GOAT, man.
MP the GOAT.
He does it all, and he's gotta be the GOAT for this one if they want to match out the Falcons AP Brand. The first thing in my mind when we're looking at the draft here, which, by the way, Falcons AP Brand first pick, See You Soon. The second pick, Falcons AP Brand betting out the Fireman's as well as the Valentina. See You Soon betting out the Louis as well as the Chip. The only thing that's in my head right now, don't get a draft that needs a lot of skill. You need something that gets online almost immediately.
Yeah.
I mean,
and maybe not a carry.
At this time, I think they definitely want to. With the Valentina being banned out, do you ban out the Roger? But Ling's open. FCAP just keeps on forcing them into these positions in the banning phase, man. And at this point, it might be leave the Ling and the Roger open. You know, do a throwaway ban here, take something else out.
Yeah. I don't want to give the Ling up. It's so difficult now. But then you have the Julian to answer that. I think that FCAP has just revealed that they do want to take the Ling first pick. They're daring See You Soon to ban it out. Otherwise, they will take Harith or Roger. Great picks overall. And even the Moskov is still available for FCAP if ever that happens.
Oh.
They're going to go for the trade.
They're going to challenge it. They're going to challenge a possible Ling pick here. Unless Falcons AP Brand is like, you know what? We'll just grab the Roger. But do you really want to give MP the Ling?
Yeah,
just
well,
giggles, you know.
Oh, did let MP the King get the Ling?
No.
MP the Ling.
Oh wait, sorry.
Takes the Ling.
Kyle the Ling.
Soon quickly responds with the Roger. And the Angela. Just to deny it.
Okay, good deny. I love the Angela pick here. And the Valentina being banned means that you don't have the necessary access to it.
They pick up a Terizla here?
Yep. Terizla. Yeah, they do love the Terizla. And then probably...
Yeah,
of course, Harith.
What about Ruby for See You Soon against the Ling?
Well, they pick up the Arlet. I would have recommended the Yuzhong though, because they play it so well. Then this is a flex anyways. Arlet can be played the EXP as well as the.
What about Tigreal though?
Yep.
For See You Soon.
For sure.
I mean, if the Kaja was open, the Kaja would have been an amazing pick. But again, good foresight coming in from Falcons. AP Brand, the world champions, banning out the Kaja. So See You Soon. Are they looking at the mid? Eve gets banned out.
Then you ban Bane, right?
Should you? See You Soon, should you try to ban out the Farsa? Or do you feel like it's fine?
Yeah, you still ban the Farsa. Imagine there is the jumping with the Ling and then the Farsa ultimate to go with it. That's it's very scary.
Oh yeah,
I feel like everything's scary right now. It's what do you?
At this point, few can use a fighter and it's scary.
Yep.
Beatrix mid, bro.
It's gonna be okay. I believe that the Angela should be mid, and then you go Yeah, Tigreal. The Grok also makes a lot of sense. The Cho. They ban the Minotaur. Season really wants to make... we'll definitely get damaged junglers now. Either Roger or go for Julian eventually.
At this point, I want Falcons to be brand to ban out the carry. Just saying. Just letting you guys
good
know.
measure.
Yeah.
If this is a carry pick from See You Soon, I'm just gonna...
You're done?
I'm just done.
I'm done.
You know, I'm gonna get back to the hotel and then let Nice take over here. I think Leo's free today, and I'm gonna call him like, hey Leo, just do it for me.
I mean, they could still go for that Yuzong pick and
no, Yuzong banned.
Yuzong's banned.
Right, so the options, they're dwindling down.
What about Xborg? Against the Riz? How does the...
I think it go Cho.
I like
Boxy.
the Cho pick. I like the Cho pick. At least some kind of pick off, because Boxy the King is a pick off master. That's why his Kaja is feared. So let's hope he has a lot of practice on this show. And on the Xborg pick, I feel like it's just slightly, you know, like against Harif as well as Ling might not be a great shot here. But either ways, Arlen is gonna go EXP anyways.
So you need lockdown from FCAP here.
Vexana? Is that one of the heroes we're looking at here?
I would say Aurora for
Aurora,
FCAP.
yeah.
And then Edith, perhaps. So that you have, they go tag. They snatch it. Oh, well, they don't need the Tiger anymore, but yeah. Aurora looks good for FCAP.
And then See You Soon closes out with a carry.
Or Beatrix. Or anything.
Vexana, okay.
Vexana Tigreal, very solid mid lane, very fast rotations, and you can definitely poke them out and engage quite a few fights. So now we got to look at See You Soon, and they pick up the Natan.
Okay.
Well, this time there is no Lolita, so there's hope.
Okay. Let's go. See You Soon.
Let's go. See You Soon.
No carry. You're going to win it.
Naisu, you don't have to worry. You don't have to replace Wolf. The carry was not picked. The draft has been done by Falcon and CP Brand as well. See You Soon. It's either a 3-0 or it's going to be a 2-1. With that being said, we're heading it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Again, welcome to the caster desk. Naisu and Mirko here. And you know what, Wolf, you can stay there a little bit longer. I'm sure you're going to be there for a while today. But yes, no carry pick this time around. And, you know, honestly, it feels like this time, if Falcons AP Bren wants to do what they've done the previous 2 games by ending it in 11.5 minutes, they could do it with this lineup as well. As we jump into the land of Dawn, it's match point here in this best of 5 between Falcons AP Bren and See You Soon. And also, yeah, we thought that maybe, you know, MP the King would go ahead and get his hands on the Ling, but it's taken for Kyle Teasy here.
Yeah, the fact that they also kind of they were forced to put the Roger in the jungle, right? Because they needed MP to go for these carry picks as well. He needs to be the one dealing damage in the mid lane. Ra's doing a good job, and this is what the Cho provides for See You Soon. Outside of the, you know, obviously pick-off heavy playstyle that See You Soon strives with, it's also the mid-prio that we've been talking a whole lot about. In the early game, I think it's very important for a team like See You Soon, a team that has been very, very aggressive, wants to go for ganks, wants to get the fast pace to get the early game mid-prio. But other than that, though, the fact that MP was forced into the jungle on the Roger just made it so easy for Oakman to go and lock in that Tigreal. Because now it's going to be an easy pick, and for Soul even, I like that it's not a carry. Don't get me wrong here. But also, when is he going to be online? Like, Falcons AP Bren, they have a very fast-paced early game composition too. And if they get a lead with the first 2 turtles, I don't think we're going to get those full items on Natan. Not even a power spike, maybe.
Yeah. Natan needs a while, man. You know, and that's the thing. Like, if you're basing off the previous 2 games, 11.5 minutes or so around that ballpark, you really got to hope that See You Soon extends this game further and hopefully...
See? This is what I was talking about. Soul up top on the Natan. Right on cue. How is he going to survive the kill pressure of a Harith plus a Ling? I mean, the Harith alone is just ridiculous. That's an auto-winning lane even against the carry. Now against the Natan.
Yep, and you know, it's crazy because yesterday we saw, and Wolf talked about this pretty extensively. I think he called it the Natan like bomb move, where he was able to just burst members down. But usually that was the 18+ minute mark. Strange here in the bottom.
Penalty zone onto Felix. He has the Vengeance, goes in for it. Flicker is out. Flap TZ out of Boxy the King's range. He was definitely looking for that Way the Dragon, but it's a good neutral objective pick. At least for See You Soon, right? They're utilizing Falcons AP Brent's maneuvers up top to get more prio in towards the other side of the map. Boxy not able to go for the Way to Dragon. No one there to follow up.
Yeah, no one there. And, you know, going back to it, I think that's the thing. See You Soon, they can lock down some of the objectives and kind of withstand the assault that's going to come from Falcons AP Brent early on. That's great for them because really that's the play, especially when you have a Ling across from you. I mean, MP the King knows this very well. He knows how to go ahead and counterplay into this. And since, you know, because Kyle Teasy, the way he's going to be moving around, putting pressure with the Harith like we talked about, See You Soon's got to rely on pickoff potential that they have with Boxy the King. On the Cho here, okay, already forcing out Sorry I'm Felix. And part of that, too, is utilizing this Angela. The Angela and Roger can actually still be pretty devastating. You know, it can actually work really well together. I still am going to stand by the fact that I think, you know, I'd rather see the Angela in the roam, but because of the case that this is Boxy, it's better that he does play the Cho. It's a pick-off potential hero, and you can hopefully turn the tide here. Again, Boxy has been with See You Soon since the beginning. You know, he's a mainstay here. A lot of these guys have. Oh, Sorry I'm Felix.
Final Slash Flicker. Ogwin just flickers out Boxy.
Okay.
You really didn't have to say his name.
Yeah,
you know, like
I was going
to Curse Naisu. You've been here for a long time too. You should know.
Mirka, it's
not
weird
to do that, bro.
As soon as earlier I was talking about Soul.
Exactly.
You know, saying that now Boxley. All right. Well, you know, that's the Thunderbelt picked up first for Sorry I'm Felix, like we saw Flap do in game 1. So maybe this will help. Again, it's also up to him using the final slashes and initiating some of these team fights once that flicker's available. But right now it just seems pretty kind of nothing's going to happen too crazy at Boxy, though.
Way the Dragon. Shunpo. Good Shunpo out of the
But now he doesn't have it.
But yeah, he doesn't have the Way the Dragon. Doesn't have the Shunpo. But he will be able to zone Few away. In the back line, gets terrified. No Eternal Guard, but the Explosion catches 2. That's the Eternal Guard and the penalty zone. MP the King forced back, trying to go for the Retribution. At least he can get that. No, Kyle takes it away from him. MP will be forced to run away back to his own jungle.
Oh, man. Again, great utilization of Falcons AP Brent, taking information that, all right, Boxy used the flicker earlier, tried to get something to set off, and then they punish him. And I mean, look at the lane alone that's happening in the gold lane, right? Super Marco is just pushing as much as he can, putting pressure there. It leaves Soul like, all right, I got to rotate here in the mid lane.
Boxy getting a good kick onto Fuse, straight into Soul's damage, and Ra, he's the one who picks up the kill. It's probably the worst member to give the kill over to. Now it's going to be Kyle Teasy who walks up forward, just relieving some of the pressure as Super Marco shoves up a full wave up top.
All right, taking a look at the items real quick here. Berserker's Fury already there for Kyle Teasy, and then working on the next. War Axe 2 here for Flap, and on the other side, like I said, Thunderbelt's already locked in there. It's good that Ra has the Flask of the Oasis, helps a little bit more sustain through some of the initiations that's going to happen from Falcons AP Bren. I think main point, though, is yes, Boxy, his work is cut out from this game, because again, what's at stake here? Match point, your key as well. You don't want to see that get crushed this early on, so they have to kind of rely on everything falling into place with the lineup that they brought. And Angela so far has done great things for teams that have drafted her. But yeah, okay, MP the King's going to hold on to that purple buff at least. So still, you know, it's up to the whims of Boxy.
Good terrifying. Now with the way his Dragon locking Ogwin down, but that's going to be an Eternal Guard into the Implosion and a penalty zone too. The combo now as Felix jumps with Vengeance and the final slash. The turnaround. Soul is free, hitting together with MP the King. And they're going to be able to finally find a favorable trade. But then, right as I say that, they get turrets on the bottom lane. Marco's cutting up top, so he should be able to get another 2.
That's a thing that they always do, right? There's a great team fight there for See You Soon, but they also lose something. With Falcons AP Brand and a team like this, you're not always just going to come out unscathed. You're eventually going to lose something. It's kind of a give and take with them. And so with that, See You Soon able to get a couple wins there. Again, that was the power of the Angela as well. Good item pickups here. Boxy once again looking for his own setup with the Way of the Dragon. Turtle's going to start up. Starlium Scythe now also locked in for Soul.
Final slash on the Flap Teasy. Oka with a shove back in the back line. Now Boxy finding the Way of the Dragon, but no one's there to follow it up. The Implosion finds 3, and it's going to be traded back now. Soul is able to get the entropy back towards safety. But again, for Falcons AP Bren, they have found the favorable trade. That's 2 for 1 and a neutral objective. Just so clinical.
Yeah. And that's Flap's job, honestly. Like, anytime you have the Trizla, you know that you're innately tanky. You have Body of Smith, and he has the Brave Smite emblem as well. He's got the War Axe, like we mentioned. Fight for the purple, and it's taken. Oh, Kyle.
Oh, Kyle. Now just flying past people. 1,000 gold ahead already. Boxy's looking for a pick, but even then, right, he's really going to have to calculate a whole lot. If he goes on to Super Marco, there's a Purify. It's a bit tough to go on Few because he's always just next to Ogwen, and he can just try to look for an implosion. Marco again dodging away from the final slash, just with a little bit of a sidestep there. Pops into Zaman Force 2 and now clears up the way.
Super Marco uses his Summon Force just, you know, anytime nearly
every time it's up.
He's just utilizing it to farm, to put pressure on these objectives, these turrets. Again, Boxy. Oh,
penalty zone straight into Soul. The entropy gets him up, but Kyle's finishes him off under the tier 2. One! Implosion onto 3, finding them all. The final slash gets them with a disengage, but now Felix is all alone, right with MP the King, who goes in forward. Synchro Fish and takes him out. It looked good for a second, but then you remember it's Falcons AP Bren.
Oh, we're going to take a look at the STC replay here. Again, a great setup from FlapTZ under the turret, and then look for Ogwen as well.
Masterful.
What an implosion. Brings him back to the team. Still, again, the sustain coming out from this lineup with the Angela is great from Soon, but still, Super Marco jumps in again as soon as that he sees that opening with his Almond Force. You can see Flap here, of course, feeling pretty good about that. And, you know, that's the thing. It's the trading of ultimates that happens here for Falcons AP Bren, where, you know, one will initiate sometimes, most of the time it's Flap, and then Ogwen follows up. And the rest of the team, I mean, we're not even talking about the Eternal Guard. That knockup that comes from that also plays a part in this whole game plan here. So already just, there's the endless battle now for Kyle Tease. He's got 3 items locked in already on this Ling. Very strong, 1,000 gold ahead of MP the King here. Now that Lord's up though, this is the thing for Soon. They have to watch out for the initiation just like we saw previously. Falcons AP Bren will go ahead and get set up here. Conceal going to be used just to possibly make a play on Soul. They get spotted out though. So they're forcing them back. At least they get sights on these members from Soon. They're going to have to keep Ra there, kind of keeping the waves under control though. And now this might be some form of a semblance of an actual Lord dance. The Holy Crystal is also picked up here for Super Marco. No team, though, want to commit to the Lord just yet, waiting for the waves to be managed here. Boxy, can he make a play? He's been doing it time and time again so far. No flicker available for Sorry on Felix. So Lord's going to get pulled out. Boxy has the information. He's going to get spotted out now. There he is.
Terrified, shoved back and deleted. Boxy, Gwen. Flickers forward, unable to find that. Now Felix with the final slash, going to be displayed right now. His penalty zone locks him back in the back line. Super Marco, Zaman Force, Felix going to be dealt with by Kaltizi and Ogwen. And again, it's Falcons AP Bren who utilize the chaos in their favor.
How? Again, with Soon, they lose 2 members plus the objective in the exchange for Falcons AP Bren, and now in a position where they're going to be marching in with this Lord here. Getting themselves 3,000-4,000 gold ahead. See you soon on the defense. Looking at the items, you're still looking for that Holy Crystal for Soul. You know, he's been trying to farm as much as he could, but he's just behind right now, especially against Super Marco. We'll see if he's able to lock it in, and once that Holy Crystal does come online, will he be able to help with the defense here as they try to hold on to this tier 2 in the mid. But lanes pushing in, Lord on the top side. Soon's going to find themselves for a defense for possibly their lives here at the mid-season cup. Their lives and their key as well against Falcons AP Bren, as now they approach the base here. Lord still working on those minions top side, looking to pop these shields.
They already got one Holy Defense in the mid lane. Baited out. Still have a couple of waves crashing down into the base. Bottom lane dealing with the Holy Defense again as MP the King gets thrown there. Ogwen has the Concealed Soul, finds the Holy Crystal. That's actually pretty good timing. Boxy goes to the back line, finding Few with a way to drag him, but in the back line is going to be Ogwen who gets deleted as well. Now Soul engaged upon Kaltiz on the top of the blades as that Boxy getting deleted. Kyle will lose his life, and it's a good defense from Soon. Now chasing Super Marco down. He doesn't have the Zaman Force anymore, trying to run away as MP continues to chase with a Lycan form. Go with Lycan, pounce right into the shutdown. MP the King with the chase again. Now with a Lycan form, looking for the pounce. Few gonna be taken down now by Ra. It's a wipeout for See You Soon.
See You Soon. With their backs against the wall with a lead from Falcons AP Bren will extend further into the game, and MP the King now feeling it after that wipeout. Now Falcons AP Bren, it looks like, you know, maybe they were a little too overzealous pushing that one in. That was a mistake on their part, and a great play from See You Soon, finally able to stay in this game, and that might be enough now. Again, when we talk about the lineup they have to buy the time for Seoul here on this Natan. MP the King, though, also just pretty much online, evens things out really well against Kyle Teasy. So now this kind of checks Falcons AP Bren, you know, and as we take a look at the items here, look at that, already locked in. He's got that Feather of Heaven, he's got the Starlium Scythe, the Holy Crystal, and he's working on the next here. Could possibly also for some more penetration with the Divine Glaive if he goes that route. But hey, I think Falcons AP Bren, they're like, all right, we gotta be careful on the next push there. And this also pushed See You Soon in a good position for the next Lord.
It really does, and I was actually really impressed, right? The fact that Seoul was still able to get the Holy Crystal at, I would say, a normal time. The fact that he got the Holy Crystal there before the defense started, before the full fight started, and now he already has the Blood Wings. So really, really fast items for Seoul despite the early shutdown by Falcons AP Bren up top by Kyle Teasy as well.
Okay. Lord once again, and this is like, you know, the new version of the Lord dance that we're seeing a lot of these teams kind of go about. We'll start it up Boxy though.
Good terrified final slash 3-man. Ogun finds the implosion right now. That's hitting Soul free, hitting in the back line, but Kyle finds the Tempest of Blaze, knocks Soul up, finds a double. Now it's gonna be Felix dealt with. Kyle's looking for the triple kill, and he will not be able to find it. Felix able to use the Vengeance one more time, and the good lockdown as MP the King also takes him out of the back. That's a triple kill now locked in by Kyle Teasy, but MP is hungry for more. Few gonna be ran down by MP. MP the King, now MP the Lycan as he scratches Few down. It's a triple kill for MP.
Oh man, MP the King. We're gonna take a look at the SCC replay again. Initiation started here, and look at the layering from Falcons AP Bren. Kyle Teasy will find Soul, and that's a huge part, but they don't have an answer for the healing and sustainability coming out with Ra and MP the King. Literally taking this series and saying, you know, we're gonna put this on our shoulders and go through it. Can they continue to do that? Kyle, though, is he gonna be able to seal this?
He has a way to Dragon. He will be able to find it. Kyle Teasy locked down MP with the Lord. Tempest plays the great escape. Soul takes him out with the entropy forward.
The shifts have shifted. As now See You Soon is now in the driver's seat for this game with this Lord coming up here. Again, looking at the items, Ra also picking up the Holy Crystal. He already had the fleeting time. And this is difficult now for Falcons AP Bren. A Malefic Roar going to be locked in for Kyle Teasy here. And once again, it's more so the fact of Falcons AP Bren being like, all right, we got to respect this timing, this power spike of this lineup. Divine Glaive also locked in for Soul. This is the moments where you see these Natans really pop off. Lord going to go ahead and charge in. And now See You Soon, first time of the series, going to be approaching the base.
Look at the entropy now by Soul, taking the turret down in the bottom lane, all alone, dealing so much damage. Boxy finding Few with way in the Dragon right into the final slash, and Few will just be taken out by Soul. Boxy losing immortality, Super Marco getting rid of him now as he jumps in with his Zaman Force. Felix Vengeance not able to find more just yet, but the hard guard is on him. Ogwin finds a big implosion straight into the penalty zone, now bringing MP the King back into Kyle Teasy. Time of the blade, Soul not able to survive. Again, Falcons AP Bren find the play. It's a good synchro vision to cancel out the final slash. Felix with the flicker out, but Marco finds the triple. Falcons AP Bren have wiped See You Soon out.
And with that wipeout, they're just gonna run it down mid. A couple seconds here left for Boxy, but I'm not sure if he's gonna have enough time.
All alone on the Cho, his signature pick. Falcons AP Bren looking for the end. Boxy the King gonna be knocked up now with the Zaman Force 2. See You Soon were made to be stronger, but they are up against the strongest.
And the Falcons will decisively ground the Owls. The reigning champions of the world will defeat the one who once conquered the Sky Kings, and will be sending them out of the knockout stage here. Falcons AP Bren, man. Just when you thought See You Soon would be able to switch things around, they were in the base. But that last team fight miscalculated from See You Soon, taking things a little bit too far. Thought they had the power spikes they needed, the items they needed to go toe-to-toe in the team fight. But Falcons AP brand waited. They waited for that hard guard to be done. They waited to reinitiate, and they layered again the ultimates they brought to this table with this composition and won that team fight to change the course of this game and get them that sweep.
Again, a phenomenal performance by Falcons AP brand. It was another game that looked like it was over from the start, but then See You Soon, somehow, some way, they were able to defend. They were still able to get Soul on those item power spikes, MP the King on those item power spikes, which is very, very impressive still. But in the end, Falcons AP brand, with their composure, with their cold nature, they just stayed patient and waited for a mistake, waited for a hole to be exploited.
Yeah, that's the discipline of these world champions here on the route to try to get the MSC title as well. But that's going to be it for us here on the caster desk for this match one. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko. We're going to throw it over to the stage to go ahead and hear from the teams here and, of course, our hosts. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our first sweep of the knockout stage for the mid-season cup here at the Esports World Cup, Falcons AP Bren take down Team See You Soon.
Congratulations, we're here with Super Marco. Ang lupit, ang galing. Now, you were, out of amongst all the players for MSC 2024, you had the highest KDA in the group stage at 20.67. Are you finding this easy? How are you finding this campaign so far? You make it look so easy.
Sanay na po kasi sa mag-play safe, kaya ganun yung KDA ko po.
He's used to playing safe. That's why his KDA is so high. But this entire competition so far, how are you finding it? Unblemished record. Nadalian ka ba?
Medyo madali po.
Oh yeah? He's saying he's finding it easy right now.
I mean, well, he's finding it very easy, but my next question to you won't be. Going to the semifinals, you will be facing Team Liquid Echo. And knowing how the finals went last time in MPLPH for Season 13, how do you feel going into that next series? Do you think you can get revenge on Liquid Echo?
Sobrang exciting kasi ibang EP brand na yung mga kalaban nila eh.
He finds it really exciting because they'll be going up against a different AP brand, different level of AP brand. And now, because of your win today, you will now receive your opponent's key. See you. Please come forward and hand over your golden key. The winner for this match will receive this key and crush this later on.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the result of our knockout stage. That is the result of every single best of 5. You only have one chance to prove yourself. You only have one chance to defend your key. And Falcons AP Bren managed to do exactly that as they took down See You Soon in our first 3-0.
Now, what do you have to say to your next opponent and to the fans of the Hive?
Sa Team Liquid, good luck sa atin. Kahit sino na mapasok sa atin, basta Philippines. Shoutout sa mga pala dyan, mga sumuporta sa amin dito sa venue, tapos sa mga kasuporta sa amin sa mga fans sa online.
He's wishing Liquid Echo good luck, and it doesn't matter who makes it as long as it's Philippines. And to all the fans, he's thanking everyone for all their support. Congratulations once again, and show the key to everyone. Congratulations.
Congratulations once again, Super Marco. Thank you very much for joining us. And now we're going to head on over to our studio to break down that last series and tell us exactly how we just managed to witness our first 3-0 of the knockout stage. Boys and girls, take it away.
Let me just say, this was the best game of this entire match. Because See You Soon almost had it, but when they threw, the entire studio, not just the English side, everyone's like, no, this can't be happening.
The fact that there's a lot of good initiation from both teams, and there were so many team fights that happened in this game, so many shutdowns. In fact, That's how it got prolonged. However, it kind of felt like FCAP really had the control of the tempo for the entirety of the game. I think for the first, 15 minutes, we're completely controlling it. But then there will be some plays. Defense coming up from CU Soon is going to be pretty solid. Unfortunately, their offense wasn't as good as their... their turret push is not as good as their turret defense.
No, it's
Control that Lord pit.
It's just at the end, man. MB the King was 1v5, man. 1v5-ing.
This was it right here.
Yeah, this was start.
He gets the heart guard, freezes up real quick, and then just starts popping off. And at this moment, it felt reminiscent of group stage. MP King had the game in his hands.
Look at the acquisition as well. He's going to be... he actually utilizes the Lycan bounce or the jump, the tumble, every time that he knows that he can land the shot. But Boxy overheating at this moment. Really good stuff that they catch few. But this actually went badly for CU Soon afterwards.
They could have stopped there.
Master Ogwen, man, catching two.
Oh, man.
My heart broke when I saw that. Like, I was actually ready for CU Soon, but Falcons EB Brand is just too good.
There weren't any stacks for Soul as well. He got one hit delete by the...
and Caldeezy as well.
In that particular play, you saw how big the damage was coming out from the Harith. And there wasn't any way that Soul will be able to survive that, already utilizing the entropy. And he didn't have enough passive stacks to kind of shut down Harith as well. You're right, Trex. They could have stopped.
They could have stopped
after the kill.
And there's the discipline. And I think sometimes when you start to get that comeback, you start to get some momentum. It feeds you just a little bit too much. And instead of pulling back after breaking the inhibitor, they go in an Ogwen from mid to late there. He was just landing those implosions, and all it took was one. And GG's well played.
Trex, what were we talking about? CU Soon getting number one kill?
Yeah, 1 kill plus 6 kills. Is 16 kills.
Right.
If they would have won, it would have been glorious, but...
I'm pretty sure 1 plus 6 is 7?
1.
Not in my
6,
country.
16.
Not in our country.
I mean...
Yeah, not in the Philippines, bro.
I'm not an analyst. I'm a host, so I'm just guessing here. But Super Marco, man. 77,000 damage dealt. Someone's got to stop this guy. And to be fair, it looked like the guy that's going to stop him is MP the King, but looks like the King ain't enough.
Crown is heavy.
The crown is very heavy, but not for Falcons EP brand though.
That's because they have wings.
Okay,
right.
Falcons EP brand, are they Falcons or are they bees?
They're Balkans. Yeah.
You know, I'll take that one. Yeah,
they're beacons.
Did you know that bees dance to communicate?
I do, actually. I do.
Oh, so Maljean is a bee.
Yeah, that's why he dances so much.
Speaking of dances, looking at the dances that Falcons EP brand did this one, and the final tango coming in from Master Ogwen catching 2, that's game decided. That's like GG's. Like the moment MP the King dies, like, you know what? What else can you do? This is a jungler Roger, no Purify.
Yep. That's right. That's one thing that you always have to think about when you are playing the jungle Roger. That you don't want to overheat because you can be punished. I believe that the condition for CU Soon is to always fight outside of their base, outside of the base of Falcons, I would say. And yeah, hindsight is 2020, but man, I think they should have just backed out afterwards. It's very clear at that moment.
Close.
It's decisions that make an end games, though, and that's what we see. We've seen it with many teams here, and that's been the big difference maker between the greatest, the mid-tier, and the lowest tier, right? It's how many mistakes can you make in a game, and what will cost you it.
Looks like in this game, it just took one. I mean, I'm sure there's more mistakes, but that one mistake felt like 2 million.
200K USD.
200,000.
Yeah, 200,000.
That's
200K USD.
That's a lot.
Mistake.
That's a very expensive mistake, and again,
God, when you put it like that,
bulletproof Super Marco, man. Like this lineup is stacked, right? You got the Idol of the Kids few, you got bulletproof Super Marco.
That's right.
You got Master Ogwen.
Yep.
And honestly, at this point, Kyle as well. He needs his name up there. Like he's the TZ Air, but at this point, I feel like it's his own name at this point.
You watch a lot of Game of Thrones, people.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you? You don't?
Nah.
Yeah, Cal TZ is like the heir to the throne of the TZ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last
like
first of his name.
First of his name. Because Cal
Father of
TZ was
Dragons, father of Falcons.
Father of Falcons. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, holds the he is the wielder of the blade of the TZ title. You know.
Okay.
Yep. So that's yeah, that's how we
It's
painted
not Carl. It's Kyle.
Yeah, because Carl left his house and went to another house. So the heir to the throne is now Kyle TZ.
The show you guys are
Houses
referencing
have
to
split
sounds
apart.
Exactly.
amazing. The
It's
show
like
you
what
guys
happens.
What
The
happened?
house gets split. That happens.
Yeah, that's right.
With that being said, still, we got to talk about how Falcons AP Bren, the only team so far in the knockout stage, managing to end their match with a sweep. Even though it looked close, Siusun almost got game number 3. Falcons AP Bren was able to close it down. So I feel like the conversation around Falcons AP Bren is not surprising to say that they're probably the favorites to win it all, because even TLPH, Team Liquid Echo, look like there are times when they struggle a little bit. And I believe we talked about this yesterday, Wolf, where even like before today, I was like, I think Falcons AP Bren is going to take it all.
You did say that. I think that any team from the Philippines could have taken it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that.
Okay.
But yeah, but it's very true. I think Falcons AP Bren, they're very far away from their performance during MPLPH season 13. In fact, their performance now in the MSC during the group stage and now first round of knockouts is very reminiscent of their dominance in M5, right? Because they're picking up all these heroes. Flap DC is going crazy. Once again, they're very confident. Bulletproof Marco is still bulletproof, and yeah, we've seen a lot of glimpses of their M5 dominance here.
Speaking of dominance, again, we saw in game number 3, a lot of plays were being made. So, Wolf, with the assistance of Bob, can you show us what happened in the game?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, who's Bob?
Yeah,
It's
this is
illustrated.
Bob.
That's Bob.
Yep.
Does it stand for something? Bionicle order.
Yeah, in a
No,
way.
it's just Bob.
It's just Bob.
Just
But
Bob.
with all due fairness, let's actually zoom into this part of the defense coming up from See You Soon, because I feel like FCAP actually made the right decision, and I think that when you look at Phil, he's always gonna be doing the smartest thing in the world, which is in this case zone out the members of See You Soon first. So he pops the Eternal Guard, but then the most important play is going to be what Soul did here. So you may not be able to notice it properly, but basically Soul essentially utilized the interference
of the second skill.
Yeah, that's the push, right?
That's the Rasengan.
Yes. So he pushed Ogwin so that Ogwin wasn't able to actually land the good angle for the implosion or for any knockup or anything, or maybe even a pushback, and that meant that now Falcons AP Bren were in a big disadvantage, and now it was just up to MP the King to clean up, and that is by the way a very good dodge coming out from Mr. MP the King. You can see it once again. Look at that. He actually utilized the Lycan Pounce to dodge one of the spells of the Harriet so that they eventually will be able to snowball, even dodging that spell again coming out from Q. So we rewind it back so that he will not be slow. Look at that. He went around it. Yep. And Trex is going to demonstrate that in person for all of you guys.
Wait, what?
Later on. So essentially,
We have a lot of time.
We have a lot of time, yeah. So that is one of the plays coming out from See You Soon. I'm sure that you guys were looking for a play coming out from Falcons AP Bren. There's plenty. We got time to explain that. For now, I kind of want to celebrate the team See You Soon because with all due fairness, it looked like it was a game that they could have won.
With that being said, we got to check out our Sony MVP of the game. And guess what? It's going to be the bulletproof Super Marco. And again, like, someone's got to stop this guy.
Someone.
And again, like, their journey, they have more teams to face. It's going to be TLPH after this. I don't know if they're able to stop Super Marco because we heard in the interview where Hit said, I don't know, for now it seems easy.
He did say that.
He says that MSC for now is pretty easy.
Maro's translation was actually on point. Like, Super Marco did not even try mincing his words. He just literally said that it looked easy for him. Well, he also said that it's mainly because he's used to this place now where he's just playing safe. By the way, good chain of events coming out from Falcons AP Brand, but they were able to punish the Ling this time with the usage of the hard card. I believe that Falcons AP Brand might have been shocked for the power of the Flask and the Favor at around the 8-minute mark, and they did not calculate that properly. Eventually, it will be another set of team fights where MP the King, once again, it's going to be looking for good angles, good usage of the Lycan Pounds, resets, and obviously the target acquisition in this regard. But then, Ogwen is going to make the $200,000 play.
Most expensive play overall.
Wow.
Entire tournament.
I wonder if the members of Falcons AP Brand are, maybe just a little bit of coffee, just a little bit of maybe a jersey perhaps can throw it in there, because they already have like millions of pesos already like in the bag,
With that being said, we got to look at Super Marco, 7.5 KDA, 75% kill participation. And again, Super Marco, he can use, like, I would say Harif, even though with the Holy Crystal is a huge power spike, I kind of feel like Harif is one of those heroes. 2 items is enough for you to brawl, for you to skirmish. But again, Super Marco just finds ways to farm very, very fast. Speaking of that, with the Bargain Hunter, of course he's going to reach his items fast.
And that's all he has to do, right? And he gets involved.
And now we got Master Ogwen here at the studio, where first of all, congratulations for your win against See You Soon. How you feel after the match?
I feel good. And
feel good?
Yeah, and we secured our semifinal spot.
Securing the semifinal spot, securing at least 200,000 US dollars. So that's a lot of money already for Falcons AP Brand. But Ogwen, I do have to ask, game number 3, it looked like MP the King on the Roger almost won the game for See You Soon, but you made that one play, that 200,000 US dollar play. How was it that you were able to catch MP the King?
First of all, it's Roger jungle, so he doesn't have a purify. And I think they're pretty confident on their push. So I just punished them of what they done.
So it's more on them making the mistake, and then you're just like, well, you don't have a purify. Guess what? Implosion all day, baby.
You crushed their confidence.
Oh, that's, he's just basically yes and yes. As simple as that.
I mean, honestly, Super Marco did say so far MSC has been pretty easy so far. Do you feel the same way? Do you feel like MSC so far has been easy for you guys?
I think the hardest part is coming, so we are prepared.
Oh.
I mean, honestly, with your performance, I believe, like talking to everyone around, when we're having lunch, dinner, etc., a lot of people are having confidence that Falcon AP Brand would be the one to win it all. Now, the very simple question is, you guys were able to get 3-0 against See You Soon. In terms of revenge, do you actually want to go all 5 games against Team Liquid Echo, or do you want to crush them 3-0 as well?
I think, of behalf of Flap, I think we want to crush them in 3-0.
On behalf of Flap, okay. I do have a question. We're speaking.
Oh, look at the Tigreal.
Oh yeah, his Tigreal. All right. So I do have a question for Ogwen. Okay. And when you talk about like conversations during lunch and dinner, I actually had a conversation with some of the members of AP Brand, and they say that you are kind of super. I mean, Falcons AP Brand are kind of superstitious, right? And they feel like having a kid or a new child in the team,
a
baby basically is lucky. And Ogwen, you recently just You had more, right? So do you think that's a lucky charm for you?
I think it's a new motivation for me. And
okay,
to win it all for my for my boy.
Yeah, for your boy. How old? Weeks old, right?
Yeah, I think 2 weeks old.
See?
Oh, so do you recommend other players to have babies as well?
No.
All right. With that being said, we got to look at the STC predictions. Let's see what you guys thought who was going to win. So, and it looks like 82% went for Falcons AP Brand. 18% goes for See You Soon. And looks like you guys are all correct. What do you think, Ogwen, after seeing the results of people's predictions?
I think it's quite accurate.
Do you think there should have been more for you guys?
Nah.
That's good?
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Good
I got to ask as well, because we're seeing your hero here, the Tigreal. Talk about the Tigreal pick. Was it you're the one that suggested to take the Tigreal, or was it the coaching staff?
I think it's Kel TC's suggestion. It's a Roger jungle, so I think I have a pretty easy catch if ever, we have a clash.
I do have to say, because right now, in terms of unique hero picks, we have like 77 unique heroes used. We're still waiting to break that 80 unique heroes. So I do have to ask, going up against CLPH and possibly going to the grand finals, there's more opportunities for you guys to show amazing heroes. Is there any kind of hero that you would like to use, but the team hasn't let you use yet?
We have more heroes, I think.
Yeah.
We haven't showed yet in the playoffs, so playoff stage. So we're just hoping that it fits.
There you go. You guys heard it here first. Hanabi Rome might be might be there because her ult can set up a very big team fight, kind of like a Minotaur, like a Tigreal. So Hanabi Roma, watch out for that.
Kind of like
Do
a
you guys have
Carmelo.
questions as well?
How do you feel about the meta right now? Like, we've had big changes. Utilities jungle still kind of viable, but with a lot more assassins, Do you think the team's adapted to it very well? Do you enjoy it? What are your thoughts on it right now?
I think we have the upper hand right now because Caltisis mainly use assassins. So I think we're pretty much have the advantage here in the meta.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the performance, I would agree. Like, in terms of comfort, it looks like you guys are very much comfortable. Now, we have some clips of Ogwen's plays, and maybe we can ask what was going through your mind when you guys are making these plays. So this is the one up top. What went wrong when it comes to engaging on to See You Soon, but they were able to come back for this one? Oh, wait, no. Oh, this was the first game. Yeah, talk us through the first game.
Yeah.
How was it for you guys going up against See You Soon?
I think the first game is really they get countered in our composition, and I think we have the best
first game was
better
Lilia.
composition against See You Soon.
Yeah.
Do you feel like at any point have you guys lost the draft against you soon?
I think game 3 is pretty close.
Game 3 is pretty close. Yeah. Now, Wolf personally didn't like the carry pick for game 1 and game 2. Do you feel like the carry pick was okay for See You Soon in game 1 and game 2?
We read their draft.
Yeah.
Because if you have carry in the team, you must ban Kaja.
All right.
It's a combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you think about the carry in general? Do you think it will work? Oh.
I think carry in some games. I think if you use utility jungle.
Yeah, utility jungle. I feel like you need more of that box to surround you so you can be safe, right?
I mean, I don't know. Looking at the meta right now, especially how Falcon CP Brand is playing it, personally for me, with Kyle using all of these damage-dealing junglers, perhaps carry is not really the right pick. Now, while you're still here, I want to pick your brain a little bit. Upcoming next is going to be Homeboys going up against NIP Flash. Now, yesterday, Sanji said it's going to go 5 games over to Fireflux. He was half correct. It did go 5 games, but it went over to Slangray Giants. So for you, you've been playing with the teams. You've seen how they play. Who do you think is going to win this, and what's the score going to be?
I think it's 3-1 favor of Homeboys.
Ooh. Why do you
didn't
think
just say
is?
that for LaFell?
Oh, yeah. Don't mind Lafel. Just,
Yeah, you can tell us what you
It's
do.
okay. Whatever you think. Yeah.
I think 3-2.
3-2.
Okay.
Homeboy still. Or no, NFA Flash.
Either.
Hey, come on.
Okay.
Homeboys is their friend, okay? Homeboys is their friend. And with that being said, I do want to say thank you very much, Master Ogwen. Now, you can look into the camera and share, say whatever you want to say to all the fans watching.
Thank you so much for the fans that watching us. Tsaka especially doon sa bahay lang dyan nanonood, tsaka sa girlfriend ko, tsaka sa mama ng girlfriend ko. Maraming salamat po.
Yeah. Do I need to just say, I mean, just shout outs to his girlfriend and his girlfriend's mother. And to everyone, and most especially to those who are just watching at home, the supporting Falcon CP brand.
All right, there we go. Thank you very much to Master Ogwen. Again, you guys saw that was an amazing matchup between Falcons AP brand going up against See You Soon. See You Soon was pretty close in game number 3, but again was unable to close out the game. Falcons AP brand will proceed to the brackets where they'll be facing up against Team Liquid Echo. And again, sooner or later, it is going to be a matchup between NIP Flash going up against Homeboys. But before that, for you guys at home, make sure you guys Capture moments like a pro with the 6-axis hybrid gimbal stabilized equipped camera. Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of MSC 2024, so make sure you guys grab it quick. And again, honestly, for this matchup, it was pretty one-sided. I was going into today thinking that we'll go all 5 games. But for you guys at home, something that I want to know as well, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. What else do you guys want to see throughout this entire MSC? Because here's the thing, we're very close towards the grand finals because tomorrow's going to be another game. The day after that's going to be another game. And then the grand finals will be up as well. The Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown is going to be between NIP Flash going up against Homeboys. And again, listening to what Master Ogwen had to say, could go 3-1, could go 3-2. And after some convincing from the analysts, we have no idea who he said is going to win. Did he actually say who's going to win?
He did say Homeboys.
Said Homeboys first.
Yeah, but then we noticed that he was just looking at you. He looks really terrified. It's like,
maybe because I called him Master.
What?
Master Ogwen?
Master.
Yeah.
I've been saying that the entire time.
I don't know.
I understand. I mean, I think, he did, to answer your question, he did say Homeboys. But like you said, he may or may not have done that just because you're here.
And we're all
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. As a host, I don't usually get a lot of love, so whenever I receive it, you know what? I really appreciate it. But with that being said, thank you very much, analysts, Trex, as well as Wolf. We're going for a short break before we start our next series. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We will be back right after this.
You are not the first. Those who sought to seal us in this prison found their souls ripped asunder. Are you so eager to share their fate?
By oath and blade. Your reign ends here.
Thunderbolt. Every few seconds, the next basic attack will deal additional true damage based on hybrid defense to the target and surrounding units. Hitting enemy heroes will permanently increase hybrid defense. Skypiercer. Dealing damage to a low HP enemy hero, execute the target immediately, and each kill increases the execution threshold. Winter Crown. It now features adaptive attributes that apply to all heroes, and its active skill grants immunity to all damage and effects for a short duration. Malefic Gun. Increases basic attack range to kite the enemies more easily.
Okay.
We are here back at MSC 2024 for a special segment where we get to know the players a little bit better and also ask them some interesting questions to see what they decide to choose. Today, we're going to play a little bit of a game to keep things interesting. We're going to ask them certain questions, and it's up to you guys to be able to decide which player this relates to the most. Today, we have NitFlash in the building. You've seen them dominate all the way out in Singapore and now here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh for MSC 2024, and congratulations on making it into the knockout phase. Yeah. I have Lozy and also Hades, the roam and the jungler for NitFlash. You guys ready to play?
Of course, man. Anytime.
All right, it's gonna get intense.
It's gonna get intense.
So the first question on the board is, who on your team would go a week without showering? See, I'm really curious to see if they pick the same answer. That's gonna be the secret to it, but we'll have to see who they decide. 1 week without showering. Be really tough out here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. It's very, very hot. All right, guys, so they have their answers. You guys, I'm gonna count to 3, and you'll show it. I wonder if it's gonna be the same answer. 1, 2, 3. Let's go ahead and see. Oh! So you picked Hades.
Hades, yeah, man.
See, he picked
Curteasy.
So Hades, is that true? No. Oh, not true.
That's why he's lying. I'm writing the truth, man. He doesn't want to admit.
Okay, question number 2. You guys ready?
Yep.
Who on your team is most likely to end up on a news headline?
On a news headline. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Let's go for bad thing.
Bad thing.
Bad thing.
Who's gonna? Bad thing. Shit,
Who's the
man.
troublemaker?
Who's the troublemaker?
Look up at the news and what name do you expect to see from your team? See, I'm really interested to see this one. I want to see which player this is. They didn't pick the same answer last time, but we'll see. So on 3, we'll go ahead and showcase to the world who would end up on a news headline. 1, 2, 3. Let us see.
Vanix!
Oh,
there's no way.
Vanix! Oh my gosh.
Bad thing,
Yeah, bro. And Lolsey, you
I'll
picked
write
yourself.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, so you're the troublemaker.
I think I'm the troublemaker in the team. They're all pretty nice kids. I look like the worst. So I picked myself, yeah.
Well, at least you're honest.
I'm
you know?
honest,
So I
man,
mean,
I'm
I don't.
honest.
That'd probably be on the good news
Yeah,
if you're being
maybe.
honest. You know. So, speaking of honesty, next question on the board: Who is most likely to fart in a full elevator?
Oh my god. This simple ones.
Oh, he already had the answer ready to
this
go.
too simple, man.
This must have happened.
If he doesn't get the same answer as me, I'm going to slap him, man. On TV, on live. Man.
It sounds like this must have happened recently.
I think so, man.
You think so? Maybe on the way down here,
Too
right?
many times, man.
Too many times.
This is too common, man. This is too common of a question. All right.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and see those answers. 1, 2, 3. Oh, guilty as charged.
Guilty is charged.
This is why you're on the news headline.
Yeah, this is why. This is why.
Wow.
Always doing the bad things. You
Several
see?
times.
For the first time, we have some telepathy, right?
Yeah, this is the first time you guys are agreeing.
Yeah, I admitted it myself.
All right, you guys ready for the next question?
All right.
Who is most likely to flame their own teammate?
Flame their own teammate.
Ooh, they gotta think about this one.
Okay.
Which one of your teammates would be most likely
Okay, I got
to
it,
flame
man.
the rest? Oh, he already has it.
I have
See,
it.
he's quick with the answers. Lolsey.
It's fast.
Yeah, Hades got to think about it a little bit. He
He's
has
still
to
doing
think.
his jungle, you know. I'm really prepared to engage. He's still farming.
Well, speaking of engaging, let's go ahead and see those answers. 1, 2, 3, and here we go.
8.
Oh, Vanix.
Vanix.
But you picked
Pick
yourself.
himself. But
Oh.
I would say that his is more of a friendly banter. Yeah, but maybe his one is the more serious one.
More
But
serious.
he's more likely to flame us. Vanix.
Well, I'd definitely like to get an exclusive behind the scenes of a flame
Yeah.
session and see how that goes with Nip Flash. Speaking of Nip Flash, guys, we're running out of questions. We only got 2 more to go.
2 more, all right, man.
Are y'all ready for the next one?
Yeah.
All right, so who is most likely to be late on your team?
Late. There's no way we pick different. Most likely.
I
hope we have the same
See, now they don't
answer,
want to
bro.
choose themselves. You got to think about this one, huh? You show up to practice. Who's the one that shows up late?
Ooh.
He's thinking.
It's between. I'll write 2, man. I'll write 2. I'll
Oh,
write
2. Okay, so we got a couple.
I
of
write
players.
to also.
I'll write 2 also. Then for sure, if we both have not even one same, it's over. We're no longer teammates.
I'm curious to see if you both have the same answers.
all right.
Since you both are picking 2 players. Y'all ready?
Ooh,
Oh,
never mind.
He's about to end up writing the whole entire
let's
team
go like this. Let's
in a
go.
matter of seconds. Okay, so let's see those answers in 1, 2, 3.
Oh my
god.
Okay, at least you have one same.
Yeah.
So Diablo is the similarity
yeah,
between both of you, huh?
similarity,
So we'll give it to Diablo.
Give it to
Since
Diablo, we'll
both
give
of
it
you
to
picked
Diablo.
Diablo. All right, guys, one more question,
Last one, that'll be ending
Last
with a
one.
bang, man.
but the best one.
Yeah, for the best one.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Ever ready?
All right, who is most likely to give the best advice for Nip Flash?
Best advice.
Advice. In what way, man? In what sense?
Best advice in terms of
Life or
Life.
game? Life.
Let's do
Life?
both. Let's do life first.
Life first.
Now,
Okay,
how about
life
the
first.
first name you write is life, and the second one you write is game.
Okay, game.
Life first, then
Life
game.
first, then game.
Life
huh?
on top, game on bottom. Yep, only one name for each.
Easy.
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 Nip Flash, you gotta love him. I love the
Done.
energy. Oh, he's done.
I'm done also.
All right, you're done as well. All right, guys. Final question of the day for Nip Flash. Let's go ahead and see those answers on 1, 2, 3. Oh, Lozzy and Kirksey. Oh, you picked Lozzy as well.
Of course.
Oh,
Because
so
he's the
for
oldest
life,
in the team.
I guess I know who to talk to.
You know what? Yeah, man.
But weren't you the one on the headlines for the bad news?
Bad news, good news, everything, man.
Everything.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Master of none. Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nip Flash, guys, thank you so much for
you
taking
so
your time
much.
today to answer these questions, and good luck in the knockout phase.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at the Esports World Cup with me, LaFell, our analyst, Wolf as well as Strikes. As you guys can see, we have a special guest, Anti-Mage, all the way from Indonesia. So, Anti-Mage, how are you, man?
I'm fine. I'm good.
You're good? How was the flight coming here?
It was roughly around 7 hours, I think.
Really? Oh, actually, that's much faster than I thought, because for me, it was like 10 hours. What about you, Trex? How long was your flight?
Looking at a strong 19.
19.
Good, strong 19. That's still nothing compared to the sea travel, though, and everything.
Well, you know what? Either ways, first of all, Anti-Mage, thank you very much for being here. And I do have to ask, like, one of the first questions, because we've seen MSC this time, much different meta than what we've been seeing in MPL, MY, ID, and PH in the previous patch. So, Anti-Mage, what do you think about the new patch for MSC?
I think it's good because Assassins is a lot of team use Assassin right now, right? So yeah, I think the meta is more better now.
Honestly, our analysts as well, we've seen a lot of games. How do you guys feel about the new patch update?
Yeah, I mean, I like it a lot because we've seen a lot of differences now. I mean, how long have we been under the utility jungler meta? Like, it's a bit like what?
1 year, 1 year and a plus, 1 year plus.
Yeah,
4 pretty much, and all.
Yeah, it's pretty much it. So I think I'm very happy about the change the meta game. What I don't like though is the Lord Dance though. Maybe that's a little bit of change up because I always love that kind of strategic way of approaching the Lord Dance. But hey, I mean, if it means that we're gonna get a lot of like team fights, a lot of killing, yeah, that's okay for me.
For me, I enjoyed the meta. I enjoyed that it still feels like some utility jungles are possible. It feels like the pools overall have grown. The only thing I don't like is how fast some of the games are now. I feel like we haven't had a single game go like 28 minutes. You know,
It's very rare.
Where you're on the edge of your seat, and that's something I kind of miss.
Now, Anti-Mage, I'm sorry to ask you this question, but right now we have a new landscape of competitive MLBB. This is like, I can't remember the last time we don't see an Indonesian team going to the knockouts or playoffs. So from your standpoint, because you've been playing for a very long time, how does it feel that Indonesia is not here in the knockout stage for MSC?
First of all, I feel very sad, but I think we will come back stronger in next M series, M6 in Malaysia. And I think the reason why Indonesia is not here right now, it's because they're not very adaptive in this meta. And they play like best of 2, right?
Yeah.
So, and Indonesia is not very good at best of 1 or best of 2. Yeah.
So actually, I want to ask about that because Indonesia, again, a very strong region.
Yeah.
Like you said, very strong best of 3, best of 5,
Best
best
of
of
5.
7. So what's the big difference between best of 1 and best of 2 compared to the other format?
I think the stronger team is better playing in best of 3. Best of 5, best of 7, and I think Indonesia. I think they got surprised in the group stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
And honestly, like we've seen surprises because of this best of 2 where we're talking about it. It's very brutal. Like Wolf, you were talking about how losing a best of 2 feels like losing 2 full series.
Yeah, especially if it's just like there are 4 teams only in a group, right? And then you get the top 2. It's like if you lose 2-0, it kind of feels like you already lost. It's like you only have one last life. It's like going to the lower bracket, like directly. That you have to win back-to-back matches, like what See You Soon did, for example. Fireflux also did that. So that's really what I feel about like losing a best of 2.
And it was even tougher because if you get the 1-1, you don't get a point.
Exactly.
You just null. So let's say you're -2 and then you go 1-1, you still stay at -2.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was definitely a very brutal group stage.
Honestly, we got to talk about the Lord Dance as well, because we have Anti-Mage. She's been playing the game for a long time, competitively as well. And Wolf, you touch on the Lord Dance. Now, I have some stats here. Looking at the fastest game time is between Liquid Echo going up against Twisted Minds. It was 10 minutes, 50 seconds. At most, it was just 1 Lord spawn. Longest game is KBG going up against Xeno Zenith. It's 26 minutes and 28 seconds, so that's a pretty long game. And I can't remember how many Lords were there at that time. Now, the average game time, at least for wildcards, it's 16 minutes. So at most, we'll see 1 or 2 Lords. So for Anti-Mage, playing the game right now, what do you think about the Lord Dance? Do you like it? Do you don't like it? Is it risky, or it's still safe to do the Lord Dance?
I think the Lord Dance right now is more hard than before, and I think the hero that have more AOE or burst damage is better. Like for example, in XP right now, Terizla is very strong, and need to be in the first pick, Terizla. So I think the Lord Dance right now is more variative also.
Yeah, honestly, like I have to agree with that, because in the MSC, a lot of teams are picking up the Terizla. Even we see Terizla getting banned out in the first phase. So, Anti-Mage, you play in the EXP as well. Personally for you, even in ranked games, what do you think is the top 3 EXP laners right now? Like you said, Terizla. Is there other 2 picks that we have to be careful of?
I think Terizla, Yuzong, and Xbox, because those 3 is very good at war, you know.
Yeah.
And at the Lord Dance, they're very good.
Yeah, and honestly, talking about the Lord Dance as well, in terms of control, Liquid Echo has 90% Lord control. Falcons AB Brand, 78.5, and SRG, 78.2, which I guess they are the favorites in this matchup. But again, over 70% of all 3 teams, that's amazing, Trikes.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show. Yeah. And a lot of teams, we've seen it with some of the previous teams that either didn't make it this far or fell a little bit short. They have a lot of trouble around that Lord Pit. They have a lot of trouble. Even, I mean, just objectives overall, it's just difficult. And I think one of the reasons why, one of the big changes, one of the reasons why we're seeing so much damage on teams in terms of jungle and gold is because the goal is kind of get the team away from the Lord and then rush it down as fast as possible. Yeah. You don't want to sit around that Lord too long. You don't want to sit there. You need to try to make sure you're able to either get a couple kills and rush it, or we've seen a couple, tricky plays where they're able to push them back and rush it. I mean, it's about trying to get it in fast.
And also, you want to team fight around the Lord and set the Lord like a trap, right? It's like you poke it and then it gets out a little bit, and then you put it like 50% or maybe even 1/4, like from 25% HP, almost near the retry threshold. And then teams are now lured into like team fighting. They want to rush into hitting the Lord, and then you can punish them afterwards. So it's like I mean, teams like Team Liquid, for example, Fnatic Onyx during their dominant games, they use the Lord as a trap.
And honestly, right now, I want to talk about the hero picks as well, because this meta is not what I thought, because we got to talk about the top 3 underperforming heroes.
Ooh.
Weirdly enough, number 1 is actually Harif. 23 picks, but only 30% win rate. So, Anti-Mage, like, what do you think about that? Harif has been like top pick and ban throughout, but this time only 30% win rate.
Yeah, because I think in this MSC meta, Assassin's been picking up, right? And a hero like Beatrix, he can win against Harith in
the lane.
Yeah, in the lane. So no, not in the lane. I mean, when dealing damage.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So I think like this meta is not very good for Harith because a lot of burst damage hero. And a lot of damage hero, I mean like Marksman and Assassin. So Harith cannot tank the damage. So I think in this meta, Harith is not as good as in the groups before the MSC.
Yeah, honestly, looking at all the team fights, I think he got it right because we see Hive dying much faster now compared to before. Now, this is also a weird thing because I agree with Anti-Mage that Yuzong is one of the stronger heroes in the EXP lane. So far, only picked 12 times. Other times, it's either banned or ignored, but having 33% win rate. So I gotta ask Anti-Mage, like, going up against a Yuzong, is there a strategy where when you're fighting against a Yuzong, like how do you do in lane or how do you do in the Lord fight, in team fights? Yeah.
Yeah, in team fight is usually you just bait the
Black Dragon form.
Yeah, the ult is very simple. I think from before way before when you fight against Yuzong, you can just bait his ulti like that.
And then kite him.
Yeah, you kiting until the Yuzong ultimate is done, then you can go in team fight.
Okay.
It's always been like that.
Yeah, I feel
simple for him.
It's very
simple.
And the thing is, it's true. Like we've seen, like honestly, even Sanford. I think Sanford knows that people want to bait his Black Dragon form, so he just use it anyways. Just secure the turtle, secure the Lord, and then that's it. Because everyone knows when the Black Dragon form is up, you don't fight against it. Are you guys curious about the third pick? Because I'm actually very surprised this hero picked 14 times, but only 35% win rate.
Ooh, is this Roger?
Actually, no, it's not Roger.
Oh.
It's the Vexana.
Oh, okay.
I did not thought Vexana had that kind of win rate. I thought Vexana had like 50% kind of win rate. So what do you think about Vexana, Anti-Mage?
I think Vexana is also strong before, but this meta, I think Farsha is better, you know, because Grok and Chow is buff, right? Yeah. And a lot of roamer is using Chow right now also. So I think Chow and Vexana is not a good combo also.
Oh, what do you guys think about the top 3 underperforming heroes?
Yeah.
Harith, Yuzong, as well as Vexana.
Harith, I think the reason why it is not performing as well because some teams, will just first pick it and they don't have a plan for it and then they get countered. I think if you look at some of the players that use it, like if you're looking at Super Marco and Innocent, you're gonna think, okay, this hero is very, very strong. But then if it's played by other teams because they're not that prepared for it, they kind of struggle even if they first pick a Harith. I'm surprised about the Vexana, but at the same time, because there's a lot of assassins now, Vexana is not the easiest one to utilize actually during in that regard,
And the Farza with the wings by wings, you have more escapability. And I think a lot of these mages, even the Lu Yi, we saw Fireflux able to counter. We've seen a few teams actually give it up. I think some of the more immobile mages are starting that were very powerful before, are having a little bit of difficulty because of the things like the Lings, the Rogers, the people who can close the distance. We saw the Roger last game just dance around all of Vexana's skills. I think with the Yuzong as well, though, and the Harith, there's a pretty big deficit between some of the S-tier teams, some of the top 4, we could say, and the rest of the bunch, right? The rest of the rascals, man. And I think we just saw it. We saw from AP Bren, man, they can throw together some compositions and make it work, man. We've seen it, I feel like, all the way since group stage. We've seen some of those top teams, man. They don't need a Harith, man. They don't need a Roger all the time. They don't need a Lu Yi. They're able to just pull through and, so I think as we get to these final 4, I think we'll see the Yuzong start to do better. I think we'll see the Harith start to do a bit better.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Now, Anti-Mage, looking at MSC, I think we have to ask this for everyone, right? Out of all the teams performing, which team got your eye as well as which player? Because the teams, sure, TLPH as well as Falcons and Brand is looking pretty strong, but very interesting to see what you think about the players. Which player do you think is going to be the star player of MSC?
For me, TLPH and Brand is a strong contender, and most likely they will win. But I think SRG have a chance, to be able to compete with those 2 Philippine teams. And I think I got my eyes on Sekis. Because, Sekis, because in SRG, he's playing Assassin and his mechanic is very good. So it's kind of like seeing Kyrie back in M3 and M4 for me.
No, honestly, the thing is, I agree. Sakai's absolutely amazing player, but we have a clip of Carl Teasy playing around the Lord, and this is going to be one of his opponents, so let's check the clip out. And honestly, this is one of those cases where I feel like looking at the Philippine teams, the way they control the Lord is honestly very, very crazy. And something about Carl, man, he always secures the Lord. I don't know how he does it.
This game hurt watching. He stole so many objectives from Dax. Dax just felt like he could not do a single thing in this game. Even here, they have kind of control over the pit. And Carl Teasy's able to come in.
Yeah. The previous clip, Carl Teasy actually didn't have the ultimate, so that's equally even more amazing that he was able to land that. And now, I think he's gonna be able to.
He will.
Like,
oh, he will.
Look at the entire Ethiopia. They're not showing the map. Like JP's not showing. Sanji only is the one showing. Then he timed it perfectly with that knock up, and then he's gonna heavy spin again. It's just beautiful Mobile Legends, man.
Honestly, I have to ask Anti-Mage. Like, usually when we see the opponent stealing the Lord, we will always blame our jungler, but as a professional player, is there anyone else that you should blame when the opponent is able to steal the Lord?
I think it's not about blaming the team. I think it's about how we face the Lord Dance. Because in the Lord Dance, the jungle have the retry, right?
Yeah.
But the offlaner needs to be able to like zoning the enemy.
Yeah.
The roamer needs to be able to secure the bushes.
Yeah.
So I think it's everyone. You cannot blame the jungle because he missed the retry.
Yeah.
No,
I totally agree, because looking at that clip, it looks like they were all taking care of the bush.
Yeah.
They tried to zone away, but unfortunately the zoning was unsuccessful.
They have the Kaja ultimate there, which they could have immediately utilized, because you can see Akai was just showing himself.
Yeah.
There, so that they could have the damage. They have the man advantage anyways. So yeah, I do agree with the ultimate. I think it was the overall team effort that needs to be blamed here, and not just Dax.
Yeah.
You know?
So you're telling me I can't be in the YouTube chat blaming the jungler?
Nah.
I'm not allowed to. Really?
Honestly, for me, I'm the kind of guy that if, for example, the jungle missed retry, I would blame either the roam or the EXP.
Or the other team.
Or the other team. Because, like for example, like I know teams like Homeboys, they have this set role, right? It's either Zorn chasing away the jungler, or it's going to be Sapat chasing away the jungler. Speaking of which, that's where I want to transition our talk for this one, because after this, it's going to be NIP Flash going up against Homeboys. Before we even talk about this matchup, I want to ask Anti-Mage, what's your opinion seeing now Singapore with this all-star team? Like, we haven't seen Singapore performing this well for a very long time. The same as Malaysia. It's been such a long time since we've seen two Malaysian teams go to the knockout or playoff stage. So what do you think about these two regions?
First of all, I think Singapore going into the playoff and strong like this, I think it's very surprising for me, because I think Malaysia and Singapore before is very competitive in MLBB, right? And their standard is almost the same. But throughout the years, I think Malaysia is going up more than the Singapore. But today I see Singapore play very good MLBB.
Yeah. Now, looking at this matchup, Homeboys going up against NIP Flash, who do you think that we have to look out for? Because I was able to have an interview with Zorn, and Zorn said NIP Flash won't be able to stop him from invading the jungle.
Yeah, I think for NIP, I think the star is, we all know it is Diablo, right? Because his hero is very unpredictable.
Yeah.
He's playing Min Sitar, Benedetta damage, Papito damage, and his playstyle is like I kill you and I die, it's okay. It's like the marksman die and I die, you know?
Yeah.
If
I die,
that kind of that kind of playstyle. But I think Homeboys and NIP, I think I'll favor Homeboys.
You favor Homeboys, but while we're on that, I actually have to ask, like, what's your opinion between two styles of EXP where we see a lot of like tanky EXPs, but what do you think about damage dealer EXP players?
Damage, it depends on the jungle, I think. If you play like Paquito and Benedetta, you cannot pick that hero with assassin, you know, because it cannot. Two assassin in one team is very bad for me.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Wolf?
No, I definitely agree. I think it has been known that during pre-M5, this was MPL season 12. Pre-M5, Fnatic, Onyx, then Onyx Esports, they are utilizing Ling if they have like Barats in the XP.
Yeah.
Not even Barats, Uranus, for example. They will pick up Nolan, they will pick up Hayabusa, for example, or Ling and Fanny if if Boots will play sustain heroes,
Yeah.
right? But then if you want to go for damagers, you want to go for utility junglers now, so that you have a frontliner for a team, especially during that time where the Lord Dance was very important. You have to somebody has to attack the Lord. Now most especially, you cannot have squishy heroes only because it will be very bad for your Lord Dance. So if you want to go damage dealing EXP, you have to look for utility junglers or something like that.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, even
totally
at the
agree.
end of, even at the end of M5, we were seeing like full damage Khaleeds. We were
Yeah.
seeing like big damage EXP laners, and now we're seeing Terizla first item
Queen's
Wings. You know, I mean, it's definitely a big
Yeah.
change up, and the teams who have adapted the best are the ones who are still around here. I'm excited to see how NIP Flash pulls through.
Yeah. Very simple question for NT Mage as well, because going up against NIP Flash is a very unique situation where the EXP laner is able to use damage dealers and can carry the game. So for Homeboys, do you think they just play like they normally play, or do they have to change their play style to match against NIP Flash?
I think they need to play usually their play style, because I like Homeboy's play style.
Oh, okay.
Usually when Sorn is going into the enemy jungle and Udil is winning his lane, so like their mid lane is winning like a lot. And I think this job to lock Diablo is Sepat job, you know. So I think they don't need to change their play style.
With that being said, I feel like one of the last questions I do have to ask, because you know Udil very, very well. Can you give us an insight of how Udil is in person?
Udil, his leadership I think is very good, and he's very technical and detailed. But I think he need to keep his emotions in check, you know, because this is best of 5, and he cannot be spicy before he win. You know,
Win first before it becomes spicy.
yes.
All right.
Actually, that's very interesting. I didn't know that Udil can be even spicy to his own team. But still, just to confirm, you feel like Homeboys can win against NIP Flash?
I think, yeah, big chance Homeboys will win.
What's the score? 3-0, 3-1, 3-2?
Let me think. I think 3-1.
3-1.
3-1.
Honestly, that's a very commendable score. Again, thank you very much, NT Mage. But the thing is, I believe we didn't see this before. We have the key crushing video.
Ooh.
And NT Mage, what do you think about this whole EWC style about when you lose, you give your key to the opponent and the opponent will crush your key? Like, how do you feel about that?
Sorry, what's the question? Can you?
So we're actually gonna look at the clip here right now. So the teams. Let's just say Homeboys going up against NIP Flash. If NIP Flash lose, they have to give their key, that looks like a trophy by the way.
Yeah.
They have to give their key to Homeboys.
Oh.
And then Homeboys will take that key,
Just
put it under a hydraulic press, and then just crush it. In fact, if we have the clip, we'll be showing it over, which looking at this clip is not that painful. The painful one is Fnatic Onyx.
Next to Few from Falcons AP Bryn, the keys have just been surrendered from See You Soon, now in his hands. Are you ready to crush the key?
Yes, I'm ready to crush this key.
All right, how does it feel standing right next to the key machine?
It felt really great because we trained so hard for them and now we beat them 3-0.
All right, I think it's about time. Let's go ahead and crush the keys to See You Soon.
Question 2. Next question.
Okay.
All right, Few, the key has been crushed. How does it feel?
It felt great because just like what we did to them.
Any message out there to See You Soon?
Thank you for the great match. See you soon. But I hope we meet again on other tournaments.
All right, and do you have any matches coming up here soon that you're looking forward to facing?
We're looking forward to face Liquid Echo. We're match up against them in semis and we will have our revenge.
Ooh, spicy. Well, I look forward to it. Key crusher for MSC 2024. Tensions are rising. Who will be next?
And there you go. That's See You Soon's key crushing. But with that being said, Antimage, I want to say thank you very much. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans, especially the Indonesian fans watching?
For Indonesian fans, don't be sad because we will back at the next M Series and we will be the champion.
There you go. Indonesia will come back and they will be champions. So thank you very much again, NTMH, as well as to our analysts. But for now, we're going for a short break before we're starting the next series, which is going to be Homeboys going up against NIP Flash. We'll see you guys then.
We are here next to Few from Falcons AP Bryn. The keys have just been surrendered from See You Soon, now in his hands. Are you ready to crush the key?
Yes, I'm ready to crush this key.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Hello, I'm Diablo from Team NIP Flash. I'm the EXP laner and also the captain of the team. As the Singapore All-Star team is definitely within expectations to secure top 8 because as you say, it's an All-Star team, so if you can't even get top 8 with All-Star, then Singapore really is quite hopeless, I would say. So it's within our expectations, but the games are just like what I expected. I expected the enemy to be on this caliber, and they did put up a fight, and they just within my grasp, I would say, yeah. Technically, we'll be facing Homeboys. From what I see from their performance, they are looking quite solid this season, but we too are looking solid as well. So we'll see who is the better brawler, I would say, because I think Homeboys like to fight, so we also like to fight. Technically, I've been taunted by my own Singaporean friends before, so it doesn't really matter if Homeboys taunt me. We'll just use our skills to prove that whoever lasts the longest is the true winner. Back to MPL, SG and MY, where both of us are always fighting with each other for the top spot. Technically, I haven't played before in MPL, SG, MY, so I'll just treat it as MPL, SG, MY, and I would say it's a 50-50. Sometimes Malaysia wins, sometimes Singapore win, but this time around I'm quite confident to come out on top. Technically, at the group stage, we are also regarded as one of the weakest, but here we are. And then we'll just show them again. Would you? Nothing much. I mean, I have no hate towards him or what, but to the Indonesian fans, I will say sorry in advance if I send your last member back home.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at the Esports World Cup with Milfel as well as Strex as well as Wolf. And honestly, the video just now, we have a lot to unpack there because Diablo was saying they fully expected to get top 8 because this is the all-star lineup. And they're one match away from top 8 to potentially being top 4. And talking about Homeboys as well, they said that they're not afraid of what Homeboys has to bring because Homeboys likes to brawl. Well, they like to brawl as well, so they're gonna see who is the better brawler.
Yeah, I think this might also be the series where it's almost difficult to kind of predict what the heroes will be, especially because of how crazy Diablo can be when it comes to the XP lane choices. Even Hades has a weird choice of heroes where he plays a lot of utility as junglers, but he also plays a lot of assassins, you know. And then Kurt also is known for that kind of player that almost plays almost anything, you know. Same can be said with Homeboys. I would say they pick up all these pocket strategies, and I am very much excited because I know for sure that this will be a lot closer than the first series.
Yeah, I feel like Homeboys still have hints of that kind of M3-ish, M4-ish Malaysian style where they're not scared to, you know, do some crazy picks, cheese around a little bit, you know, have some fun in game and bring the fights, whereas SRG to me has been a bit more of the level-headed team recently. So definitely very excited for this match. Like they said, you like to fight, we like to fight. I think we're in for a great fight here.
I mean, if we're going to talk about cheese space, we can't talk about the draft without mentioning Leomord because he's still at 0% win rate, but I was able to talk to Chibi as well as Zorn, and they're saying that honestly, the Leomord has been working very well for them in scrims to the point where other teams have banned it out before, but again, competitive-wise, haven't shown success just yet. Speaking about this matchup, it is between Homeboys going up against NIP Flash, and we heard Anti-Mage. One interesting fact that he talked to us about Udil was that Udil is a very great player, very detailed, but the thing is, sometimes he might let emotions get the better of him, so something that Wolf always says, don't let yourself overheat.
Yeah, I do always say that.
You do always say that.
Well, this is very evident though inside of Homeboys. Well, that can be said with NIP Flash as well. Not as much as Homeboys though. However, with these two teams, particularly the Malaysian squad, even when they do overheat, kind of looks cool actually.
It looks cool, right?
They eventually win afterwards. Like
it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, right? They overheat, the enemy reacts, they counter react, and then all of a sudden they come up on top in the end. And then afterwards, you know, they're gonna be talking smack at your face. That's esports, right?
So do you think we're in for one of the spiciest games of the bracket? Do you think this could have the most potential for Pepsi reactions right here? You know, could this have the most potential for?
I would be disappointed if it isn't one of the spiciest ones because, again, looking at both teams, they like to fight. I want to see how Diablo is able to actually catch out Nets as well as Udil. And I feel like Diablo might be the player to force out this cheese picks coming in from Nets, where we saw Nets picking up the Mincetar. Maybe they have something else that they've been hiding all this while.
Yeah, hopefully, Hanabi not in the room. Hopefully.
Yeah. I gotta say,
yeah, but it's true that they have a lot of fudges. I think Leomord, the heroes like Leomord might appear here. Amon, definitely, you have to watch out for that because Mr. Hades himself plays that a lot.
Oh, that's true.
So that could be big potential. Odil, we've only been seeing like Valentin and Farsa. We've seen it with Angela though.
Yeah.
So hopefully more, different choices. Like you bring back the Odil specials like Kadita, for example, which interestingly we haven't seen a lot. Right?
I mean, here's the thing. You're talking about the spicy Kage Udil. Let's actually talk about that. Udil, at least for this MSC, is the last Kage alive. The last Kage's
That's
quest.
beautiful.
3 matches to a second MSC crown. He has won, but now he wants to lead his new team with Homeboys to get his second crown.
So would you put him as the 4th Kage, the 5th Kage?
He is a mage player. 4th Kage is more of an assassin. Third one is more of a fighter. 5th one.
How do you know this?
I watched Naruto.
Position. That's what I'm saying. Which
you
is
mean
he?
Boruto's
They
dad?
all have kind of rough downfalls. Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's true. I think the last, I guess the most successful Kage probably.
I would say second Kage.
Korean.
No, I would say Udil is more like the second Kage.
Who's the first one?
First one is Hashirama. The second one is Tobirama. And Tobirama is the one that created a lot of jutsu. So, creating.
He had a lot of character too.
Yeah, he has a.
Yeah, he was actually the bully, right?
Yes, the bully is a good word for it.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. We're talking about Udil, which I feel like represents the second Kage, but we have a special piece with Udil, so let's check it out.
Oke guys, so banyak orang yang sadar kalau misalkan setiap Homeboys bertanding melawan tim lawannya itu kami selalu gunakan recall tas-tas depan dorang. Kami senang sebab mendapatkan yang terbaik dari yang terburuk. Sebagai satu-satunya orang yang lolos di playoff ini, maksudnya Indonesia guys, aku rasa bangga sebab banyak sekali komentar membenci, khususnya ketika aku ada di Malaysia, yang mana aku puji seberapa bagus Malaysia, dan banyak dari orang-orang menggiring opini itu untuk membenci aku, mengakibatkan terkesannya aku tidak suka dengan Indonesia. Cuman pada nyatanya, takdir menjawab berbeza. Semua kebencian itu langsung dibuktikan di depan mata dorang, guys. Aku membawa nama Indonesia di kaca internasional. Kalian bisa lihat sendiri, di samping namaku itu ada bendera Indonesia. So, action louder than the word, I guess. Yes. Dari match Liquid melawan Homeboys itu memang membuat Homeboys sangat kurang banget di mata penonton. Dan semestinya NIP pun belajar dari situ. Cuman kami pun mesti belajar dari game itu. So, it's like improve against improvement. So, yeah. Semestinya matchnya akan seru karena akan ada pertandingan yang beza. To Hades, you got my respect. I mean, we know each other, right? So yeah, you have my respect for Hades, aka Jana Cutie, and for Diablo. I have no idea what's wrong with you. I mean, put like there's a lot, nama yang lebih bagus dibandingin Diablo. Kenapa kau macam devil ke iblis ke apa?
I mean, you would. You know what? Shout out to Udil, who's like Diablo. I don't know what to say. Why'd you pick the name Diablo? Are you the devil or what?
Do you want to be the devil? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? Pick a better name.
Oh man, I love the fact that he referred to Hades as Jana Cutie.
Yeah,
that was
he's also quite a historian.
That is.
Udil remembers all. And
that's
again, like Tobirama, he got a lot of hate. But you know what? He's been handling it very well. Shout outs to Udil, man.
I like it. I'm excited to see now the hype's really building around the game, man.
Right?
Now we're getting there. We're getting for the fight. This is, hopefully it goes the whole way.
Thank you
we
very
get
much.
some responses back and forth.
Yeah, and again, as you guys can see, the countdown is there. And with that, we're going to throw it over to the stage to Mara Aquino, as well as the Wood Sandstorm to start Homeboys against NIP Flash.
Welcome back to the Amazon Arena. We have another MLBB match coming to your screens.
We were treated to a 3-0 sweep in our previous match, and honestly, I'm curious what we have lined up for our next one.
Now, it's not just a regular day today. We're moments away from determining the last team who will join the Final Four at the MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
That's right, and it has been a while since we've seen a delegate from Singapore walk up on an international stage to face a Malaysian representative.
And Sandstorm, this is not just any other teams we're talking about. We're talking about the Singaporean all-star team going up against the Malaysian squad who came all the way from the wild card.
That's right, and honestly, I'm very curious because it is our second and final best of 5 match of the day here at the MSC 2024 in the Amazon Arena. So without further ado, let's introduce our 2 competitors.
Introducing first, the Singaporean all-star team. Don't blink or you'll miss them. This is NIP Flash. This is NIP Flash. It's Diablo, Hades, Kurt, JPL, and Vanix, guided by Coach Adamir, all locked and loaded to make sure Singapore is on track to secure their best result in MSC history.
And on the opposing side, coming up against them, it is none other than the baddest boys from Malaysia. They came out guns blazing through the wild card onto the group stage, and now they are here at the knockout stage. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, it is Homeboys! With this star-studded lineup from Malaysia, Homeboys are represented by none other than Sepat, Chibi, Udil, Zorn, and Nets. Coached and guided by none other than Pabs and Nobody, walking up on stage to secure an all-Malaysian semi-final. Gentlemen, your fates will be decided on this stage, on this arena. And now it is time to go to your desks and get yourselves ready for the final battle of the day, as your fates will be decided in the Land of Dawn.
You may now take your seats. And today, once again, will determine who gets to keep their key and who will give it away to the winning team to get crushed in the end.
We've seen what happened in our last game, and we've seen when few destroyed the key of See You Soon. The question remains, who of those 2 teams will keep their keys intact and whose keys will be destroyed by the end of today?
I was talking to some of the players earlier on at the Players Lounge, and they're confident that they can do a 3-0 sweep. Some of the players also said it'll be a 3-2. I wonder what our audience thinks. Tape it down below, write it down. What do you think the result will be?
I think we should also leave that to our experts in the studio because they know a lot more about how these teams are prepared for the final series of the day.
The Amazon stage is set. The players are excited. So we'll go on to the panel.
That's right. Analysts, panelists, take it away. It's your time to shine for our final series of the day.
Oh, shucks.
Oh.
They say we know a lot about the game. Oh, stop
Just a little
it.
bit.
We just know a little bit. But Mara actually started off. It's like, yeah, we got to talk about the STC play prediction. Who are you guys going to vote for this one? Is it going to be NIP Flash or Homeboys? Make sure you guys head on over to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. With that being said, let's help them out. Let's help out the audience. Give a compelling argument why you should go over to Homeboys or why you should go over to NIP Flash.
Okay, that's gotta be difficult. I think I would favor Homeboys in this particular matchup, and it's mainly because of the fact that they have a very solid side lane setup. I think Spot has improved a lot, and you can see Nets. I think it's super duper solid and ever so reliable in these long games. And Homeboys games tend to belong not because they don't dominate. It's just that they make a lot of decisions, be it good or bad decisions. They just always deciding all the time. They're like a very decisive team, you know?
The boys are very entertaining, for better or for worse, you know?
Right.
What about you, Trex? Like, give an argument for Homeboys, but if you want, NIP Flash as well.
First of all, you remember a few weeks ago, there was a group chat, and remember how much you were hyping up Cloud9, LaFell? You remember that conversation? Remember when you were cheering on Cloud9?
I was so disappointed that they're not here anymore.
So I am going to just cheer on Homeboys here, and I think they're going to do so great.
Yep.
It only works for Counter-Strikes. On the panel, it doesn't matter.
Hey, so far 3 out of 3.
Yeah, you know what? That's right. Raise this guy.
No, honestly, I do think NIP Flash can actually. I think this is the series that we could go the long haul. I don't know if it's going to be 3-0. I think the fact that both of these teams are so chaotic, who's going to be able to manage the chaos? Who's going to be able to get the better? It is definitely going to be a possible coin flip here. I think out of all the starting matches, this could be one of the closest.
For me, personally, I feel like Diablo has what it takes to actually take down Sapat as well as Udi as well as Nez. I really feel like Diablo's shoulder is going to be quite heavy for this one because his role, especially as a damaged jungler, if he's going for that route, is very heavy. But with that being said, we're talking about Hades, but I actually want to talk about Curtizi. Curtizi so far has an amazing performance, and I feel like he can actually shut down Udil to make sure that there's not a lot of aggressions coming in from Zorn and Udil. With that being said, we are jumping into the pick and bans here. NIP Flash is going to be first pick blue side. Homeboys is going to be second pick red side. So far, Ling as well as Moskov has been banned.
Yeah, I think Curtizi is the polar opposite of Udil in many ways. First off, Curtizi has been known to flex so many kinds of heroes, I would say, to the point where position for mid lane for Curtizi doesn't necessarily mean mages. Can even go for fighters, sometimes assassins, you know. That's a strength of Curtizi. For Odile, it's more like, let's master a specific group of heroes, and that is somewhere along the lines of nuke mages. And then when it comes to their personality, Curtizi is very quiet. Odile, as you know,
very loud,
is the opposite of being quiet.
I want to talk about junglers. Hades versus Chibi here now. Hades has had a huge variety of heroes in the group stage. We saw him pick up Guinevere. We saw him pick up Alpha. We saw him pick up Bane. I mean, he has been all over the place. Comparative to a lot of other junglers in group stage, you know, it was kind of about 2 or 3. So with that, we saw Chibi do pretty good on the Ling. I feel like Chibi just got better and better and better as from wild card to groups. How do we think the matchup is going to go?
Honestly, I feel like Chibi will do quite well against Hades because honestly, in Malaysia, up until today, no one can really decide who's the better jungler in Malaysia. Is it Chibi or Sakai's? And seeing how good Sakai's is, it kind of says a lot about Chibi when people are still indecisive of who's better.
Yeah. Well, we gotta decide now if it is going to be Harith or Roger for NIP Flash. I would always just argue for the Roger, but there is an argument that can be made for Terizla first pick. Fact, because see, it seems like MSC knockout stages meta game is totally different from the group stages in a way that you have different priorities now. Teams will not like prioritize like Harith and Roger altogether, so maybe NIP Flash could just consider getting Valentina or Terizla. Oh, sorry, but Valentina is banned. But then again, the safest, super duper safest route is probably the Roger. They pick up Harith instead.
At this point, I feel like
see that.
I honestly want to see Terizla Roger.
Yeah, it's
I think it's a good pick. I think it's a good pick because Chibi can also flex. The Roger's super good up front. Yep. Get some opportunity with it.
Yeah, Moskov is already banned as well, so you kind of want to secure your jungler or your gold laner at this point with all the link bans. Faramis is also open, which I believe is a hero that you don't want to give to NIP Flash.
True.
Especially if you want to rock the Roger.
Ruby Roger.
So Ruby Roger. This invites NIP Flash to just pick up Faramis as well as Terizla. It's just a very strong opener now for NIP Flash if they do want to secure them.
If they do that, then will Nance pick up the Claude again? Because the Claude has been a favorite pick coming in from Homeboys, where they will first phase pick it.
Yeah, that's very true. It's great versus Faramis, decent versus Harith in lane. Overall, a good pick because you're not that scared about assassins if eventually NIP Flash picks that up.
I think at this point, Homeboys, since they have the Roger, they don't really have to go for a jungle pick here. I think they can take it slow. They can last pick their jungle if they want to. And then they still have some utility options. They still have plenty of routes to go, even with the Ruby if they want to stick it into the roam or anything. Farza pick, though, and this is a mage that is just kind of... I feel like we went so long not seeing any Farza, and now she is back, and she is, 21 picks, 10 bans, she's all over.
I wonder how Udil deals with his Farsa. Typically, teams will just go Vexana, perhaps. Valentina, obviously a good, ultimate to copy, but
ban. So
Chibi currently holds the highest average goal per minute record among all players at MSC 2024 with 856 average goal per minute, and now he's picking up the Hayabusa. So if the early game goes for Homeboys, we might be able to see the goal per minute rise up, maybe up to the 900s.
Whew, Hayabusa gonna be the choice, which reveals the Roger. And now you have only the Ruby to flex. At the same time, though, this means that Homeboys will just ban out those hard lockdown heroes like Cho, for example. Kaja may be a hero that you consider as a ban because you're picking up Hayabusa and Roger. Mobility-dependent heroes. Yeah, if they do get suppressed, it's gonna be a bad engage for Homeboys for sure.
And we think on the side of NIP Flash, maybe ban out the Terizla here.
Yeah.
Ban out some EXP laners, maybe Terizla Yuzong.
Yeah. Edith banned. Terizla makes a lot of sense for NIP Flash to ban. Despite, them having this Arlet as a flex, I believe that Homeboys will not think twice getting the Terizla because it has great synergy with both of their heroes. Hayabusa plus Terizla is great, Roger plus Terizla is great. At the same time, you also want to consider the Cho if you're NIP Flash because extra damage that you get from armor penetration also hurts.
It's a great answer to the Farza, right?
Yeah, that's also true. Yuzhong, that brings you that argument of the Yuzhong. So it's Udil instead that they target with this Vexana.
Which is also a solid ban because we've seen, even though Vexana's had, maybe not the greatest win rate, it can still be a major problem, especially for, something like the Harith that wants to get up close and personal and dive. Right. You get caught off by that Eternal Guard, and it could be a wrap.
Yeah. Okay. Being said, you ban Backshot. All right, so they're thinking about, because of the Vexana ban, that kind of prompted Homeboys to think, okay, they might want to go for your utility jungler on Hades. The only reason why they will ban out the Baksha. But at the same time, this could be AA Mon from NIP Flash, for all I know. Decent versus Hayabusa, you can definitely outplay that. You can one-hit the Roger if the Roger doesn't have the Lycan Pounce anymore. Not enough iframes to actually last that. And there's the Faramis. Oh, I think that they are definitely going Assassin here for NIP Flash.
So what do they pick up? We think the Nolan or the Julian?
If Julian does too much magic damage, huh?
Yeah.
Right, they already have the Harif as well as the Farsa.
That's right. That's also true.
A Bane?
Bane?
Bane? We've seen them.
Yeah.
Seen them do the Bane.
Fanny, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And Hades likes that. But that, again, Terizla's
it's a tough spot to pick Fanny when you're on blue side, man, because you don't get it as last pick. You can still be countered by the fifth pick on red.
That's right. Yeah. that means that this could be a mage, like a maybe
Vexana?
a Kagura.
Oh, sorry, Vexana banned. Oh, Grog. So showing the Ruby is going to the EXP.
You know, man, I think because of this reveal, I think you really want to go Fanny now if you're NIP Flash.
And they could go like utility and, I mean, in some sort of support. They could pick up like a Florin here, something like that, something more on the support side.
Yeah.
And just go for more of a front-to-back composition here.
What,
for
pick up
NIP
like a
Flash.
Fredrin?
Yeah, like Fredrin. And
Yuzong plus Fredrin.
they have enough damage with the Farz and the Harris, but they're lacking the physical damage, right?
true,
That's
yeah.
a big problem.
So I think, honestly, it's like Yuzong Fanny here for NIP Flash. Yeah, that's my guess. It could easily be like Barrett's Matilda, actually, last pick. I go Kaja. All right, understandable. Versus the
Kaja Nolan.
All right.
So it looks, I mean, NIP Flash did say they like to brawl as well. And I feel like with this kind of composition, they're not scared from brawling. They have answers to what Homeboys is presenting to them. And I do feel like with this kind of composition for both teams, the first 4 minutes is going to be quite crucial.
Yeah. This, do you think Udil will be playing Zask at all? Any given situation?
I've never seen him play that before,
Yeah.
so I can't say.
Yeah, but then again, Aurora looks good. Nana is considerable here because you need a wave clear from the ultimate as well as the skill 1, skill 2 combo.
Passive
That's
and all
literally
that.
what Homeboys needs now.
Honestly, Nana would
or
be a
Eve.
great answer.
Yeah, oh, Xavier. Yeah, of course.
Xavier.
Much better than what I suggested.
But again, the Xavier, you do have to be careful as well. The positioning when it comes to going up against the Kaja as well as the Nolan. But again, this is Udil, the spicy Kage. I'm pretty sure he can take good care of himself. With that being said, both teams have finished up the draft. NIP Flash and Homeboys. Thank you very much to our analysts. But now I got to throw it over to our casters.
Thank you so much again to our analysts there, and also, of course, to our panelists. And great to see all the videos leading up into this match because, yeah, I agree with Trex. It has made this very exciting as we approach into game number 1. Again, I am Naisu, joined here on desk with Mirko. Mirko, real quick, how you feeling about the draft?
I really like it, honestly, for the side of NIP Flash. But honestly, for the side of Homeboys, I wanted to see the Julian mid over the Xavier.
Yeah.
Because back in MPL Indonesia, when he was playing, that was Udil's signature pick too.
Well, either way, it's game number 1 here in the Land of Dawn. We're going to jump in. Tournament lives, of course, on the line in the single elimination bracket, the match. The last team that wins this will be one of the last 4 to proceed on to the next few days here as we finalize the MSC 2024 at EWC. And now taking a look at things, of course, the Nolan in the hands of Hades here hasn't popped up too much. Nolan has been a little bit slept on lately. But look at this aggression already on the top side. And that's the thing too, man, the Kaja. The Kaja played such a big role in the matches that we saw even yesterday, being a key component for a lot of the teams winning. And so far, a lot of this early poking already coming down. Okay, GB just gets on out of there. And yeah, you know, looking at the lineup too over here for Homeboys, got the Warcry emblem, of course, for Chibi to roll around with this Hayabusa.
Wow.
And I think that's the same thing, man. The Xavier is another pick that has been sort of niche for some teams.
But it's been doing really good. I think even in the wild card, every time we saw a Xavier, it was able to get to its item power spikes relatively quickly. And in these, you know, in this kind of meta where a lot of teams are just going to be contesting neutral objectives, fighting 5v5s, the Mystic Field finds so much more value. And that's exactly what we saw in the wild card. I think we also saw the Xavier in the... It was Sanji, yeah. It was Sanji, TLPH versus Homeboys. And in the interview, Udil literally said, you know, hey, we've been learning from that loss against Team Liquid. I think for all the teams that will be going up against us as well, they'll be learning from that match. It seems they're going to take that Xavier away from that match, and maybe they might be able to make it work as well.
Yeah, they might be able to. And why don't you go ahead and hand me that Kit Kat right there, because we're going to have a break.
I got you.
Thank you very much. So, while we get to talk about some of the lineups here, of course, for both these teams still, I think Xavier's, like, one of the most powerful things about him is, remember that we were actually casting that game.
Yes.
Where we were counting, how many seconds that cooldown was.
11 seconds.
11 seconds. And it actually, even before it got to the 11-second cooldown on the Dawning Light, you know, even early on, like the mid-game pressure that's still there, like you mentioned with the Mystic Field, and then Dawning Light being relatively low cooldown is something that teams can play around with. And I think when you pair it up with the fact that, all right, we got a Hayabusa, he's able to, hopefully you can kind of whittle down some of the members with Dawning Light, trap them up in the Mystic Field, and then maybe allows the entry point for this Hayabusa to shine. And possibly, depending on the build, that's going to happen here. But I'm assuming Skypiercer might be one of the items, you know, and then you can scale off that. And I think they actually rounded up the lineup really well with having a Ruby and a Grok as well, right? You cover up the front, you cover up your ability to go ahead and peel if you need to, or initiate using that Ruby. And then, of course, these nets on the Old Faithful Roger. You know, time and time again, I still think it works great in the jungle, but with this time around in the hands of nets, there's so many things that can happen here when it comes to the team fights. And I think really when you look at NIP Flash, playing defensively against that, I'm not sure if they want to be defensive, because look at their lineup. You know, they want to be picking off fights. They want to go roll with the Divine Judgment. And man, can I just say too, if they get a Divine Judgment, it's almost an automatic kill, I'd say, because of the power of a Nolan and a Farsa. The burst damage early game, yeah, that's tough to deal with if you're Homeboys.
It is. It's really going to be tough, I think, in terms of poke as well. Like you said, you know, they have the Farsa and these close team fights. They got that Nolan, they got the Harith. So many ways for NIP Flash to actually take control of the game and force the fast pace. Because if they are able to force the fast pace against Homeboys, against a composition that is pretty strong as well in the early game, but we do have to talk about that Xavier being more of a mid to late game threat still, right? You apply a lot of utility in the early game, and that's what you get for the Xavier. So technically, when we're talking about the early game matchup, the Xavier is not really going to be able to dish out as much damage as the Farsa. So as long as NIP Flash play discipline, this is something that we were also talking about off stream, you know? If they can take it slower than Homeboys want, it'll be great for them. Wait on the Divine Judgments, play with the timings, and play with the cycle of abilities that they have. Because once they do use, though, you know, these big burst abilities, those cooldowns are pretty big.
Yeah.
And for Homeboys, that's what they want to capitalize on. They want to capitalize on the longer team fights, on the longer skirmishes.
Yeah, it's kind of like really at least the play for NIP Flash is, if it's not Divine Judgment, then you have Feathered Airstrike, you know, and even for the Nolan, like, the entry point against a Grok and a Ruby is going to be a little bit difficult, you know? And I know the guys on the panel has talked about this. Oh, what is our average game time? 16 to 18 minutes, somewhere around that time?
Depends which game, because Falcons AP Brennan was what, 12?
Okay, yeah, that's going to skew the stats a little bit here. But we're jumping back into the game, of course, very early on, a minute and a half in, game number 1 of this best of 5. Nothing too crazy, of course. You know, we got just the boots completed pretty much for both of them, the mid lane mages here. You can already see some pressure being applied if they can find a pick off in the mid lane. Oh, JPL.
Shadow kill onto JPL. First blood over to Homeboys with a great gank with that quad shadow.
Yep, that's the pressure I was talking about. You know, I spotted them there and I was like, all right, they're going to go for a play. The level 4 was available. And with that, you know, Turtle now comes up. So I'm wondering if we just see a trade here. Homeboys still making their way. Yeah, this is going to be way too fast. Hades knows it. They trade that first blood over for this first objective. Going to go ahead and secure themselves the Turtle for now. Going to force Zorn back as well. So, you know, NIP Flash able to go ahead and equalize the exchange.
What would you take, Naisu, if you were like in the place of these two teams, right? Would a kill be more prio for you, or would the Turtle be more prio?
That's a good question. I'm a mid lane main, so I'd probably go for a kill and hope that I got the kill. You know, like then I can scale up. Especially, I mean, considering the two mages here too. You know, Xavier, Farsa, either one of them, if they get an early kill, it's great for them. But the fact that it went to Chibi is actually even better.
So it's really, really good. The fact that they got the Hayabusa, someone that needs to scale up and needs to go for the snowball. Divine Judgment catching Udo straight into the fracture. Even with the wall charge, unable to disengage. Chibi gonna be caught, able to pop in the shadow kill onto Hades, but he finds a double kill and will be able to get the help of Diablo and Curtizi, who is rotated all the way from the XP lane all the way up top.
I'm going back to your question. You know, it's good that it went to Chibi. As you look at the STC replay here, this is what we talked about. Divine Judgment is going to be used. They get a kill with the fracture, and then here comes Chibi. Luckily, he picked up the Skypiercer right before that whole thing happened, so he was able to get another kill. And then, you know, it wasn't too crazy to deal with for Homeboys. So, interestingly enough, because now the Blade of Pepsis is also in the hands of Hades. Good flicker. They get the flicker out from Sapat, so that's fine for now. And again, you know, these are two lineups that they can work really good with the momentum that they're building in the early game. It's just really will come down to, once I feel like we get to mid-game, you'll have to see if NIP Flash plays around, how they play around once the Divine Judgment is gone here. So, you know, we're taking a closer look at things, of course, for Homeboys. Items coming up, item check. Nothing locked in for the first items just yet, aside from those junglers. Again, Skypiercer, only 1,500 gold. Locks that in early on, and will be interesting to see if Chibi goes just that pure damage build, or he even gets a little bit of defense, because really, you know, it's just withstanding this initial Divine Judgment. You can already see it. Lockdown happens. That's a turtle traded for Homeboys.
Great Mystic Field. Great zoning, too, by Zorn. Able to occupy that bush a bit faster. And now, for both these teams, you know, they're just looking for the trades. Divine Judgment now into the Fracture of the Feather Airstrike as well. The Wild Charge knocks Diablo off. Final Slash to bring Udil to the last shot of the Feather Airstrike as Cortese flies by. And Udil's still able to flick around as Shadow Kill connects onto Hades. And Chibi will be able to quad Shadow out. Meanwhile, down below, all alone, Sapat just munching on that turret gold as NIP Flash continue with the invade. Diablo in the bottom lane now going for a little bit of a skirmish, but it's just to back Sapat away from this turret.
Okay, I mean, even with the play that they attempt in the mid lane, it was enough to also put some pressure on Nets. He had to be a little bit defensive, but luckily he has Zorn there now as well to go ahead and keep him safe for now. But
mid lane, solo kill in the mid lane, assassination from Hades. In the bottom lane, a trade back as Diablo was ganked. 2 members falling on different sides of the map, but Hades, that's an item power spike. That's an SP.
He's got the Skypiercer. He also, again, earlier, he had the Blade of Heptases, all right? So it just seems like Chibi is making good grounds, too. He's got the Fury Hammer now, working on his next item. But, you know, so far, both teams still trading across the map. This is going to be a little bit of a gold lead now, though, for NIP Flash as they work around this. I think for Homeboys, man, you're going to be wanting to shut Hades down at this point because of, you know, I was saying earlier, Nolan, it's a little difficult when you're playing against this Grok and Ruby, but so far, Hades is perfectly fine.
Slowly but surely, it seems, you know, for both these teams, they're just taking it as slow as they can. They're trying to look for these trades, waiting for those item power spikes. And the way it's going right now, it does feel like for Homeboys, they should be able to scale up for Udil's power spike, but the fact that he's been picked off twice means that it's going to be quite tough for him to even reach that mid game. NIP Flash with Hades having a 2-level lead. This already goes against the statistics. JPO, what a read! Right into Zorn and right into everyone's damage. The collapse. Now coming down, Diablo gonna be traded in, but Udil's gonna be very low. Feather Airstrike, what a prediction from Cortese. Great read on the pathing of Udil as JPL tries to go for the zone onto Chibi and Sapat. This is just a roamer, and he knows it. He wants to bait as many resources as he can from Homeboys with that maneuver.
Man, it's just like, I don't know, they're just both teams just trading after trade. You know, at this point, I'll get a kill, you get a kill. Now fighting for this third turtle. Who's gonna get this one?
Let's see, that's gonna be Chibi finding the retribution. Now it's gonna be like inform from Nets, trying to go in. Not good, I'm offended to catch them. JPL taken down by Sapat as Diablo continues the vengeance onto Sapat now. The stun, resetting the vengeance straight into the passive. Hades walks up, picks up a monster kill, and it will just be a trade again. Chibi though, no, he won't be able to go for it. Nope. He jumps in onto Vanix. Cortese now jumping in as well. The Skypiercer execute does too much. Vanix cannot survive, and it will be another kill over to Chibi, 5-0.
I feel like this is at the point, you know, where both assassin junglers are just pointing at each other. Oh, mid lane, okay, he's gonna be fine. But yeah, they're both just pointing at each other because they're both nearly doing the same thing. They're getting picks, they're using their kits really well, plus the items that they have early on. This is where these assassins shine. So I would say, again, one of the great things about NIP Flash's lineup is the fact for JPL, he is an on-demand pull into, you know, utilizing that Nolan from Hades. Whereas Homeboys, they can actually make it happen, but if it's a wild charge, great. Maybe Zorn's able to get the wild charge off, or you get a great I'm offended. But that on-demand pick-off potential, every time you see that green light for JPL, man, Divine Judgment is going to be able to make a play. Whether he has Flicker or not, here it is.
Wild charge into the Mystic Field. Zorn going to be taken down now as the Dawning Light connects onto the back line as well. Nets trying to go for the execute. Chibi finding Vanix. Nets able to flicker out to safety. It ends up being 1-for-1, but it's a gold lane for a roamer.
Yeah, gold lane for a roamer. Vanix having a little bit of difficult time on this Hearth, I think, just because of how chaotic things can get. But again, if we are able to go ahead and extend this game number 1 a little bit further than what we've seen at least today, you know, we're just a few minutes away from that point. But also looking at the goal difference here, relatively even for the most part. You know, aside from like junglers again are going to be crucial up to a certain point, and then I think you have to start to shift your focus on especially the mid lane. Udil has struggled a bit, you know, in comparison to Curtizi, being able to utilize those lockdowns, utilize the Dawning Light, but as the game goes on... Oh.
JPL unable to find a Divine Judgment. That's a pull onto Diablo, right into the Mystic Field. Now the final slash in the wall charge. Connects onto the back. 2 members knocked up. Vanix disappearing. The shadow kill. Getting rid of the back line. Chibi picks up the double as the fracture. Takes Nets out. Hades able to trade, but he has lost all of his teammates.
Yeah, but I mean, that's great that Hades picked something up off of that, but now look at this. I mean, this is already going to be a Lord locked in for Homeboys. I was just saying, man, the lineup that they have, you know, going toe for toe, but Homeboys just demolished NIP Flash in that exchange.
I've been saying, man, Homeboys, they're really good in the brawls. And for NIP Flash, they really need to slow their pace down. But let's take a look at this STC replay.
So good. Again, Dawning Light into the wild charge, and then Shadow Kill. Look at the back lines here. Curtizi has nowhere to go. Chibi goes back, grabs the double. Good check from Hades. Like I said, he's going to be part of the big obstacle that Homeboys has to get over for now. But if they manage to get a kill, man. Oh.
It's onto Zorn. Divine Judgment, final slash, everything used up. It's a good pick off. There's no trades on the board. Sapat is definitely looking for it, but he'll just be walking forward every single time. Now Shadow Kill. Not used just yet. Chibi gets out with a quad shadow. Barely. Almost gets punished. NIP Flash having a little bit of a flank right now, but nobody's really walking up.
And at this point, for both these teams, again, it's like which jungler is better? Which one is going to be able to pull this off continuously until eventually they get shut down? Malefic Roar, too, on Hades is what's making him just kind of cut through everything. The penetration is there, and it looks like for Chibi, picked up the BOD. So a little more defensive has to come on here for both teams if they want to withstand that initial burst. But still, JPL doing an amazing job on the pick-off potential with the Kaja. And then we'll have to start to shift as we get to this wild charge again.
Right into the Mystic Field, right into the Dawning Light. Now Hades forced back, but the Shadow Kill continues. And Hades gets out. JPL doesn't have that luxury, the same luxury to actually escape with those dashes.
Yeah, it doesn't get out, but it could have been way worse than they're able to survive. At least Hades doesn't go down. Dawning Light's dropped, and this is where the point now where, again, even if Udil struggled a little bit in the early game, look at him, he's got the 9 assists already. Dawning Light's already relatively on a low cooldown, and they just help push the waves in. The whole job is, all right, we're going to take control of this map. We're going to get these tier 2s down. Storm's going to TP a little bit like we heard about, you know, and just get ready for the next objective in about a minute. But if they do this and they get all the space to work with, hey, Homeboys is happy.
Shadow Kill onto Vanix. Oh my goodness. Barely surviving. I thought for sure the Sky Piercer proc would have done it, but
I feel like it's a flex.
He gets out.
Yeah, you know, that's just, I'm here on your base.
Look at that damage.
Here's the damage. Be careful, right? I'm at this point, but Hades does the same thing. It's just, you know, he can't go ahead and use the quad shadows like a Hayabusa can. So all this relatively pretty much at a stalemate for now until this Lord does come up. And I think, again, this is where you see the Xavier pick start to shine. The great thing is for NIP Flash, if they have the initiation, whether that's now at this point for Diablo, he can flicker in, get the final slash, even if JPL doesn't land a Divine Judgment, or they just kind of reverse that and follow up through it. Interesting, too, some defensive items coming up. Athena Shield now for JPL. Conceal going to be used. They're going to find Sapat here.
Sapat, good pull with I'm offended straight into the wild charge, but the Purified gets him out. Diablo finding the final slash, unable to go for the follow-up. Vanix in the midst of it all, not right now. As the Mystic Field catches the back line. Diablo going to be slayed by Chibi with the assassination with a Shadow Kill. Now Curtizi running for the hills. Chibi going to be able to dismantle Hades. A full-on fight, and it's Homeboys who get the dub everywhere. They're only able to trade for Udil, and now Vanix, the goal laner, is getting ran down by the XP. Has the Monforce able to turn it around for a bit, but now with Chibi rotating over, Chibi doing some damage. Vanix, able to find a double kill with the Zaman Force. Nets going back into the mid lane. Vanix versus Nets and Zorn, and he will have to concede the base turret, but he's already denied the Lord from Homeboys with that play.
Vanix has had enough. He's had enough of what's happened in the early portion of the game, and he goes and shuts down Chibi. And so both junglers went down in the whole exchange over the course of that. But man, by the hands of Vanix, they actually maintain what could have possibly been a push into the base even further. So Lord still for the taking, and now it's just ultimately a reset.
Wild charge again. This time on the JPL is going to be burning down nets with a Lycan Pounce, finding it. They're all onto the turret, or actually the Lord rather. Hades going for a dawning light. Ozone steals it away from NIP Flash. From the hands and the grasp of Hades, who was on it. He didn't get to retreat, he gets smacked in the face by Zorn. Homeboys are online.
That's a grok for you. That's Zorn. You wonder what he's been TPing for. It's for these moments right here. It takes the Lord, gets the cleanup kill. And now for Homeboys, they're going to be looking to march into possibly ending the game if possible. Curtizi does pick up a Divine Glaive. There's a couple crowns over here. They might be able to clear the waves out enough unless Homeboys forces this game to end here. Lord makes its way to the base.
It's a big Lord into the base. I'm offended, connecting on the JPL, bringing it back into the Mystic Field as well. The Divine Judgment catches him with the final slash, bringing Sapat all over to the base in the bottom lane. Still GB with a Shadow Kill, jumping back in front of the Quad Shadow. Sapat finding a double, Curtizi low. Doesn't have the Feather Airstrike. Spot turns him down, puts him down as well. He can go for the winner crown, but not for long as he gets caught under the Mystic Field. Homeboys strike first.
And the Homeboys come out swinging in game number 1 here. A great assassin matchup between two great junglers from two great teams. But ultimately, Chibi and the rest of the Homeboys will go ahead and get the W, get the victory here. Man, what a game 1 for this best of 5. I know the panelists mentioned this earlier. I think this is going to be a very close series ahead of us after just seeing this and what's, again, at stake here for these two teams. Hey, if we get to see 4 more games of that, I'd be happy.
That'll be quite entertaining. An amazing first game to set the pace, to set the tone for this best of 5. Homeboys versus NIP Flash.
What a great matchup we have in store for us, but game 1 was already a treat. Boys, at the panelist stand, why don't you go ahead and break this one down?
I mean, talk about an amazing match. Both junglers being extra active in this game. But I gotta say, that Zorn Lord Steal, I might nominate that as one of the best Lord Steals we've seen so far in MSC.
At least one of the most important, because just for a minute there, Vanix grabbed the game by the horns with a great outplay, able to put them in a position where they could take the Lord, and then Zorn just steals it from him.
But most importantly, he goes for the flicker smack. And then takes out the Hades. I think Hades wasn't able to utilize the retribution because of the dawning light as well that he might not have expected from Bill. Maybe he's not looking at his own screen. You know, sometimes you drag your map. That's my only description of that. However, for NIP Flash, there were glaring mistakes, I would say. Despite, you know, Vanix making the plays afterwards and trying to bring it back for the team, and the fact that there was a good start for JPL. Everybody else was so inconsistent coming out from NIP Flash. And maybe you can argue that Hades is doing well, but I think that it is worth noting that NIP Flash actually made a lot of mistakes. I guess I wouldn't sugarcoat it. They made a lot of blunders in the early stages.
You know, and even here in this last big Lord fight, I want to point out Sepap because he did the Ruby worked very well against the Harith. Every time Vanix would lay down the Zaman's Force, he'd try to get enough shots on, but he'd get locked up there, man. And the thing is the Ruby right now, even building completely tank here essentially, was still outputting a decent amount of damage, especially on someone like a Harith. And it just made it so Vanix in the times that he really needed to get, just one more shot off, it would get delayed.
Yeah, because looking at the build here is all about sustaining, right? Having the War Axe more spellbound, and then having the Oracle, having the Queen's Wings. It's all about, I hit you, I survive longer. And I gotta say, somebody played that very, very well, Wolf.
Yeah. I think especially, I will never forget what Sepat did in the mid lane where he tanked the conceal play, popped the second skill first so that they get started, then goes for the ultimate and then flicker out to eventually outplay the side of the NIP Flash. I think that will...
Oh, yeah.
I will always remember that. I will live rent-free in my head. So yeah, Sepat really did play well in this game.
Talk about that as well. We got to talk about Chibi because in the draft, we already talked about how out of every single player, he has the highest average goal per minute. And in this game, he got the highest goal as well as highest damage dealt. So again, Homeboys so far, they've been looking good. And one of the players that make them look good is Chibi.
Style our plays coming from Chibi. I like this showdown especially. I think the reason why we're so impressed of Chibi with the Hayabusa was also because Hades was challenging him. Like it was almost like a standoff between two junglers that eventually went in favor of Chibi. There was a time where he was able to shut down Hades. Overall, it was a very nice anime-ish like battle between assassins.
I mean, we're talking about the Kage. They pick up a ninja there.
That's right.
Even in the beginning, I mean, they were both, what was it, 6-0 and something,
Yeah.
7-0 and something. They were trading kills. I mean, it was definitely a assassin versus assassin there.
I fairly remember when Hades won 9-0-0.
Yeah.
Chibi was 8-0-3. So they were the
were neck and
gold
neck.
was the gold was also very similar, neck and neck. I love this battle, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, like it has been great. Looking at both junglers living up to the hype because we've been talking about Hades, we've been talking about Chibi, and then in the very first game in this best of 5, both showing their strengths here, and everyone else like, okay, I guess I'll die to you, and then I'll die to you. It's gone to the point where everyone else is like, what about us?
It's all the side characters.
What about us? Yeah,
around the
everyone
big
else
battle happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say though, the side characters have to step up at least for the side of NLB Flash. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. They look very shaky after the first few minutes of the game. It's mainly because of the fact that Vanix is dying.
Yeah,
I think he went 0-3. JPL is not finding the good initiations anymore. He's getting picked apart. Courtesy was phenomenal though. Courtesy was great. I think the way that he managed to utilize the Farsa ult. But Diablo as well, I think he got killed twice in the laning stage. And then when he wanted to initiate, after one final slash, he's not able to kind of refresh the vengeance dashes to eventually sustain the fight. I think people have to step up for NIP Flash. Like you said, the side characters, they need to be the main characters now.
What do you think, Trace? Like, what's your opinion on this matchup?
I think even though they want it to be this huge brawl after game 1, maybe NIP Flash slows down just a little bit. Or, I mean, if you're going to keep on doing this, if you're just going to go blow for blow, then you just got to punch harder, right? There's no other option. And yeah, the rest of the characters do need to step up because they didn't have someone pulling a big Zorn play. Vanix played well, I think. Vanix did good, but even your marksman needs the rest of the team to be able to create space around him, you know, or else he's not going to be able to. They need to keep Sepot away. They need to keep the team at bay so that he can really pop off.
Now, here's the thing. We're going to look at our Sony MVP, and it's Chibi Skibidi, because right now, currently, he has the highest average goal per minute among players, 861. As well, he has the most first bloods. He has 5. And even though Homeboys has played and the thing is, like, they've been playing a lot because we have to remember, Homeboys has been playing since the wild card stage. Out of all the teams here, Homeboys has played the most.
They've just been warming up, and that's why I feel like Chibi is literally, I mean, it feels like every time we see him play, it's just better and better and better and better.
Chibidi Skibidi, as we mentioned. Hayabusa makes a lot of sense versus the Harith. Expect that kind of matchup come through many times. The counter for Chibi should have been this Kaja, but Chibi managed it so well. He gets in and out of the fights before JPL was even able to react. And look at that, the way that he identified that Vanix is very frail in that moment, and then finds him once again onto the backlines in combination with Odil's Dawning Light. This Hayabusa looks very scary. And look at that, that was the seventh play that was talked about, like able to counter the conceal play and then utilize the ultimate to convert for more kills for the side of Homeboys.
Udil as well, man. Some of those Dawning Lights were just timed so perfectly. He never shot them too early. He would wait till everybody was in the right spot and then fire off, and that's when Chibi was able to really come in and just reap sometimes.
Well, we're looking at our MVP, our Sony MVP with 9.5 KDA, 83% kill participation. In this game, 852 goal per minute. I have to ask our gentleman here, like, whenever we see Chibi getting those solo kills, you know, against Vanis, against JPL, it comes to the question, is it just because Chibi positioned himself in a way that he's able to get these kills, or is it the mistakes coming in from NIP Flash?
I would say 80% more on Chibi just outplaying the alternative, the NIP Flash, and maybe Team Flash, NIP Flash, that's 20% on them for being in that spot. For example, Vanix defending the mid, he's a Harith.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to be able to defend the mid like that, especially when there's Hayabusa present. There's the Ruby present as well. There's so many heroes that can jump on him. So I think the 20% was Vanix's fault, for example.
I think when you get to this level of play, right, you have
Yeah.
to you have to think about those things, because as you just said, you just pointed out so greatly, the fact that there's a Hayabusa on the field, the Harris should barely ever be alone, especially in sight.
Yeah, and thank you very much to our gentleman here. But it looks like I got word that Steph Weezy was able to talk to a Malaysian influencer. He's able to catch Ombong. So, Steph Weezy, what are you talking with Ombong?
We are here with Ombong, all the way out from Malaysia, an amazing KOL and a friend to so many players here at MSC 2024. Ombong, how you doing?
I'm so good. I'm so fun to be here. Thank you to EWC and MSC for inviting me here. But my English is not so good, but I'm trying to speak in English.
Well, speaking of things, that's good. Malaysia, super strong out here for MSC 2024. You currently have two teams, SRG and Homeboys, still in the bracket. SRG just made it to top 4. Homeboys having to battle it out for that remaining spot today up against Snip Flash. How does that feel, being from Malaysia, having two of your teams still in the competition?
I'm so proud with them, SRG and Homeboys. Then I see the journey to here is very struggle, and they need to compete to other country. And for me, I hope they can go to the final and the champion in MSC. Yeah.
Well, you're friends with many of the players, specifically Homeboys. Do you have any words of advice for their upcoming match against Snip Flash?
Okay, to them, I know they can beat Flash. I trust they can beat Flash, but to the Chibi, I think, just do what I teach you, how to play Assassin properly. Okay, Chibi?
All right, Chibi, you heard it. Dominate inside of the jungle. Homeboys, good luck on your next match up against Snip Flash. Ombong, thank you so much for your time and enjoy the show.
And now, honestly, like, big shout outs to Ombong. First of all, your English is completely fine.
Yes, sir.
And the thing about Ombong is that when he streams, he says he's the assassin god. He's the Hayabusa player. And I'm pretty sure Chibi showing up with his Hayabusa there, I feel like Ombong would be saying, like, you know what? I taught him how to do that.
Did he?
Honestly, he might.
He might have.
Because his Hayabusa is actually legit. Like, Ombong is a pretty good Hayabusa player. But now we're jumping into the draft here. NIP Flash is going to be first pick. Homeboys is going to be the second pick. Immediately banning out that Angela.
Yeah. We started Benz Moskov is going to be there for Homeboys. Blue side again for NIP Flash. Very much understandable, especially because they do want to lobby for the first pick. I think this time they might rethink their choice. Maybe Roger should be the first pick instead of Harith. Still one of the most picked slash worst performance hero, right?
What, the Harith?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the top it's one of the low percentage win rates right now.
Number one, actually.
Number one.
Number one.
Just to really throw some salt
Harith, yeah.
in there on the Harith players right now.
Fredrin, most used hero for Hades. And this goes back to when he was playing in MPL Indonesia. Well, not this stat, actually. This was the stats that we're seeing are from MPL SG. But when he did play for Geek Fam in MPL Indonesia, did play a lot of Fredrins in there.
So Hades can pull out the utility jungle. It's
For
not,
sure.
It's nothing that he's a slouch on at all.
Absolutely
which
not.
maybe could be the answer here. Maybe not the Fredrin. Hasn't been performing amazingly, but we've seen a lot of teams pick up the Basha. We've seen, different combinations come in. I definitely think they shouldn't count it out when they're going up against Homeboys here.
I like the Roger first pick, if that will be the case for NIP Flash, but they still go for Harith. So, you still go Roger.
Yeah. I mean, no reason to change it up, right? And then, I mean, honestly, for Homeboys, with that kind of, I would say good showing of the draft. I feel like if they're going to switch it out, I feel like they're just going to switch out maybe one or two heroes. But I still feel like Roger Ruby will be very solid here.
Yeah, I think NIP Flash wants them to switch it up, and I think Homeboys the right choice is, yeah, just keep it. If they want to pick the same, we pick the same. They just beat them with it, and they beat them comfortably with it. And it wasn't just, yes, Chibi played a great game, but everyone else as well were able to carry with the heroes that they had. But this time, Homeboys going to lock in the Hayabusa early on in the first picks.
Hayabusa. You're even incentivized to go for somewhere along the lines of a Minotaur as well as a Tigreal now for NIP Flash. The Kaja didn't work.
Right now we have a quote coming in from NIP Flash Diablo. The most threatening in Homeboys is Chibi as well as Zorn. But I would say more on Chibi. Zorn can be shut down. Just don't give him the momentum, man. Looking at game number 1, I would say they did exactly that. Martis! We haven't seen this one for quite a while. So this is the 78th hero?
This probably is.
We're getting closer to 80, boys.
Closer to 80.
Oh, man. A Cho and a Martis. I don't know how to feel about this. This is like, if you're Zorn, you're so tempted to go for a Kufra. And this particular matchup.
It does give them some aggressiveness in the early game, though, if they want to try to go for an invade. I think Martis, we haven't seen him at all in MSC yet. Was that his debut pick, right? That's what you just said, LaFell. And I think if there's a jungler pick that can survive in the new revamped enemy jungle and possibly pull off a kill, it could be the Martis with the decimation or something like that, especially with the Cho behind him. If they can put a nice aggressive mid laner, could be the answer.
Vexana is the choice here for Homeboys. Reckon they would go for another sustain hero for Sapat, just so that they will have a good synergy. I'm still curious about this Martis because I don't think that it's one of the strongest heroes out there. No. And most importantly is third pick. There's the Faramis, but it is actually banned by Homeboys, which I thought they could have used. Especially that is an answer to the Martis. Martis doesn't like to play against Faramis because you just cannot decimate people.
I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I watch MPLSG. Sometimes they do this thing where they put Martis mid lane. I don't think they'll be doing it for this game. Dude, trust me. MPLSG is quite the ride, right? In terms of spicy pickups, they do have a lot of spicy pickups. But now, the Farum is getting banned out. For NIP Flash, should they be focusing more on Zorn or Supply? Sure. With that being said, Edith kind of hits both.
Yeah. Edith is a great ban because it's an open, like I said. Arlott may be the next one.
Get rid of the Grok again, maybe too.
Oh yeah, the Grok also. It's a Harry.
Grok's a nice. You get the passive and everything to nullify the CC coming from the Cho and the Martis, so it could be a solid answer.
Nana, very interesting ban here.
Okay. Oh, sorry. These are heroes that might be able to counter the assassins, right? I would suggest Aurora for NIP Flash. It's gonna be great for Curteasy. Aurora and Cho, so much lockdown, and I can deliver also the damage. At the same time, you're looking for a Shredder because you already have your sweeper, right, with a Martis. You're looking for a constant source of damage, which can come from Farsa, for example, which we know Kurt also uses a lot.
It's definitely up in the air right now. NIP Flash, I think, again, for me, I think Zorn's a major problem. They got to watch out for him. They get rid of the Kaja, which Kaja definitely can be a problem to the Martis, can be a problem even to the Cho when you try to dive in, or can catch the Herethos. So covering their bases, Homeboys on first pick here, need an EXP laner, need a roamer.
Arlott.
Get a little bit of both.
Exactly.
A little bit of both.
Yep.
A great fourth pick, honestly, because it gives them so much flex for that fifth.
Somewhere Ruby, somewhere along the lines of Ruby, but Arlott is actually the best because you provide so much for your team. But I think you're stuck with Aurora now if you're an NIP Flash. And then you're looking for an EXP lane that can match up. Teresa's still open. Ooh. Makes a lot of sense versus the Arlott. Not much about it against Roger. I wonder if NIP Flash are considering the CC actually. CC provides you the physical damage in the latter portions of the game and also cannot be easily killed by the members of Homeboys.
And also can kite along with the Roger pretty well, can kind of dance back and forth. But
wait, is
that it? Is this what you were talking about?
Julian
mid lane Julian, actually no.
Yep.
Or
this
mid lane Martis.
Nah. I feel like this is mid lane Julian for sure. At
He's got a 77% win rate.
It should be a mid lane Julian. I do feel like that should be the case. And NIP Flash, they want to double down. It's like, we still like to brawl. So this might be a good lineup to go up against Homeboys.
Oh, get your gloves out.
Like every single one of these picks, they're able to fight at level 4, essentially. Even the Hive, sure, Hive might need the Starlium side, but after that, you should be fine. And Homeboys closes it out with a
What a
Turizla.
solid lineup from Homeboys.
Personally, for me, like, I like the spice that NIP Flash is showing. So thank you very much, Wolf, as well as Strex. Now that the draft is over, I'm going to be passing it over to our caster for game number 2 of NIP Flash versus Homeboys.
Thank you guys so much. Again, breaking down the draft here again. Interesting draft, I'd say.
Interesting.
And, it's me, Naisu, and Miracle once again to bring you game number 2 here. And they talked about how the dynamics of these teams when it comes to drafting before we got to the match, this speaks volumes here.
Yeah, but also, there's going to be a crazy change, by the way. You guys will find out in the game because we're not going to reveal it to you just yet. But don't worry, Naisu, take us to the land of Dawn, baby.
Well, we're jumping to the land of Dawn. Game number 2 here once again. After a close action-packed game 1, we go at it for game 2. Looking to even out the series here, of course, for NIP Flash.
There you go.
And yes, there you go. It's not a mid lane Julian. It's actually a mid lane Martis?
Yeah, it's a mid lane Martis. I think we have seen this in MPL SG. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see something crazy like this all the way from game number 2 for NIP Flash. They know if Homeboys get this game, it's going to be match point for them. So might as well try to go for something crazy now than later on in match point.
This would almost be true to hold on. Wow, look at the damage already on Zorn.
With the Mortal Coil, and that's going to be first blood straight up with the help of the G Kundo. Zorn saving the flicker, not giving it or not using it just yet.
I think he was even just like, yeah, I'm going to be okay. But instead he goes down. And also real quick, looking at the emblems here. Again, just Warcry emblem here for Chibi, of course, after the previous performance. But yeah, my eyes are also going to be on this Martis, on how this is going to work in the mid lane, because this does change some of the rotations or some of the timings even for this lineup from NIP Flash. And I would really say this draft, man, is very fitting to the name. Like, they're ninjas in pajamas, man.
They're certainly ninjas in pajamas. They're something you don't expect, right? I mean, with the draft as well. I feel like the idea is, if Homeboys wants to brawl, sure, let's brawl with them. Because that's what the Martis is meant to do in these brawls. Vanix, though, taking a wrong step forward, now punished instantly by the Chain CC and the Lycan Pounce JPL. No way to actually go in towards Zorn or Net, so he'll have to just concede that 1 kill back to Homeboys.
That's a good pickup, though, too. You know, Net's getting that early kill already in the gold lane is going to help out with the matchup against the Harith. Of course, you know, lane-wise, it can be either or, but Turtle's up now. Objective for the taking here, and that's just going to be NIP Flash securing it very easily. So again, trading here, top lane. Get the flicker out from Diablo, so no dice there on the top.
Just a flicker. Diablo knows better than to take on Sapad, especially with the help of Udo there. Chain CC, very, very easy to do with Homeboys' composition. But we do have a game fact here. From MSC 2017 until now, chose the most picked hero. With this pick as the 158th, recording over a 56% win rate from the start of MSC.
That's, I don't know, we got to give him like a MSC skin or something.
An MSC skin?
he needs one. At this point, he's Mr. MSC. You know, and with the recent change to the show, I feel like that's really what put him in a position where when we made that transition to like old meta to where we are now, he fits so well in it because, you know, we've seen this so many times where it's all about the fighting. It's all about these skirmishes early on. Just like this mid.
Shadow kill into the mid lane, or just the quad shadow. No shadow kill, he didn't use it. Curtizi, great mortar coil to actually escape from it, utilizing the CC in his kit and then flickering out.
Good defense. But, you know, again, Chibi can actually just visit the lane again and possibly get the next kill. Also, really, when Chibi does get the Sky Piercer, I'm not sure if he's going to follow the exact same build as previous. But once that's online, then it gets, you know, a little bit more scary, especially when you're on a Martis sitting in the mid lane. So we find ourselves once again kind of at a stalemate until 30 seconds. This Turtle's going to come up here. You can see already placements too. Zorn waiting patiently there. taking a look at the items real quick. Okay, the Sky Piercer's already online for Chibi. And on the other side, Hades hasn't locked in his first item just yet. He went for the penetration boots, so he's got that. And then over even for the Martis here, for Curtizi, doesn't have his just yet. So again, Sky Piercer is going to be picked up almost all the time first because it's only 1,500 gold. You know, it's pretty cheap for the amount of pressure it can apply to these fights on a Hayabusa.
Yeah, and for Hades, you know, on the Julian, I think it's normal right now to see Julian just go for the Holy Crystal first item, and that's what he's pathing for in the item builds. JPL trying to find an angle now as Homeboys are first onto the second turtle of the game. Deja vu to game number 1 because that's exactly what happened as well. Hades walking forward, now going to be locked down. Zorn plotting away. The Dragon still able to escape for now, but Vanix now with Zaman Force able to dodge away from the final slash, picking up the kill. Curtizi in the mid lane will be picked up, but Nets will fall as well. In the bottom side, it's a trade, 2 for 1, but Homeboys get the turtle.
Okay, JPL should be fine. He's going to stay here, of course, try to annoy Sapat.
Quad Shadow in, now with a Shadow Kill. JPL flickers using the blink to escape from the Shadow Kill. Well played.
Well played. Also, they're going to go ahead and get the turret. Really good decisions coming out here from NIP Flash. Warax is also going to be picked up now for Diablo. So, you know, still, it's the same story, Miracle. It's just like we saw from the previous game. It's just different lineups where really they're mirroring each other objectively, and even when it comes to the team fights. Earlier, you saw it was like a 3 versus 1 on both sides of the map. And so they find themselves now looking for their next objective takes. Looking for the turret, first one for Homeboys.
The Dragon? The Vengeance actually cancels it just for a bit, but Curtizi will be able to pick up the Decimate right with the Chain CC together with the Enhanced Chain knockup. And now he has a Sky Piercer. That's a Decimate Sky Piercer Martis.
I was going to say, you know, you see the Holy Crystal being built up here too. Mid lane should be fine. Okay, yes. Sky Piercer Decimate. What do we even call that? Decimate Pierce?
The Sky Decimate?
What happens first? The Decimate or the... Yeah, I guess the Decimate.
I think so. Sapan, ooh. Penalty zone, locking him down. JPL able to dash forward, and it's going to be Hades who just takes him out. Final slash displacing JPL. No one following up. Nets. Now the Lycan pounce over to Vanix. Hades gets an enhanced chain, and it's enough to disengage from the skirmish.
I don't know. It seems like there's some like hesitation as well from the Homeboys. Yeah. Like on how they want to approach some of those fights, because I know it's JPL, I know it's a Cho pick, I know it's the most pick since MSC, but you know, that looked like they could have possibly gotten a kill there, but also maybe just the fact of we're respecting the fact that Hades actually has a lot of damage. He does have, you know, this Julian who's going to be able to shred through some of these members from Homeboys. And again, it's a little bit tricky on trying to even capitalize a kill on Martis. JPL again.
Wait, the Dragon straight into the penetration, but no Decimate just yet. Sapat able to flicker full out of that skirmish. Now Zorn gonna be caught by the damage coming from Zaman Force. The Shadow Kill comes in to deal some damage. Curtizi using a Mortal Coil. Chibi dancing left and right, but will finally be caught by Curtizi on the Martis, who gets a double.
Gets a double. That's a Decimate Pierce. The Sky Piercer Decimate combination is too much for Homeboys to handle.
Skibbity Martis.
Skibbity Martis, mid lane.
Knock up, forcing to purify. I'm offended from Diablo, but the final slash catches them. Zorn unable to capitalize on that final slash, and it's actually him who gets picked off.
Oh man, again, Homeboys, like you're wondering, was just this too much of a feint? As we look at the STC replay here, great initiation again, even under the turret. And they get a kill off of all of that. So, you know, Homeboys, they got to be wondering, scratch hands like, okay.
Look at that.
Yeah, see that? They were so stunned by the replay that they stayed in time. But for Homeboys, man, again, it's kind of like, where do we turn things around? Looking at the items real quick, Sapat is not where he needs to be. All he has is a War Axe. And honestly, I feel like he gets whittled down. Oh, going for him again.
JPO with the G Kundo. Sapat used the penalty zone, but he gets knocked up, gets decimated, gets pierced, gets everything.
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 He gets thrown in a Zaman Force. You know, and that's what I was going to go when I was looking at Sapat. Even the previous fight before he just got blown up now was, man, you know, I feel like it's just confusion. Like he's swinging that big mace in a Zaman Force and everything is so difficult to lock down, even with the penalty zone, because of the way that even this Martis fits the bill here for this NIP Flash lineup. And so they find themselves, the shields are being popped, of course, from Homeboys already this early on. Lord is still 30 seconds away, so this is a big advantage for NIP Flash.
Massive. The fact that they got a holy defense already in the bottom lane with the base turret there without the Lord.
Yeah.
is impressive. How they've been able to utilize this early game composition has been great, but one thing stays true, which is how are they going to deal with the mid-game threat? Because technically for Homeboys, they still have that to play with, right? Around the neutral objectives as well. They have a very, very good combo. That is bad timing for saying good combo because the final slash literally just missed. But for NIP Flash, this should just be a free Lord. They were all in the bottom lane, so NIP Flash capitalized on it. They weren't even able to go for any trade. They tried to get a kill on JPL. I think even if they did get that, it wouldn't really have been worth it.
JPL would have still accomplished his mission. You know, it's pretty much just to be a nuisance to Homeboys right now. Oh!
I'm offended, but it's on spot. 3-man final slash. Now in the penalty zone. Locking him down. Eternal Guard down on the back line. Chibi goes in for the shadow kill. Dealing some damage. Sabata able to dash or get out now. As Curtizi gets over the border. Quill away the dragon. JPL finding the flicker play as Hades locks him down. And Vanix executes him. NIP Flash now looking to utilize the Lord.
This is, again, so impressive what they've been able to accomplish with this lineup. And man, I don't know, my personal MVP already is going to be JPL here because he has been a nuisance to Homeboys. And now Lord making its way on the bottom side. They're going to try to defend. JPL going to go in again.
Good Terrifier, but he wants to bait out some of these resources. 2-man Jikundo. He's bought enough time, but Diablo is going to be caught with the final slash. Able to find the donor Wolf King, but will not be able to escape. Spot penalty zone. Locking Vanix down, but he does still have the Zaman Forge, and the Decimate gets rid of him. Curtizi looking for one more. TVO going to be caught by the Decimate, but the Piercer doesn't execute him. He's still able to get out with the Quad Shadow, but they have cracked the base open. That's one base turret in the bottom lane taken down.
Okay, Homeboys gonna be okay. STC replay here. You're looking at JPL goes in, trying to just actually force this. He's supposed to die in the exchange there, and then they want to get that turret. And they probably could have got a couple kills, but instead they have to go on the defensive. Good try there from Homeboys to even cap out on some kills. But ultimately, it's Chibi that survived. And with that, again, they bought themselves some more time. JPL goes in with Conceal, is not going to find anything. Gets information, though, here, at least for this purple buff. And Homeboys, I mean, you're looking at it, they're kind of forced to stay together because of what JPL's capable of doing. Not just JPL, Diablo, too. Whenever that flicker's available, he's been doing it time and time again. The I'm Offended flicker combination on this Ruby has been hell to deal with for Homeboys. So now finding themselves once again on this defensive mode. It's more so like we just gotta farm up. BOD was just picked up here, but I don't know, man. How much time does Homeboys need to equalize things here?
I don't know. I think it really depends on Nets. But even then, he's actually opted to go for a little bit more of a defensive utility build with a Thunder build.
Yep.
And the Endless Battle first item. That's a build that I don't really see too often. So already a very interesting build path. But speaking of interesting, Hunter Strike, normal. Sky Piercer, normal. Queen's Wings, third item, by the way, for Curtizi. So his plan is, I go in, I get a kill, and hopefully I get out.
Hopefully I get out with the wings, but also the Mortal Coil. Like that. That's what I'm saying. The way team fights go, it's really difficult for Homeboys because if you're looking at the lineup from NIP Flash, it's like, how do you catch some of these guys? You know, they're literally, again, it's ninja-like in a way, and they're going to be able to go ahead and just get this Lord because Homeboys, it's so difficult for them to fight. They're way too late to approach this. I'm not sure. Diablo could possibly force a situation, but they don't. They take the discipline route. They're like, you know what? We're going to go ahead, wait for the Lord to come in. We got 2 base turrets to knock down from Homeboys, and then here we are 1-1 in the series. They could possibly be a game-winning push here. Depending on how this goes, they're probably going to take the purple buff as well. Divine Glaive now locked into for Vanix. So for Homeboys, I'm really just thinking here, you know, 8,000 gold behind. You somehow need to withstand the pick-off potential that's going to be forced from NIP Flash as they kind of just have to watch. Oh, hold on, Zorn.
And that's Shane canceling out that final slash, but for them, it's all about utilizing the Lord, right? They don't want to get too aggressive, but right as I say that, that's concealed from JPL. Able to Jikundo, possibly onto Udil, uses the Shunpo, and he was able to zone them away from that base turret. Easy take for NIP Flash, as now they're looking for the final base turret up top. Chibi sent to deal with it. Hades now looking for it. Shadow kill used up, but the winner crown is there. Chibi dashes forward. Watch out, JPL with away the dragon, and Diablo takes him out. Final penalty zone onto 3 members. That's going to enhance Shane to knock them up straight into Vanix's damage. On the Zaman Force, Vanix going wild. Getting a triple kill as Curtizi goes godlike. NIP Flash 1-1.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands. Man, like true ninjas in pajamas, NIP Flash comes out with a brilliant lineup. Something a lot of people did not expect to see of Martis in the mid lane. And JPL, my personal MVP, my personal GOAT for game number 2 here. Man, what a game for him.
If Liquid Echo have JP, NIP Flash have JPL.
L. JPL. Oh, man. Again, great lineup. I love that we talked about how these two teams are the teams to bring out this spice or bring out drafts that you might be scratching your head about sometimes, you know? And I'm sure the guys over on the panelist stand also are scratching their heads, so we're going to throw it over to them to break down game 2.
Well, what we can say is it's definitely a brawl. And okay, first of all, let's talk about this Martis pick. We talked about this during the draft. It is one of the things that we've seen in MPLSG, but I thought in MSC they would be like, okay, maybe this won't work here, but they're just like, we're bringing in the Singapore flavor to MSC. So they showed up with the Martis mid with the Sky Piercer, and it worked out.
I mean, it almost feels like a counter to the aggressive assassin builds that some teams are bringing, just because how do you even deal with that in the early game?
Especially because Sky Piercer is so cheap.
Yeah.
One of the cheapest items out there. And also because of the fact that Martis just won't work. I mean, when it was first phase picked by NIP Flash, I already told you guys that I don't like it because it doesn't work against assassins. Turns out it's not going to be the jungler. And in this case, after Hunter Strike goes for the Queen Swings, good for Breastplate, there's no way you can take out Kurt Teasy. And he played so well. I think that you probably don't know this, but Kurt used to play in the offlane role before. This was before XP Lane and Golden was established. Was called an offlaner, you know?
A few questions in mind, but before that, I do have to say JPL on this show has been amazing. And let's talk about Cho. 158 times being picked since 2017 up until now in the MSC alone, with like what, 56% win rate. That's an amazing stat for the hero.
For sure.
He's a hero that just never seems to go away.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's always there.
Either a damage dealer or a roam.
Yeah,
all the way back like EXP.
EXP jungle anywhere.
Times.
And I think that the difference of performance for JPL between game 1 and 2, it's night and day. You can compare it with his Gacha, where he was able to get initial kills the first few minutes, but then in the mid game he suffered. Now he's very much comfortable.
Question that both me and Trex we actually talk about. It's very interesting to think about this, but how does the Sky Piercer actually work with Decimate? Because the thing is, if you decimate and it's not the decimate that gets the kill, it's the Sky Piercer proc that gets the kill, the lethality.
Yeah.
Does it reset the decimate or does it not reset? It's like a lot of questions when it comes to the item.
I say yes.
I believe that if you use the decimate and if it doesn't kill, if any other damage input is the one that takes out the opponent, it will not reset as a decimate. Let's just say that for some reason you have glowing wand, for example, with a decimate.
Or an orange buff.
Or an orange buff.
But don't orange buff and glowing wand apply separate damage.
Yeah, that's separate.
I'm pretty sure Sky Piercer is part of your damage.
Yeah.
It just adds what's needed to your attack. So it's not like it's not like when the numbers pop up, it's a separate number. I think. So it still counts as the decimate.
I mean, I don't know. We usually see the true damage 999. So is that?
Oh yeah, the 999.
Right. So it might consider as a, you know, again, this is one of those things where we nerd out behind the scenes, like we're talking about how it works, etc., etc. But again, this is a brawl. NIP Flash going up against Homeboys, really living up to what they've been talking about before the match even starts. They just want to fight it out. And I gotta say, Kurt Teasy, fighter mid, that might be the adjustments that makes it so that Homeboys is like, okay, you know what, we've seen this before, but we would not thought we would fight against it. So what's next? How do you answer this?
At the same time, it's like a Hayabusa and Harith picked up first 2 picks though. So I think NIP Flash would know better how to handle that. So I think it's not much about the choices here for NIP Flash, but you revealing so much in your first 2 picks.
And I also have to talk about how the performances of the roamer really does impact the team, because in this game, Zorn using the Arlet, he was the first one to die in that exchange in the mid. And then after that, we didn't see a lot of good pickups coming in from Zorn using the Arlet. He's amazing on the show, but honestly, this might be the matchup where, as much as the strong damage dealers are impacting the game, we got to talk about the roamers as well.
Well, I think Zorn, he's the type of roamer who wants to be in your face all the time. And when you see a lot of roamers like that, when they take an early death, it immediately kind of puts them in this place. It's like, oh, maybe I can't be the Zorn that I normally always am, right? Maybe I can't be the roamer that I normally always am. And then it kind of sets him back towards JPL comparative to game one. And now he's the one who's in their face, and the whole table has been flipped a little bit. But I'm wondering, you know, should Zorn have, after that, should he have kept on getting vision for his team? You know, he's kind of put in a weird spot, and I think that's where the Martis comes in. It was a cheesy pick, right? It comes in, it throws you completely off guard. You don't know how to play against it. You don't know what to do, especially roamer to roamer. Like, how many times do you think Zorn's ever gone up against a Martis roam, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, here's the thing. We're talking about the roamers. Let's talk about our Sony MVP. And it's going to be JPL on that show. Again, we talked about this show, and JPL really showing up. Like, even behind the scenes, when we were watching, it's like, how did he get that kick? Like, he was he was prepared for all these engages.
I think that it goes with his maybe mastery, you know, or maybe this time it's confidence. Maybe game number one was just an off game for him, that he's not able to find his openings. But in this particular game, I think we are now seeing the strength of the buffed Cho, in a way, or balanced Cho, with the Jeet Kune Do having so much more, covering so much more ground. And at the same time, though, if you're snowballing like this, and then everybody's just dashing through, like all of the heroes coming out from NIP Flash are dashing, so you're just more comfortable initiating for your team because everybody can just follow through easily.
Honestly, for me, the question really is, like, usually you see cheese picks working out very well in one game. Now we got to see if it will actually pop up in the third game of this match, or they're like, okay, it's a little bit too risky, maybe we won't show it again. And even if they do show it again, it's all on Homeboys whether they can respond or not. But again, JPL on this show, I feel like for both teams, they got to respect this pick. Almost to the point where if you're a second pick, you might actually pick it up immediately just so that you don't give it over, because JPL with the show, 13 KDA with 81% kill participation.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think it's possible to get picked again. I think the real job that this does for NIP Flash is kind of reset the draft. Now, Homeboys is forced to kind of switch it up a little bit. You know, not maybe go for those same exact response picks that we've been seeing them as they're on the red side. And that works out for NIP. They were able to kind of reset things, bring it back to ground one, and look at Cho, Mr. MSC.
Actually,
as Nice who called him.
Now that I think about it, this time Homeboys, they had the option to go up with the Roger as well as Ruby. The fact that they didn't pick up the Ruby would have been a good answer to the show. So why didn't they pick up the Ruby? Why was it Roger Hayabusa? Why switch it up from game number one?
Well, you know what they say, you want to surprise your opponents. I think that they identified that the Hayabusa might be stolen by NIP Flash, actually, because that could be a potential answer, right? Because we know for sure that they can handle it. And if they do pick up the Ruby, they will not have the answer to the Hayabusa. I'm not saying that they actually did the right thing. I still agree with you. I think the Ruby would have been a much better choice. At the same time, this is why best of fives are amazing, because now you steal your opponent's picks, and then you kind of change it up. You overthink your draft, typically.
And as we saw, I would say that the thing of that MSC has shown, sometimes keeping it simple might be the right answer. With that being said, this game, there's a lot to break down for it. So with the assistant of Bob, Wolf, can you show us what happened in game?
Oh yeah, there were so many things that happened in game, but I would just like to show everyone the last clash, which I thought was amazing because again, JPL is gonna be showing us how comfortable it is. So you can see that the turret has been taken out, so that's a massive thing for a side of NIP Flash. They focused on that one. That was the first step, and now they can now be aggressive. If you slowly look at it, Odile is gonna land a very good spell out there, but Hades goes for Chibi instead. So he knows that he can actually dive because he just freshly picked up the Winter's Crown, right? So this is just a few seconds ago, he was able to pick it up, and then he has the damage now for Chibi, and then we can see that JPL is just looking for an angle to support his teammate, and then he eventually finds it. Now they now corral to anyone who gets into their box, although technically speaking, assassin-based lineups like this one for NIP Flash don't necessarily have a box kind of strategy or a formation because you're like all over the place. But once you eliminate one of your opponents, and then what usually happens is that in this case, Homeboys will desperately want to get a pickoff. They will get into the box of NIP Flash, and then they get decimated one after the other.
Although I have to say, looking at the highlight that you showed just now, it's all about Hades on that Julian. The enhanced chain really is a big game changer when it comes to the engages.
I think just with the coils, the enhanced chain, and then JPL throwing in a kick here and there, they always had some way to kind of catch Homeboys off there. Nobody was safe from that composition during that game.
Yeah.
So honestly, looking at game number 3, it's really about the draft as well, because we've seen game number 1 and game number 2. It's been very, very impactful. Game number 1, it was pretty even between NIP Flash against Homeboys, but game number 2, it was, honestly, in my opinion, it was all NIP Flash.
Yep.
Now it comes to the question, are they going for that Martis mid again, since Homeboys didn't seem to have an answer, but now that Homeboys have seen it, what's going to be the plan? Because like you guys have said, you don't usually see this kind of things in scrims.
I think that this Martis in the mid lane is more of a special sword that you bring out on special occasions. Maybe a special China that you chose, that you show when there are special guests.
You bring out the nice China when the Homeboys are here.
Exactly. So I think might not be repeating that kind of stuff, but if the situation calls for it, they're gonna bring it out.
Can I just say I have no idea what you guys are talking about?
The special China?
The special China that you bring out when the Homeboys come over?
Yeah.
The good plates?
Are you acting now, or it's one of your best plates, like a good design, usually fragile ceramic, actually top of the line.
That's what you guys are talking about.
Bring out the good silverware. The real silverware for the Homeboys.
I only have paper plates.
Well,
we'll get you some China.
All right, thank you very much. And now we're jumping into the draft pick here. Homeboys is going to be the first pick, NIP Flash, second pick here. Homeboys is still betting the Louis, even though they have the option to pick it up, and they're betting out the Moskov. NIP Flash betting out the Chip as well as the Angela. So even though they switch sides, in terms of the ban, not that much different here.
Yeah. That means Roger is the priority for Homeboys, I would say. I think this is the actual time where we will know the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, Homeboys are their first pick in the Roger because of the fact that the Harith was picked up anyways. In the moment where they do have the chance to pick up the Harith, will they pick up the Harith? We'll find out.
I think this is a good opportunity for NIP Flash to kind of switch things up as well, because now finally the side changes. NIP Flash on red side, they get second pick, and it's going to kind of change up. Like, I think we really start back to ground 1 here in terms of draft, at least. I don't think it's going to be exactly the same as game 1, and I don't think it's going to be exactly the same as game 2.
I do agree with the Roger pickup here now that the Ling has been banned out, and then
Harith.
Oh, they're picking up the Harith.
So
interesting.
At least between these two teams, Harith should be the priority. Has been proven.
Ruby Roger for NIP Flash now. The mirror draft.
I think they will want to go Cho, actually.
Yeah.
Cho Roger.
But then Homeboys will pick up the Ruby just to fight back.
Yeah, that's also very true. So, or Moscow is banned, unfortunately. So yeah, this should be Roger Cho. That's my guess here for NIP Flash. Maybe do they pick up the Ruby?
I'm the wolf now.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, now Homeboys, it's asking Zord. Now that you've seen the Ruby, do you want to pick up the Chill? I kind of personally feel like might as well just pick up the Grok while it's still open. Pick up the Grok and then have an aggressive mid laner just so that you can actually start applying pressure in the mid.
What if Homeboys just picks up the Martis? They should exchange.
Like,
I'm the captain.
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now.
I believe the better option, yeah, I would say Grok looks good. Edith for Homeboys also looks really good.
Pick up a Vex here, maybe?
Did they want to get the Odile hero as soon as possible?
Oh, Nolan. Oh, they're accepting the challenge. Cho going up against Ruby.
And the Nolan, that is tough because the Nolan too wants to dive in, and if you get hit by just one of those second skills, man, it is you're stuck, and that's all Roger needs. That's all that's all anybody needs, just that half a second of time.
Okay.
And the Hayabusa pickup here.
Wow, this is so big.
You know what? Both
looks
teams,
familiar.
Both teams might as well just share the same hero pool.
Are we sure they're on the right side? Are these drafts are on the right side?
Oh my God! Well, the AR says so. So literally, Homeboys. This is like the first 2 picks. Oh, it's not really the first 2 picks, but the first 2 picks of Homeboys are the heroes that NIP Flash used against their composition, which happens to be NIP Flash's composition.
So we'll.
Okay.
If Hayabusa wins again, do we just want to say, at least in this match, the Hayabusa is better than the Nolan?
At least between these two, yeah.
At least between these two, yeah.
Or is it all because of the Ruby?
Interesting.
That's what Mirko always says as well. Interesting.
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 Okay, I do like the Grok. I thought that Homeboys could have utilized that too, but they do ban it. Well, because that was their hero in game number 1, right? That was Sword's hero, so they just banned it. You know what? Maybe they just banned Vexana. Was it Vexana in game 1? It was Vexana, right? For Odile.
I think Vexana was game 2.
Okay.
Odile, I think NIP Flash had Farza in game 1.
Yeah, NIP Flash had Farza, yeah.
Odile had...
He had Vex.
He had one of those heroes. He had
a
the
mage.
Yeah.
he had Xavier.
Xavier.
There you go. So, we haven't seen it for such a long time, but we can't remember it. Enemy Flash. I would say banning out the Vexana could be a good pick here. So yeah, Vexana has been banned out.
Literally just... Okay, this is what works with us. Let's ban it out.
Interesting.
Okay. Homeboys, did they ban... if they ban Xavier here, I'm gonna... Okay, so it is going to be the Kaja. You're gonna be looking for your mage, probably for NIP Flash.
What if they pick up the Edith? Just put the either or EXP and they pick up the Farsa instantly.
Okay. It's gonna be their answer, the Farsa.
I'm honestly not mad if Homeboys picks up the
Xavier again.
No Grok's banned.
For Homeboys, it could well be the Xavier, right?
Is Aurora fine here?
Aurora is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, for any of the teams actually, but then again, the Farsa was already taken by NIP Flash. That eliminates that factor. And yes, Aurora is really good against the composition of NIP Flash. Then they will be looking for what? Terizla at the end, good combination. Have so much sustain, and then maybe the outlier is Edith, but I'm thinking like Aurora plus the Edith now. Or sorry, Aurora plus Terizla for Homeboys.
I don't know, man. The Aurora is kind of immobile, so it's a little scary up against a... They go for the Xavier. That's been their lean-to here, man.
Maybe they just like the Xavier Farsa matchup.
Do you want to go Lolita now if you're NIP Flash? Okay versus the Harith. Great versus the Xavier.
There's nothing more
about
satisfying than sending back a Dawning Light.
Yeah.
Minotaur, or just put this Ruby in the room and then just put a Yuzong in the EXP or something?
Honestly, a Tiger looks really good for NIP Flash. It counters the Nolan in many ways. At the same time, Mino looks good. Ruby Roam, and then if that case, Yuzong makes a lot of sense.
Just because it helps deal with the Cho, like you were talking about, LaFell, I think it could go...
Yeah, the Tigreal.
Yeah, picking a Tigreal here looks like the Ruby will be going to the EXP. So the question is, for the casters, I'm pretty sure you guys will think one of the draft is interesting. The question is, which one? With that being said, we're throwing it over to Naisu and Mirko.
Thanks so much, and yes, you know what? I'll go ahead and say it already. They're both interesting. How about you, Mirko?
Interesting. I don't know. Looking like a close game, honestly, again, right? Just like in game number 1.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be a stomp like game number 2. So I'm all in for it. This time Hades on the Hayabusa. Love the flair of Hades on an assassin. Last time back in MPL Indonesia, every time he picks an assassin, it always just feels so much faster than when he's on the utility picks.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are rejoicing again as this whole series so far has been, you know, its own form of an anime show between the junglers, swapping these jungle picks, swapping these assassin picks even, if you will. And, you know, when you're thinking about it, it does set the momentum, it does set the pace of the game. But it looks like we are ready to go ahead and jump into the Land of Dawn here for the next game. It's a 1-1 right now. Game number 3 ahead of us. We'll see which of these teams, either Homeboys or NIP Flash, will pull ahead in this best of 5. Once again, with everything on the line here, the amazing prize pool at MSC 2024, and also the keys that we've been seeing getting crushed for the past days now. Look at this already early aggression on JPL. He might have to get out of there.
One last hit is all
he holds on.
He needs, but JPL holds on to the flicker, holds on. He actually does pop the regen. So that's going to be a big resource in the early phase of the game if this poke continues. That's why I think every single time they go for the Xavier, they need something like a Grok, they need something like a Cho. They need a super fast clearer as a roamer to really make the Xavier work.
Here's the question, man. How do we feel about the side lane of Barrett's? I mean, for the longest time, he was just in the jungle. He was part of the utility pool of heroes. Now he's in the jungle against the Ruby.
For me, wait, Quad Shadow in on the Zorn, forced the flicker out. Hades looking for the play, Mystic Field catches him. Now the Shunpo as well. Zorn gonna be caught with the first blood. Hades will have no more Quad Shadows to escape, and that's a trade. The jungler, Chibi, getting the kill over to Hades.
Okay, Chibi gets the early kill in terms of these jungles here, but of course Hades got one as well. So, you know, pretty relatively even, but good response there. And I'm actually surprised that Zorn's still able, even as low as he was. Okay, wings by wings. Gonna keep Curtizi okay. But again, I think this is really, just like we watched JPL in the previous game, you know, you're gonna have to really keep an eye on Zorn. Where is he initiating from? You know, where is he poking from? Where does he get the Way of Dragons off?
I mean, look at how oppressive the Xavier is in lane. Even without the Cho is nowhere near the mid lane. Up top already, Mystic Field, Zorn able to get the 2-man knockup. The Shadow Kill comes through as well. Now Retribution, it's Hades who steals it from across the wall as a further airstrike takes him low. Diablo in the chase, up against Subpot, brings him back, but he got the dash earlier. Diablo unable to get the kill even with the last shot. And now Chibi is waiting for a play, an assassination attempt, but unable to find the right angle. But to answer your question,
Barrett's in the side lane.
Barrett's in the side lane. I actually like the Barrett's in the side lane.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, you know, with this fight brought to us by STC, the replay here, you know, for the most part, it was a good exchange, and the Barrett survives. You know, luckily he's able to get that little bit of a dash and escape death. And I think that's the thing I want to know for the Barrett's in the side lane, because we just don't see them too often, you know, in the current meta things. But we know that the Daytona's Welcome with the Flicker can actually be a pretty good playmaker. And I think what we're seeing a lot of this exchange now is also the fact that Xavier with the Mystic Field paired up with the fact that, okay, when you lock someone down, of course you have Dawning Light, but it also sets things really well for Chibi to utilize a pick-off with the Fracture or just the burst potential. There's
That's
Daytona's
why I like
Welcome.
him. Daytona's Welcome sets up for the Fracture, but Diablo able to get the Don't Run Wolf King. Now Chibi on the chase, one last hit, and he is able to find Diablo under the turret. You're so good at catching people.
Yeah, you know, and that's the power of the lineup too. And I like, that's the thing. How many ultimates are actually available in the game that have this like global presence? Xavier is still, I would say, probably one of the best. I know you can argue like, oh, Spear of Destruction, and then you have
not as
Dawning
instant.
Light, but it's not as instant. And the threat there, Zorn goes in, checks things out. Mystic Field not going to land either. If that would have landed, then they probably would have fallen up. Chibi's still waiting patiently for Kurt.
With the Fracture, now the Tiki Lethal Ignition. One last tick, he finds it. 3-0 Chibi on a killing spree.
He popped the regen. It wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, that is why you have these power plays with the assassin picks, and why Nolan. It's crazy that it's such a good performance in this series because teams have struggled to make it work, and now Turtle for the taking. I don't think NIP Flash can do anything about it, and they're going to be zoned out, of course, from even showing up from this. information was just given by Diablo, but with that, you know, nothing too crazy in terms of lead. Oh, implosion.
Straight into the shelf, back into the feather airstrike, and Hades will be able to take a kill there. He also has a Sky Piercer, so the stacks now racking up, but we can see this replay again. Ooh, that lethal ignition.
Tries, yeah. It tries as best as you can. You're not going to be able to escape that burst, especially early on. And all Chibi has is a Hunter Strike. You know, that's all that's online right now. Of course, the Sky Piercer was locked in early on for Hades. Hasn't even finished the level 2 boots yet. We'll go ahead and continue on building up that Hayabusa. But Zorn!
This time with the JPO, the way the dragon straight into the damage. Dawning like to catch him from outer range. No! A chase down on the Curtis. He opens the feathered airstrike. Oh! A good juke from Hades, but he gets caught in the Mystic Field. Actually is able to walk away. Good dodge from the Daytona's welcome.
Yeah, good way to escape that, but again, if you're NIP Flash, how do you play around the fact that, yes, you can use Hades to find those pickoffs yourself, but you're playing sort of the tune to Homeboys right now, I would say this early on, because of the Cho, like they talked about on the panelist segment. You know, he's just in a situation now where some people are like, man, the changes that happened for the Cho pick might affect him too negatively, but so far throughout the MSC, he's been doing really great.
He has been, man. I think all the Chos really have been popping off in MSC. But JPO seems like he's planning for something. Sapat does have the death on his welcome, and that's why also, this is another reason why I like the Barats, right? Because you're good at catching people, you're good at setting up for ganks, but also you're really good at disengaging too. Whenever someone wants to go in, whether it be Diablo or JPL, pop the Daytona's welcome. You get the anti-CC, you deny the enemy team of a pick.
Yeah, pretty strong utility that brings that it brings to the composition. And that's why, you know, we just haven't seen it too often, and that's why I like to see teams like this play Homeboys and NIP Flash, where they bring this dynamic to their compositions, and they make it work so far. Next turtle up for the taking, though. It's just going to be started up by Homeboys so quickly. I don't think NIP Flash can do anything. That's just deleted off the map so fast. And this is really the tempo that we've been talking about all up to this point now on day 2 of the knockouts, man, is the tempo that's set up by the teams here. It really just depends on who gets that going first. Again, implosion.
Good job with the implosion, but Nets able to purify out of it. Feather airstrike dealing with him. Zorn going to be taken down as JPO gets traded in, but now Hades back and forth with the quad shadow. Udil doing so much damage, so much poke. Onto the back, the Dawning Light too. They're all so low. But the missiles doesn't find its mark. Unable to bring anyone back, but Homeboys are happy. Just with the poke alone, they got a tier 1.
Just with the poke, and that was also a Wishing Lantern now picked up. And, you know, this works so well with the Xavier. I think this is why a lot of people like to go ahead pick Xavier, is the fact that Wishing Lantern, it's so easy to proc that. Oh.
Shadow kill onto the assassin. Good move by Chibi, bringing him into the minion wave. Zorn, way the dragon, bringing Diablo back into the Mystic Field. 2 members caught under the Mystic Field. Diablo panicking, popped the I'm offended, now flickering out. Zorn looking for the chase down to flicker forward at the Jikundo to knock him out in the back as Curtis gets caught. Wishing Lantern and the big chomp. Trex would say nom 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 as he continues stomping on the ground on Hades and JPL, forcing an implosion. Fanix caught in the Mystic Field. They can't go for any trades, and Zorn ends it all with the TP! Udil from downtown finding a Dawning Light.
Homeboys in the Xavier again. Talk about the threat. Okay. GB goes in.
Desperate shadow kills Zorn. Finds the way to dragon, times it well, gets brought back into the feather airstrike, but it doesn't matter. Not to the TP King.
All right. That's a whole lot that has just happened. If we have an STC replay, I don't know what they're going to replay. Because
the whole 8 minutes.
The whole past few minutes here. And, you know, now you're at a point where you're almost 9 minutes in. Lord's now up. And so far, it's been difficult. So let's look at STC replay here. Boom. Okay, we get this. Zorn goes in. Talk about setup potential. So that's one Dawning Light. And in just a few seconds, you'll most likely see another if we still have this in the replay. But again, a great try to set this up. Implosion as well. And just when you think you're to the safety of your base.
Nah.
Oh.
Mystic Field, 3 members. Chibi now with the fracture implosion catching him. Zaman Force Nets able to dish out some damage. Now Zorn is able to find a way to drag into the Hades, but it's not enough damage just yet. 2 members taken down. Now the Shadow kill into the Dawning Light. Everybody low. The Wishing Lantern getting rid of him, but Udil takes Hades out, making it a 3 for 3. Udil scouting every single bush he can. And so far, it's just going to be an equal trade.
Equal trade, I don't know, man. I know yesterday when we ended the day yesterday, as we take a look at the replay here, we were like, that's the best series we've seen so far. But I got to say, as we go into this game 3, this has been a back and forth between Homeboys and NIP Flash, just like we see from this replay. And why, again, the fact that Xavier is picked up now a lot, it's prioritized in a way where Udil just gets to go ahead and do this time and time again. He's just got the Wishing Lantern and the Enchanted Talisman. That's it. And there's not enough defense just yet for NIP to Flash to deal with this, so they might just have to watch this Lord get taken.
Zorn, Jikundo, Detsunus welcome on towards JPL, forcing him out of the skirmish. 3-man, I'm offended, but into the way to Dragon. Now JPL looking for the angle to go for the implosion. Unable to go for it, but Vanix takes the kill away. That Sapot traded in, but it's a Lord for Homeboys.
Yeah, again, I guess the big value, as we just saw with the Barrett's pick, is you're kind of a wall. Like, who's going to go past the big dinosaur, especially when your enemy jungler is trying to get in position? Look at the damage dealt already. For Udil, this is what we're talking about with the Xavier pick and the Wishing Lantern. But now NIP Flash will go ahead and find themselves on this defense. They should be able to clear this Lord okay. They're holding it together, but they are going to lose this tier 2 on the top. Not sure if Homeboys will be able to get much more, as they still have to kind of push that. Lord is now taken care of. BOD gets picked up by Hades. So NIP Flash still in a good position to actually turn things around here.
A really good position for Homeboys, I would say. I don't know about the turnaround, because sure, they do have ways to actually win this out, but again, it almost seems like for Homeboys, they are the ones that needed to go just equal. They just needed to match the pace of NIP Flash. As long as they didn't fall behind in the early game, they would have the late game because of the Xavier. And now that they've been able to dominate in the early game, getting into the mid game with all these power spikes hitting together, it just seems so tough for NIP Flash to look for a comeback here. I think it has to come through a big combo, but even then, you're going to have to bait some of these Purifies out first before you can go for those combos, right? JPL, these implosions, not easy to find with those Purifies. Hades, up top. Zor's looking for a flickers forward way. The Dragon to lock him down straight into Chibi's Fracture. Well played to Zorn. He knew not to give Hades a chance to outplay. He just flickered forward, kicked him in the face.
I guess it's just like Hades, I got to push where I can. I got to try to get something for the team here because, yeah, if they want to turn things around, it almost comes at the cost of Homeboys making a huge mistake, making a blunder at this point. Because if you're looking at it, Nets is 3-0-4. Udil has not died either. So those are the two main sources of these the burst damage that can come through. And then, of course, you have Chibi on the Nolan. But 2 Purifies you got to work through from Homeboys here. So for NIP Flash, I'm looking at how can they lock this in? How can they hopefully claw back into the game? And that might be part of it. Vanix does get him a Malefic Roar. He's got a good damage. But honestly, it's just, I feel like it's more so Diablo and JPL's job. They have to be able to somehow, it's probably going to come to a base defense, where they're at the base defense. Next Lord's eventually going to get taken here by Homeboys, and we're going to just kind of predict the future a little bit here. NIP Flash will have to go in for a defense. It'll be up to JPL to get a great implosion off. They might try to get into the zone here with a conceal play or something, but ultimately, I just feel like the firepower just isn't there yet for NIP Flash, and it might be better off if they're trying to do this from a defense stance in the base.
For NIP, it's really all about slowing the game down, but even then, if you slow the game down, these dawning lights will come crashing down on you. Hades still has the regen, so he's able to deal with that burst. But remember, as we close into the later stage of the game, Udil's just going to have an 11-second cooldown on this dawning light. He learned the hard way in the match against Liquid Echo that, you can really abuse the Xavier come the 13th minute, come your item power spikes.
Yeah, I feel like it's very close to that, as you can already see.
Forced to go in with I'm Offended on the spot, able to find a Dancer's Welcome, but it gets bursted down with the Feather Airstrike. There's Vanix, gets caught all alone inside of the Zaman Force.
Oh, Zorn. Zorn's on the hunt here. He already used the conceal. I'm not sure if they were able to actually see him there. Okay, they know. They've got eyes on him. But they're down Vanix.
Oh, he
Light gonna be dropped again. Yeah, get the flicker out. Zorn's still holding on to his and the Way of the Dragon here. They might be trying to force something from NIP Flash, force a response.
There you go. That's the I'm Offended catching Zorn. Still with the Sean Post, still has the Way the Dragon, finds it on Cortese, but he's able to purify out to safety. JPL, no flicker to play with Chibi. Going to be able to lock him down. Diablo, whoa! Gets his HP bar absolutely deleted. The shadow kill from Hades as he's able to get out as well. But the Dawning Light there almost caught him. It still will be Homeboys with a way better trade there. It's 2 for 1, only losing Zorn now with the Enhanced Lord.
Yep, big trades there in favor of Homeboys. Winter Crown also being picked up here by Sapat. You can get ready for a forced initiation. He's pretty much nearly fully tanked up now that Winter's Crown is available to him. And really his only job is just to go in, get a Daytona's welcome off if he has to. But they should be full force for NIP Flash on this defense. They'll try to hold on to what they can. Base turrets all still available. Of course, no shields to work with. Dawning Light is going to be on a very low cooldown. Lord charges in. A couple hits away here. NIP Flash will have to have a defense of a lifetime against this power spike already showing from Homeboys. Lord Steel, Dawning Light once again, just keeping them at the base nearly. They're waiting for that next wave to push in here. Bottom isn't there just yet. Zorn though.
The conceal together with Chibi. JPL going to be caught on the smart missiles. Wait, the Dragon to bring him back into the fracture, and Implosion catches the Nolan. And now the shove back. Chibi going to be taken down as well as Zorn. Hades still able to escape. Vanix very low. One Dawning Light might be able to snipe them down, but it's not up just yet. Homeboys though, they were able to find a base turret. Curtizi, you know he's thinking about it. He's thinking about when the Dawning Light will come in, when he'll have the sidestep, but it's not up just yet. Udo cannot utilize it.
Oh, hold on. Nets is here. He's going to fight Diablo.
He has the Zaman Force, and he forces Diablo out, but I think the bait has already been done by NIP Flash, bringing Nets all the way there. Hades going to be very low, forced to go out with a quad shadow. That's a pull back when I'm offended. That did not connect, but they don't even need it to connect. Vanix deals enough damage. As long as the Herod doesn't have Zaman Force, it's an easy kill.
Yeah, that's at the point, you know, when you're on this side for Nets, you just type takes 5. You know, at that point, because, yeah, I don't know. The way I look at it for NIP Flash, that was a pretty good defense given how far behind they were.
Really good.
You know, they managed to hold on to the one turret in the bottom side. They punished Homeboys for that forced initiation, and it's bought themselves enough time because really when you're looking at it, now that they're locking in, you know, 3rd, 4th items here, and even for Hades, he's fully locked in. They just got to get some turrets, man. That finally the tier 2 on the top goes down. This one in the mid lane should go down shortly as they push this wave in. They're going to pull him.
Winter Crown by Sabat, caught on the bad spot. JPL able to shove him back. Zorn looking for the flank. Hades doing the same onto Udil. Great assassination from Hades. As now Homeboys are on the back foot. 2 members taken out by the crazy angles of NIP Flash. Now Hades again with the quad shadow, but this time just trying to zone Chibi away from the jungle.
Don't tell me Homeboys is going to let this slip through their fingers. Again, they were so far ahead just minutes ago. And now that we're reaching this point, 17 minutes in, Lord's going to come up here. They're down 2 members for another 10 seconds. Chibi might try to get the information he needs, might try to pull something, a miracle off, but I think they can only just watch.
Oh, shadow kill! Hades with a solo kill! The assassin assassinates the assassin. NIP Flash are truly ninjas in pajamas here as they continue on towards the Lord. 17 minutes, Dawning Light! If Hades used the Retribution earlier, that would have been crazy. The Wishing Lantern almost forcing Hades to go for some crazy maneuvers there, but he's able to survive, able to retry, and now we have the game fully turned around.
Oh, I'm not going to say it, but earlier I was like, let's predict the future, you know? NIP Flash was able to defend successfully their base, and now they've turned things in their favor. They have a Lord on the top side marching in. It's relatively pretty much even in terms of economy. And for NIP Flash right now, they are just outplaying and outmaneuvering Homeboys here. So fully locked in for Hades. Divine Glaive finally gets picked up by Udil. He's going to need that for these Dawning Lights to clear some of these waves and help with this defense right now. Hades could possibly put enough pressure himself alone into the base even before they push into these turrets. Conceal going to be used though. Chibi wants revenge. I don't think he's going to find it. Zorn will go ahead and force them out. Vanix is also half health. He's got to back off. Picks up a Host Claws to heal back up. They're all waiting. They're managing these waves to push them in at the same time. Lord will now make its way top and get the charge in. Homeboys on the defense here.
Gonna be slain in the backside there. Meanwhile, Hades in the bottom lane still going for the trade, able to get the base turret. So far, still worth it for NIP Flash as they're still looking for the Nolan. They can't find him. but they got 2 base turrets just based on that crazy play.
It's even. 1 turret each.
What do you think? I mean, like, Homeboys, they got a kill, but they lost 2 base turrets. That, you know, proactiveness was on Homeboys, and the capitalization was on NIP Flash.
Man, I don't know. I feel like this whole series I've been on the edge of my seat for this one because it's always these assassin picks too. I know they've traded this time around. You know, we have this just a back and forth between the both teams, and now we get into territory, Mirko, where it's like, all right, we've got some immortalities. We're going to have some more winter crowns. We might even see the juggling of those items start to happen here as we get to this point. Trex asked for it, man. He wanted a longer game. Well, Trex, have they delivered? Because now we are nearing the 20-minute mark. That next Lord is up in about 40 seconds, so that will be the crucial one. As we've seen for a lot of these games, and there you'll see it, Curtizi now picking up the Winter's Crown himself. Sapat also has it. And, I mean, there's multiple. There's 4 locked in, 2 for both teams right now. Some more defensive items being picked up, too. And that's the thing, man. They're always going to have to deal with these 10-second dawning lights from Homeboys.
If he's at full stacks, I believe it's 11 seconds, right? So if he's not at full stacks, I think it will be a bit longer. We'll see how Homeboys utilize this, because the last few minutes, it does feel like, especially after NIP Flash, you know, got those base turrets down, Udal's been a bit more safe when it comes down to using the Dawning Light, because one thing that the Dawning Light does is, all right, obviously deal damage. The other thing is, it reveals where you are technically.
Yeah.
So for Hades, he's been able to utilize that to scout wherever Udal is. When you spam those Dawning Lights, it gives Hades information, and we saw that one time that Hades was able to get that. It was Udal slain. Nothing you could do about it. Now he does have a winter crown, so he should be able to say something about it, but still not much if no one is there to follow him up or to help him.
Yeah, he can buy a little more time with it, basically, that Winter's Crown. That's really where that's going to come. But look at the placing here by Homeboys. They might just be looking for a possibility to get the numbers advantage. And that's something that both teams have to worry about, honestly, as they go ahead. Neither team wants to commit to the Lord because of just what's possible. Conceal going to be used.
Wait, the Dragon 2, Chibi able to steal it away. Now Zorn all the way in the front. Caught. Lycan pounce though from Vanek. Sapat trying to go for the pick-off, but unable to do so. Now JPL pops in an implosion. That's good. That's welcome to lock him down. Diablo going to be taken down as Chibi locks him. Double kill for Homeboys. 2 members down for NIP Flash.
When I'm looking at that, I feel like, oh, hold on. Hades might put enough pressure. They know the Lord hurts. They could possibly stall this out a little bit longer, but they're also at a huge risk here if they go for it. I think they're going to be too late.
Way too late. Oh, Mystic Field catching Vanek. Zorn with the chase down, but the Dawning Light will be the last resource that Homeboys spend here around the Lord. It's an Evolved Lord in the 22nd minute of the game. They have 2 base turrets down, but they'll be able to actually manage the 3-lane push into NIP Flash's base.
Now this is where the difficult decision comes. Do we do a full force defense? Do we possibly go for a side push? Can we actually put pressure utilizing the Hades on this Hayabusa, or do we get ready for a full 5-man defense because of what's coming here? This Lord is going to take some time to deal with as they hold on to that bottom base turret. But this is one beefy Lord as it approaches the base. They got to watch out for Zorn as well.
Only
multiple immortalities. Zorn going to go in on the front side.
Look at Vanek's losing almost all of his HP. Diablo with the I'm Offended, unable to catch it. Zorn with the win, the Dragon Gawkin. Hades down. That's still dealing some damage. Chibi getting rid of Vanex now with a double kill. Looking for more. It is going to be Homeboys winning out of the skirmish despite Hades locking a few of their members down. The base is wide open. Sipat flickers back to stomp on it as they secure match point.
Again, a great game of back and forth between Homeboys and NIP Flash, but Homeboys will ultimately come out on top of it. And man, I hope we continue to see these Battle of the Assassins, because man, is it exciting. It was a great attempt at a defense throughout the game, but ultimately by that time, past that 20-minute mark, man, it was going to be tough to be able to withstand that. And also with Curtizi being taken out in an instant, like 1 or 2 seconds, he was blown up. Zorn shows again this Cho pick, the strength of it. And just the lineup that we got to see here really utilized from Homeboys to answer what NIP Flash had. I don't know, man. Ultimately, I almost thought it would have gone either way for this one.
Definitely. I mean, the fact that NIP Flash had such a massive advantage in towards the later stage of the game, I thought they got it.
Well, let's see what the panelists have to say about this one because it was an exciting one. Boys, take it away.
It's definitely exciting because we got to talk about this. 11th of July is the date where we see the assassin matchups between Chibi as well as Hades. Both incredible junglers being extremely impactful in every single game that they're in.
Definitely, the showdown that we're seeing right now is long time coming, I would say. And not only that, everybody was also stepping up. I think Zorn versus JPL is gonna come through. Unfortunately, in game number 3, Zorn proves to be the better roamer this time. It's looking for good angles and initiating for his team in a very good manner.
I would say this is now about man-to-man. Like, Chibi wants to take down Hades, Curtizi wants to take down Udil, and JPL wants to take down Zorn. Like, now we're seeing man-to-man defense for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely back and forth, but NIP Flash, hang on. They almost take this game completely, but it is definitely getting personal. And personally, I would love to see this go to a full game 5, but at this point, it is match point for the Homeboys. And you can hear them in the crowd right now. They got some support out there.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And let's talk about this game as well, where, honestly, Homeboys made such a crucial mistake. The NIP Flash could have possibly won this game off of that, I would even say, choke.
Yep, definitely. And I think if you're looking at how Homeboys approach it, it's almost like a box, but it's not an actual box because, again, this is Assassins. But they're utilizing Sepat in this case as well as Sword to kind of initiate for that one. They're delivering everything to Nets. And then eventually just Chibi, you know, Chibi, do what you wanted to do. It's like they're unleashing Chibi at the same time they performing a mini box where they only have 4 people there.
Can I say as well, historically, this is amazing because for Singapore and Malaysia, we used to be one region. It used to be MPL, MYSG. Now that we've broken up, we're actually starting to see how equal both teams really are going up against each other. And I don't know, personally for me, this is an exciting matchup. This is, like we talked about yesterday as being one of the best matches that we saw in the knockout stage in MSC in general. This is starting to make a case for itself.
I think right now, Chibi, one of the questions we had last time was Hayabusa or the Noland. I think right now it just feels like Chibi.
Oh, yeah.
It's just Chibi, man. And even towards the end game, at first he was kind of coming in straight on, and he knew he had to adapt, and we saw him adapt. He started coming from those angles. He started to be more patient in the bushes, able to find Curtizi, able to keep Curtizi kind of at bay, because after it was, I think, one of the last Lord pushes, Curtizi gets caught off, taken out, and from there you could tell he was a bit more passive in the way he wanted to move around the map.
Yeah, as Miracle would say, chibbity skibbity slaps.
Can I just say as well, the reactions coming in from Chibi, this is very different. Usually he would be very loud, I would say. Honestly, looking at the reactions in the game, he looks pretty chill.
Yeah.
When I say chill, I think the better word for it is that he's hyper focused. Like he's taking this game super seriously. That he's not playing around. It's not like yo, balewe, nothing like that.
It's 200K on the line, man.
200K
USD on the line. So you gotta stay really laser focused.
After getting that 200K, do what you want.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to write on what Trek said just now. Like, we're looking at the jungler matchup here. Looks like the heroes, I feel like, has big impact. We did see Hades win a 1v1 going up against Chibi.
Yeah.
But again, looking at both junglers, Chibi is winning for now. And now we got to look at our Sony MVP of this game. It looks like the MVP is going to show here. It's going to be Udil dealing the most amount of damage just now.
Interesting.
Over 100k damage, if I'm not mistaken.
There was a time where they were actually winning because Udil was just sniping everyone with Dawning Light, and not only that, the pokes that he was able to get. And every time that Hades wants to come in, obviously there were times that Hades eventually gets the kill, but in the early stages, mid stages, and the latter portions, you can see his skill 1 and 2 combo where you actually get the stun with the Mystic Field. That is actually a threat on the Assassins. And this is where he gets the snipe all the way.
Oh, this one, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, like you would think you're safe, walking, Vanix running, and then in comes the snipe.
Bam.
You're never safe from Toby Rama.
Never safe from Toby Rama. He always gets you.
That's right.
I mean, his contact rate on that too is just insane. From all the way across the map, I know it's a quick skill, but still to continuously hit those back to back to back, there's just some game sense in that.
Something about Homeboys, man. This time they're, oh my goodness, 24 KDA.
Wow.
24 KDA.
Super Marco.
Yo.
Yo.
96% kill participation. Yo, Udo, you know what? We're talking about the last spicy Kage. Toby Rama,
Toby Rama.
Toby Rama Udil.
Toby Rama Udil.
The new moniker.
Oh, man. Toby Rama Udil is just, yeah, like I said, he's a bully, I would say. Even in the laning stage, even outside
everywhere, honestly.
Toby Rama Udil.
And to be fair, it's been an amazing match. But for now, we're going for a short break. After this, we're going to be seeing the continuation of this match. So we'll see you guys then.
Former pro player and also champion of MSC back in 2019, now here again for 2024. We are joined by Anti-Mage. How you doing?
I'm good.
Well, Anti-Mage, right behind us, we have two teams battling it out, Homeboys and NIP Flash. What would you say is different between these two teams?
I think Homeboys plays is normal and play aggressive, but NIP have like cheese strat. A lot of cheese strat because they pick Martis in mid and they pick Minsitar for offlane. Very unique for me.
So, between these two teams, you got to be voting for one. Which one do you think will win?
Of course, Homeboys, because I have my ex-teammate Udil in there.
Udil, definitely supporting him. Now, any words of advice to those out in the audience watching, supporting from Indonesia?
Don't be sad because Indonesia team doesn't qualify to playoff, but we will be champion in the M6.
Ooh, M6. I know Kyrie's listening to that one. Well, you hear the crowd going wild. We're going to sit back and enjoy the show. Thank you so much for your time, Anti-Mage. And shout out to Onyx and shout out to Indonesia as well.
Shout outs to Weezy as well as Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage still going for the campaign. M6, you know what, just wait for that one. Indonesia will perform. But with that being said, we're about to jump into the draft between NIP Flash going up against Homeboys. Homeboys right now is match point. And if Homeboys wins the next one, not only already going up to the semifinals. Not only is it going to be Malaysia going up against Malaysia, but also, and Mitch is correct, he says it's going to be a 3-1. Right?
That's true.
And Oakland also gets 3-1 at first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Something about players, you know, maybe they should be
Maybe they should
analysts.
be casters.
Maybe they should host.
Yeah.
Maybe we should be players.
Yeah, you know what?
We should be players.
That's where we draw the line. Okay. And now we're jumping into the draft here. NFP Flash is going to be blue side, first pick. Homeboys, red side, second pick. So looking at the bans, probably not going to be a lot change here.
Yep.
Angela getting banned out. Homeboys probably having to ban the Moskov, the Louis, as well as the Chip. NFP Flash, they're ban. Will they ban out the Ling? Like, will they try to get the Ling for themselves?
Probably. I think at this point, Ling is the red side designated ban. And
yeah, but the Moskov, I mean, like, again, Homeboys, Moskov, Louis, Chip, you don't have any way around it, right? So the Chip, they banned the Ling still.
I think they banned out the Ling in game number 1.
Yes, they did.
Because I think they don't want to be forced to go for a bad trade. One of the problems with being on blue side, if you leave the Ling open, a lot of time red side will like leave the E open with it, leave the Roger and something else, like the Valentina Roger or something. So it's tough to get that Ling on blue side, honestly.
Okay.
For free, at least.
Is this Harith again? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
So you go what? Roger Ruby?
The Ruby, baby.
Roger, there we go.
Or Hayabusa.
Oh,
Show. You know, I like it since he already showed that he doesn't care about Ruby. He's like, I'll kick anyone.
Yeah.
Anyone in the face.
Yeah.
Kick anyone at any body part.
Anywhere.
So Martis Grok is gonna be the choice.
Ooh.
Like the Martis again?
I actually like NIP Flash's draft. It's like, you know what? We've won one game. And what do we use? Martis. What are we going to use?
Martis.
There you go. With the Grok as well. So there's a lot of damage in mid here. Zorn has to be careful. Trading against the Zorn and the Martis early game is going to hurt.
I have a good suggestion here for Udil. I hope he picks up the Lilia. But maybe not in this slot. Maybe 4th slot or 5th slot.
Yeah, because most likely Lilia won't get banned out. But here's the thing.
Oh, Xavier. You know what? It works.
Yeah. He stays away. He stays far, far away from the Martis and the Grok.
This is Toby Rama, okay?
Yep.
Let him do his thing.
And you get the Mystic Field stun. It still kind of gives you some viability against if it ends up being that mid lane Martis again.
Yeah.
It can slow him down. It can stop the Grok and the Martis in their tracks on those heavy engages. So I think it's a really strong pick from Udil here.
What if NIP Flash and Homeboys just ban out all the assassins? Like a Nolan for NIP Flash.
I wonder if Homeboys, they're banning out the assassins because they want this Roger onto Chibi and then pick up a Claude for Nets.
That's right. Or Beatrix, in fact.
Or Beatrix. But again, Nets loves
Beatrix
the Claude.
Xavier, that's out of long range damage.
Or they want to try to force the Martis into the jungle.
Oh,
Leave him nothing left for the jungle, so Martis is kind of forced to not be a mid laner here.
I wonder what the ban is.
Honestly, I feel like Homeboys, if they have to ban anyone, it's between Nolan or Julian, because I feel like Julian is very dangerous as well.
Yeah, that's what we saw last time when they
exactly. That's what won them the game.
No. It was Martis Xavier. Not Martis Julian, I mean.
Martis Julian.
So it could be could well be a Julian ban.
I think that's the right route to go, really.
But
Take
then,
out Julian
if you don't ban an assassin, if you're NIP Flash, then you're going to be left with, especially if this is a Julian ban, what happens is if you don't ban the Nolan, Homeboys will just take it, and then all of a sudden you don't have a...
True.
You don't have an assassin to kind of match up with that.
Then you're forced to maybe even go utility or go diving real deep, picking up the Leomord, picking up the Bane, picking up these fighters in the jungle.
Or just put the Martis in jungle. I mean, I know it's a little crazy, but, you know, that could always be...
No.
We don't
know
no
tracks.
here.
Yeah, you just... My bad, sorry.
No.
That wouldn't make sense.
Martis is in the mid. Get this in your brain, okay? Martis makes most sense in the mid.
MM.
Martis mid.
Martis mid.
Yes, there you go. Now you understand.
And that's the guy that's...
Now you can go and cast in MPLSG. There you go.
Okay.
Looks like NIP Flash. They banned out the Mr. and the Barats.
They pick up the Ruby, they take it away. I believe that Terry should be the pick here for NIP Flash. Or do we want a spicy Diablo pick, like a...
By the way, just say, Homeboys, they did ban out the Nolan.
Oh, so it's Benedetta and the Gwyn.
And baby Gwyn.
All right, Benedetta and Gwyn. So, again, mark this mid. Just saying.
Ruby, so they're looking for a marksman. Or maybe
jungler, because again, the Roger could be marksman.
Yeah. Could they pick up something like the Claude here still?
I saw Coach Pops asking for help there, so something might be going on. But either ways, one more pick for the side of Homeboys. And again, that drive is pretty flexible, because even the Ruby technically could go to the goal lane. So anything could happen with that draft at this point.
Like a Kufra, you know, for Zorn. Let's pick Kufra.
How do we feel about that Guinevere? So Guinevere jungle most likely, Martis mid. We did see Hades play the Gwynny in group stage.
Claude. Okay.
The Claude, yeah. So looking at the composition from Homeboys, they do have the pre-linear movement where early to mid to late, like there's a very clear condition of how they want to play for this one. But again, this time Diablo is on that damage dealing Benedetta. We'll see if that makes an impact. But that being said, the draft has been completed by both teams. And with that, I hope the casters are ready, because we're throwing it over to you guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, we're ready. And this one definitely looks like they want to unleash a Diablo. Great to see the Benedetta come to play here. But yeah, again, it's me and Nice2 joined here on desk with Mirko as we bring you possibly the last game, unless some way, somehow this lineup can bring it to a game number 5 ahead of us. As with everything on the line here, both for NIP Flash and Homeboys, their keys, the chance to be one of the top 4 teams to round out MSC. We jump into the Land of Dawn once again. Game number 4 here for NIP Flash. We're going to have to look. I still think, you know, a lot of people are probably, okay, we like the Marches in mid after what we saw before.
I think a lot of people will be happy with the Xavier mid too, but Curtizi already pushing the pace in the early parts of the game. JPL going to be very low though. Udo spamming out the skill ones, the reds. Now the Mystic Field, Kurt with a flicker forward straight into the Mortal Coil, but he's unable to get any of the executes. Decimate is level 4, but Diablo, the Devil now trying to go onto Udo with the eye for 9 to petrify Diablo. The lethal ignition take Zorn down too. The Singaporean Devil strikes, but now Chibi goes with Lycan Pounce. Diablo still able to escape with the Mortal Coil from Curtizi. NIP Flash with an extreme advantage all the way in the first minute.
Hey man, Udil didn't like his name.
No.
You saw it in the video. He asked him, what kind of name is Diablo? Well, would have moved there under the turret, already on a bit. He came all the way and rotated there to go and get that double. Great communication from NIP Flash.
Devilish moves from Diablo. That was really, really good. And, you know, the analysts already spoke about it. Now Kurt gonna be caught in the Mystic Field. Chibi won't go for the overcommitment here under the turret, but
what they talk about?
Analyst panel, they were saying Diablo is on a pick, on a damage dealer. Expect Diablo to do Diablo things, and we got Diablo doing Diablo things in the first minute of the game.
First minute of the game, gets that double kill. You know, he's also rolling with the Lethal Ignition emblem. So there's a lot of surprise pressure, I feel like, because honestly, we've, like, for the XP lane especially, it's been pretty standard. Oh, already, look at this.
Clean eye for an eye to get out of the dome round. Wolf King Suppa won't be able to participate in the skirmish now, and Zorn we force back, it seems. There's no way they can go for this final slash to petrify. There, Chibi gonna be locked down, still able to escape with the Lycan Pounds. And Zorn gets caught. Decimate one last hit, and he slashes him to bits. Chibi gonna be caught again. Hades finding the projectile eye for an eye from Diablo. He's mad about the name call, and Udil will be able to escape, getting the Mystic Field. Sapat now running away. Diablo still trying to run. That final hit from Sapat gets him down, as Hades will have to respect Sapat here. Together with Udil, he won't be able to steal it away, but JPL does force it on
I think Sapat? Yeah, Sapat got it. So at least it goes to Homeboys, but yeah, after everything we just said about Diablo, and then he goes, and it looked so close. It looked like he should have been able to get that kill on Udil, and maybe, yeah, you know, he's like, hey, here's the reason why I am Diablo, but ends up getting punished instead. So at least puts it Homeboys on the board, But ultimately, NIP Flash has gotten themselves a pretty big lead this early on, 3 minutes into the game. And so they'll find themselves playing around the momentum they built themselves. And this is one of the things, even with the Guinevere, we haven't talked too much about Hades on this Guinevere, the amount of CC that this hero brings to the table with everything else, I mean, even for JPL, is already enough to deal with a lot of what Homeboys wants to throw at them. So, you know, that's where, again, you kind of have to rely on, Zorn. Oh, and he's going to be chased.
Good Violent Requiem straight into the wild charge and the Decimate from Kurt Teasy.
That's almost like the perfect alley-oop.
It is.
Right into the Decimate. Look at this top.
Oh, Flicker Decimate from Kurt Teasy there. And the rest of the team will be able to help him with the Mortar Coil to grab him a killing spree. 3-0-1 Hades with a Thunder Belt. And it seems there are no trades available for Homeboys because of just how oppressive Diablo is on the Benedetta. Cutting in the bottom lane, now using Final Slash, or Final Blow rather, to get out now. He's gonna have to time the Eye for an Eye perfectly. Dashes again, Petrify. GB looking for the pounce, but the Eye for an Eye to outplay Diablo in the bottom lane. Outplaying Chibi, forcing him on 0-2 on top. Violent Requiem, straight into the alley-oop. That's the Decimate. Curtizi able to escape with the Mortal Coil. Perfect timing for the turtle.
Talk about timing. They're also just going to force Zorn out of here. But man, great team fights and just like these little skirmishes happening across the map. Diablo, though, again with this Benedetta. I'm surprised we haven't seen it on him, you know, even earlier in this series, but it's great that they pull it out for this game because as we look at their STC replay, boom. I mean, nearly shattering the replay as well. Great setups that are coming through here, and really, Curtizi before this, I believe, just picked up the Sky Pierce. You can see how good they're feeling about that over in the camp there. And again, you know, it goes back to it. The Decimate Sky Piercer is going to be deadly for Homeboys to deal with. Udil at this point is now picking up his Enchanted Talisman, and this is where we start to see, you know, a little bit more of those spamming of these abilities from the Xavier once you get that available. And they'll go ahead and just kind of try to slow things down a little bit. I'm offended going to be used.
With the way the Dragon, but it kicks him all the way to the other side. Good Mystic Field, though, as a Violent Requiem will be used up. Hades able to escape. Zorn with the flicker forward. Hades! The outplays continue for NIP Flash, even dodging away from the dawning light as Vanix gets rid of Chibi on the other side, forcing Blazing Duet from Nets, who's unable to really lock anyone down. NIP Flash are absolutely styling on Homeboys.
I thought these guys are absolute ninjas. They're ninjas in pajamas. Look at the replay here. Hades, how does he survive this in Zorn and punches? And then
he did sidestep. He just took it.
He just took it and still survived. Oh, again. Man, NIP Flash. They're playing this game with their hearts and everything else on their sleeves.
Petrify inside of the final blow, straight into the Requiem. Supply gonna be very low. Diablo, one last slash to take him down. 11-1 now. NIP.
Cool. This is just a, I don't think you could ask for a better start for NIP to transition to this point in the game. They still have a third turtle to go through, and they're well on their way to just going ahead and sweeping the turtles for now, 3 for 3. Putting some pressure there. Once again, gonna go ahead and chase Diablo. Should be fine. Again, Benedetta very hard to catch, especially with the Eye for an Eye and the Electro Final Blow, and now they'll go ahead and just hold it down. Dawning Light gonna be used, but that's gonna be the objective. Turtle secured here by Hades and the turret. And Vanix will just push Nets back.
Wild charge into the spatial migration and the Requiem into the Decimate. The alley-oop, skibbity Decimate.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? You're just watching it happen in real time, especially with the Guinevere pick. This is a lineup, again, that a lot of teams throughout here for the Midseason Cup have not been willing to bring to the table. It takes a team very special like NIP Flash to make this work so well. And they're going to go ahead and continue to play with the fact that they've gotten themselves nearly a 8,000 gold lead. Dawning Light already going to be used. And they get that turret, that tier 1 already. Zorn. Oh, what's he going to do here?
Vanix has the Purify, doesn't even need to do it now. Oh my god, again, the Requiem into the Decimate. It does half of Nets' HP. And Diablo gets spotted out. He does have the Eye for an Eye, will be able to escape. Sapat unable to go for the chase, but every single time, even when Homeboys are actually in range, they have so many anti-CC abilities. They have the Mortal Coil, they have the Power of Nature here for JPL. Look at him, he's just walking up, now into the final blow. Udil gonna be caught again. Diablo He's taking that interview answer personal.
They are taking it more than personal. At this point, they're taking everything also on the map from Homeboys. Still 30 seconds away from this next objective, the Lord here. But Homeboys, they can't do anything. They have nothing. No turrets, no turtles. I mean, nothing across the board, aside from the one kill that they got earlier on. And they'll just have to watch the bases and the turrets be destroyed and worked on here. Right now, NIP Flash are massively ahead. 10,000 gold at the 8.5-minute mark is absolutely insane. And they're playing so in sync. As Curtizi picks up the wings and again, still putting the pressure in the mid lane. Chibi.
Oh, that's a good secure from Udo with the orange buff. Chibi almost getting caught, but he's still able to get out. It was just a petrify and a final blow committed. Now they're on the Lord, and it should just be for free. NIP Flash securing a Lord in the 9th minute with 14 kills to 1 and a 10,000 gold lead.
Man, again, you know, as we've gone through this series, it's like, it's been somewhat close, but there's been a couple games now where it's one-sided like this. And that's a Holy Crystal also picked up. Uh-oh.
Spatial migration into the Violet Requiem, and that's the Decimate that we're always waiting for when they get these combos.
Man, that's not Levi Ackerman, that's Curtizi.
That's Curtizi.
That's Curtizi right now, 7-0-3. Just absolutely massive on this mid. Martez again. They're gonna go in.
Spatial migration, eye for an eye from Diablo as he pops in final blow. He doesn't have the petrify, so no combo just as of yet. It's a 1,000 gold lead, or 10,000, 11K actually, 1,000 plus 10.
Yeah.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
NIP Flash as they continue to try to bait out these holy defenses with the minion pushes that are a bit staggered. Lord up top with another wave coming down as well. JPL, good barrier to place them in an awkward spot, but there's no real follow-up, and they will not go for anything too crazy. Not just now.
Not just yet. Shields are all going to be popped, I believe, even the bottom one. But, you know, it's just Homeboys trying to hold it down together. Another wave going to be pushing in.
There you go. Patience, Diablo. Eye for an eye, missed time, get kicked by the way the Dragon now into the Lycan, pops the shutdown, but the Violet Requiem catches them in the back hurt. That's one. He's looking for more. No one's low enough. Kurt forced to flicker out of Chibi. Gets very, very low. Hades is even a body block for Vanix as he takes some of those shots. 2 for 1. It's still good for NIP Flash.
It's still good, but again, Homeboy's able to just hold that together. If this was a different situation in terms of items, they probably could have gotten a couple more kills off that. But at least for Homeboys, they hold on to both, or actually all base turrets. And, you know, if it wasn't a 10,000 gold difference, if they had some more items locked in, that could have gone way different for them. They have to catch up. I mean, look at the XP lane difference already in terms of gold. Even the mid lane, your Xavier is, what, 2.5-ish thousand gold behind what Curtizi has been snowballing on for the Martiz. And that's where, again, you have to look at this fact. I mean, look at the damage difference. Absolutely massive here. And even with this, even with the fact that he is down in gold, the fact that he can pump out the damage, that's all because of the Dawning Light. You know, you're hitting multiple members. So for NIP Flash, they've done a phenomenal job at getting to this point, but they have to not let this game get to that 18 to 20-minute mark because it can get a little bit spicy, as they like to say on the panelist stand there. Key item defense, or key defensive items also being picked up. Winter's Crown, Athena's Shield also locked in. So they're going to need that because after what they felt from the previous push in the base.
Yeah, it's still going to be very, very hard, by the way, for NIP Flash to actually take this game and, you know, end it. Without the Lord, at least, you know, because Homeboys have a lot of wave clear here with the Xavier, Zorn, and Chibi, though. They're going to be caught. A spatial migration into the Requiem. This time, no Decimate. It's just enough damage with the Synchro Vision. Diablo baits a few of those resources, gets out with the final blow. Eye for an eye. Say goodbye to the Lord. It should be free to NIP Flash and Homeboys. They can only just look for the defense at this point.
I'm trying to think, too, as this Lord is just going to get taken. Oh, hold on. Okay, they're just going to force... All right, they're going to force JP out of the jungle there. But, you know, really for all of this, Miracle, like, we haven't been able to see just yet Nets get to that point. Again, this is the thing with the Claude. You know you need a lot of time to build up to get those 3-4 items locked in. And then you're hoping for a great, massive, blazing duet. And it might just be a little bit, you know, too early for him to be there. He's already, so he's got 3 items, actually. The problem is surviving even that initial burst that is going to come out from NIP Flash. Another Winter's Crown. Oh, they stopped Zorn.
Oh, Zorn gets spotted out. This might be a 4-man fight all the way from the start. Now, final blow by Diablo. Zorn is running circles around him. Good maneuvers actually stopping the siege from happening from NIP Flash, a 5-man siege, but Diablo will be able to catch up on the Zorn, still able to use the G-Kundo. Meanwhile, up top, it's a base turret falling down. Diablo still on the chase. JPL gets a 3-man wild charge, but none of them use the Purify. Bottom lane, that's finally the solo kill happening. But I think, hey, all things considered, that was good. That was good for Zorn. Maybe not for long though, as NIP Flash, they still have some of these resources to utilize up against Homeboys. Udo gonna be forced back. Curtizi finding the Decimate straight into the Winter Crown as Chibi will be forced back by Diablo. That's another Decimate used up, is shut down now by Chibi as he is able to take him down, but it's 1 against 3. Vanix, Hades, and Diablo up against Chibi, who's gonna be locked down, knocked up, and taken out. Equalizer to send us to game number 5.
23-4. What a dominant game here. Exactly when they needed it for NIP Flash to bring it all to a best of 1, basically. One game, the deciding factor between the Homeboys and NIP Flash to go forward, to possibly give up their key in the hopes of getting to the grand final here for the mid-season cup at EWC. It's all on the line. It's all going to come down to that last game. But what an amazing series it's been so far. I know you guys over on the panelist stand have a lot to say about it, so let's go ahead and throw it over to them and see what they have to say.
First thing that I have to say, something about Malaysian teams. We like to go all 5 games, but in this one, again, I gotta say, giving Diablo the damage dealer and Martis mid again, it's working out well for NIP Flash.
This is also NIP Flash has taken over the game, taken over the draft now. They have their ideas when they're going up against this composition, and I think that a certain meta developed just between these two teams. So far, we have seen Hades with the Assassins, but then come game number 4, at match point for his enemies, he turns up with the Guinevere and is actually unstoppable in this game.
Yeah, I mean, NIP Flash, we're at like round 11 right now. We've been going blow for blow, and right now they've just caught in their second wind here.
Yes, sir.
Bringing it to game 5. And I mean, this composition, you look at it, somebody drafts this, you think this is insane, but NIP Flash is thriving off it. And it almost feels like just the fact that it's catching Homeboys off guard. The aggression is just too much to handle.
Gentlemen, let's talk about the Martis. How do you guys feel about the Martis now?
Said it's a special China for the Homeboys.
It's got a 100% win rate.
So at this point, what do you do with it? Like, is there a special pick, like a Terizla mid now, to fight against this Martis mid?
Or do you take the China and put it in the cabinet?
Yeah.
You
force
ban
them to, yeah, exactly.
Because, dude, 23-4,
exactly.
It's pretty brutal.
Yep. It is.
Like, I blinked at one moment and it was like 13-1. I'm like, wait, what happened?
Oh, I believe that Diablo happened in this game. And interestingly, the double kill that he was able to get was off of actually Martis coming out from Curtizi. I think it's pretty obvious that Homeboys aren't used to playing against this Martis, especially the flicker Martis, because when you see a Martis, you almost automatically assume that there is a retribution, right?
Yep.
But then because of the flicker, you kind of overestimate your tankiness, and we saw that Curtizi was able to whittle them down so slowly. Then Diablo collects 2 kills with the lethal ignition. Already, you know that the XP lane is skewed towards NIP Flash.
Good news, bad news. Good news, Udil still dealt the most amount of damage.
Yep.
Bad news, it doesn't really translate to anything.
Yeah, it does, but this is true. That's a fair statement. Did not translate to anything. 4 kills?
Yeah.
4 kills.
I mean, again, like we're talking about how the damage is utilized. Like, you're able to check the bushes, check around the maps, just so that you can poke here and there to see where everyone really is. But it doesn't really translate a lot when it comes to the team fights, because you gotta talk about the team fights. The engagement coming in from Hades, engagement coming in from Diablo makes it so that Homeboys never seemed prepared for any kind of battle, because I feel like Homeboys, they're so used to when they have the show, they're the one in the driver's seat. So when they're not in that seat in particular, it's like, what do we do now?
I guess the magic of the Martis is that it's a mid laner I mean the mid lane Martis, that it's not that susceptible to the Cho or any kind of initiation.
True.
Because if you go back to maybe Firesaw, for example, or a Vixana, you're always like threatened to be jumped upon. And Martis, in a way, he kind of wants to be kicked into the.
He wants to be kicked.
He wants to be kicked.
Right?
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, you
heard it here first.
From our analyst. Martis wants to be kicked.
Yeah. Wants to be stumped by Cho.
Okay.
You know?
Let's relax here. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Dude.
You know, he's gonna tank the damage, you know?
Well, in the beginning, Martis did do an amazing job. We saw him in the laning phase, able to use the Mortal Cores and literally take on 2 members. I mean, just bring them down. And it almost felt like they were winning in the first wave. And then in comes Martis, brings them both down to about 20%. They're both forced to go back practically. We just see the aggression coming from it. And like you said, Cho can't even kick him in the face because Mortal Coils comes and he's just nullified to all CC. Doesn't get knocked up. He just continues to put out damage. Same thing with what we thought the Mystic Field might be good for. He's able to just dance through it.
Yeah, and there were even plays like Flicker, Decimate, which does not actually kill. Technically speaking, it will not instantly kill, right? But he's already dealing the damage. He's already doing his job. He doesn't need to continuously kill off people because he's got the Sky Piercer anyways, and then he can just get out, allow his teammates to collect the kills eventually. And we saw big reactions coming up from NIP Flash.
Yeah, Lolzy was really feeling it. So now it comes to the question. So far, when it comes to the bans, Homeboys has been banning out the Moskov, the Louis, as well as the Chip. Is this that time where you take that risk and you don't ban a Moskov? And this sounds crazy, but maybe ban out the Martis, or let them pick up the Martis, but don't pick up a Cho. Pick something else, like a Minotaur
Ruby.
or something.
Ruby, for example, I think Sepat really plays that well, and it can be flex in the roam as well as the X-Blade. And if ever I think the instant stun from the don't run Wolf King, like that, might be okay versus the Martis if you play it correctly.
With that being said, we got to look at our Sony MVP. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Hades here. Again, showing up with a Guinevere jungle. The engagement coming in from Hades, I feel like the tempo coming in from NIP Flash with this particular pick is incredibly fast, and this is their specialty. We don't see other teams picking up this Guinevere in the jungle.
Yeah. The last team that I saw was Team Liquid Echo, actually, a few days ago. Or was that yesterday? That was it literally yesterday.
It's all blending together.
It's been a long week for me.
It's been a long week. Yeah, yes. You are a little bit tanky. I guess you're tankier than most assassins. You're okay when it comes to your damage, especially if you land those knockups, and you have a innate CC. Then you can also check for your team. You can face check. You can use your first skill, spatial migration, to check. You can check bushes, and look at that play coming from Hades, holding his ground.
What?
That was when I knew. That was when I knew the game was over.
Yeah,
right there.
All right.
The big thing about it too, though, is normally the Guinevere, what Guinevere suffers from is, mid to late game, she starts to fall off a little bit because she goes in, she tries to get the Violent Requiem, and she just gets shredded down by the enemy team. But when you're 20 kills ahead, they can't do anything to her.
Yep.
She's just able to continuously dive, and collect a 16 KDA.
As Miracle and Nice would say, they were ahead 1 plus 10.
1,000 gold plus 10.
Yeah, 1 and 6. 1 plus 6.
Yeah.
So
look at what is it really just? It's like a blue scale of death.
Is it just me, or am I getting dumber when I hang out with you guys?
Whoa.
Well,
I feel like my IQ is going down.
I know we're close to Homeboys. Maybe.
You know what they say? Like 10% of 0 is still 0.
A loss is still a loss. It's all perspective, though, as Bo would say.
Yeah.
Homeboys want to win, they can win. But if they want to lose, they can lose.
Yep.
Right. You know what? I need some help here. Steph Weezy, could you find someone to talk to? Maybe General, perhaps? Steph Weezy, the stage is yours.
All the way since the beginning of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, M1 to be exact, top talent, a KOL, and a pro player, Gosu General has touched down in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh for MSC 2024. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. How was your flight?
My flight was very comfortable, but the taking Uber to come, the venue was crazy.
What about the weather? Is it hot here to you?
Very, very hot, guys. You can't expect that the weather is super hot.
Speaking of hot and heat, things are heating up for MSC 2024. A new patch just dropped. How do you feel that affects teams?
I think that I really like that the Sky Fierce are coming out, and then it turned to the Assassin meta slowly. Glad to see the Assassins in MSC right now. It was been a long time to taking the tank jungles only, but nowadays Assassin and you things there. I'm so excited to watch the MSC right now.
And that's what I've been excited about. Seeing all the Lings, the Fannies, the Rogers stepping back into the scene is definitely something that we all enjoy. Speaking of enjoying, any words out there to the audience enjoying MSC 2024?
All right, we actually didn't expect that the NA team is lost and like this, but hopefully we'll be the stronger and come back later. You guys can look forward for the upcoming, the new strong team from the NA.
That's right, guys. Enjoy MSC 2024. Shout out to your favorite teams. And Ghost General, thank you so much for spending your time with us today. Enjoy the show, and we'll see you in the stands.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steph Weezy, as well as Gosu General. Hope you guys are enjoying the match so far because, again, it's 2-2 from a best of 5 all the way to best of 1. Is it weird that I'm all too familiar with this feeling? I just went through it yesterday, man. I already took my meds.
You go through it every year, though, don't you? You're like comfortable with this. You think you could adapt.
M4 there were a lot of best of 5s that went 5 games in M4. You know. Apart from that, that was actually the last.
This let me just say, this job does have some health hazards. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
For me.
I just want to say a big shout out to General. It's Game 4, G4. It's almost like it was all, part of the plan. It's the will.
Is his nickname like G4 or something?
It's like the catchphrase of Gosu, Team Gosu. You never seen the emote, the little General emote? G4.
Want to talk about the draft? Right.
It's not up yet.
Yeah, it's not up yet, but
But when I go on a tangent, then we.
you gotta bring it down to Southeast Asia level. Either ways, before going into the draft, shout outs to Leo as well as Gideon. You know what? Great friends. Gideon, a fellow Malaysian, I'm pretty sure he's feeling the pressure.
Another G.
Yeah, another G.
Homeboys, okay, Homeboys is first picker at this point. Homeboys blue side, NIP Flash, red side, Moscow ban out, Angela ban out. So I don't want Homeboys to ban Louis at this point. Like, save one ban just in case for that Martis, or have some kind of answer, because okay, the ban on the Louis.
What?
I don't see a Martis ban on there yet, though. They've got one
and
more choice.
They must have something.
What the open?
What if
open
they
right
pick it?
There you go.
The China is now back
in the cabinet.
All right, at least cover all the Martis ban.
Yes, sir.
Ban out the Ling or Roger here.
Let it be known that
open.
Malaysia and Philippines have been giving us a lot of offerings.
Valentina ban.
What else do they have?
Oh, they leave the Valentina open as well. So Homeboys either gets Ling, Roger, or Valentina, but no matter what, NIP Flash gets both in response.
I feel like they opened the Valentina because they think that Homeboy is going to pick up the Ling, right?
That's right. So this should be Ling.
But
I think Homeboys have shown us that when Ling is available, they will pick up the Valentina first.
Actually, no, they pick up the Ling.
Yeah, they picked up the Ling Wolf.
Understandable.
I think at this point, Homeboys is just like, we got to take the risk.
Yeah.
Risk it for the biscuit, baby.
To be fair, Ling is not that much of a risk nowadays.
No, I mean, like, what if they pick up the... Oh, they actually pick up the Valentina Cho.
Valencho. Okay.
Roger Terizla?
Pick up a
Terizla's just... If they pick up Roger Terizla, this is literally Homeboys cosplaying Falcon Sabi brand.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Nothing.
You're going to cosplay any team.
Exactly.
You cosplay Liquid Echo.
Wait, what?
I mean,
nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't get it.
I would
It's
like
okay,
I would like to cosplay as Badang, but
what?
I can't. I don't have the
With that attitude, you can't.
Yeah. No, I feel like it's more than just attitude. It's more than just the attitude at this point. But either ways, Link picked up here.
Yep.
Farsa getting picked up here. So Farsa going up against this Valentina, and they actually prefer the Arlet.
Okay, so
Can I say
this is an actual Liquid Echo cosplay.
I told you.
Yeah.
Don't fight.
You're gonna fight.
You're gonna fight. Oh, okay. So the benefit of this for NIP Flash is that they're giving Diablo the option and the opportunity to actually show himself. And that means that you should ban Teresa nonetheless if you are NIP Flash here.
No, I do agree, because having, like, here's the thing. I kind of want this Arlet to be on the EXP with Sapat, because Zorn with the Arlet, he's very all in. Like, if I go in, I do good damage, great. If not, then he's gonna be the one dying most of the time, because we see whenever Homeboys is not doing well, it's usually Zorn that's not doing well. So I don't know, maybe pick up something a little bit safer, but I don't even know what's safe, because if you pick up the Grok, it's going over to the Valentina. If you pick up the Minotaur, it's going over to the Valentina. If you pick up the Tigreal, it's going up to the Valentina.
Yeah.
So honestly, not a lot of good roamers going up against Valentina at this point.
To be fair, MP the King told me yesterday or last night where they had to face the Valentina of Suns, where they have 4 big ultimates like Roger ultimate, they have the Gacha ultimate, they have Terizla ultimate, they have a Farsa ultimate, the Vixen ultimate. I mean, it's like options paralysis all over again. Like you overload the Valentina with so many good ultimates that you will not have the
Carry ban.
You know what Roger ban from Homeboys?
That's an interesting ban. Are they going for a tanky lineup?
Huh.
Like, are they going for like a Boxia or something?
Maybe they are.
Or
maybe they are.
they pick up the Roger here.
Yeah, I
and
think
then Homeboys, what do they have left, right? Nothing but a Claude, really?
What about a Beatrix?
Beatrix is still, we've been talking about it.
Yep.
Yeah, but I feel like the Claude might be a little bit better going up against the Benedetta.
Yeah, Benedetto, they pick up the Roger. So yeah, Mikado, is Ruby still available?
Ruby is
still available.
Yeah.
Maybe Claude Ruby for Homeboys.
Yeah, I mean Ruby for the gold lane.
Yeah, I was thinking gold lane as well.
Ooh.
And then pick up Terizla as well. Like you have a ton of stuns to utilize against this composition of NIP Flash.
Honestly, I'm all for it. Just put all the weight on Chibi's and Udil's shoulder. Let them carry the game.
Yeah. But then again, Edith still looks good for Homeboys. We can put it in the roam, Arlet EXP, and then get a Claude. I think overall, even when we say there's a okay.
Okay.
Is that a roam Jawhead?
That's a roam Jawhead, I believe.
It's been years.
That's for sure.
No, Zorn is a catch specialist, so this is go big or go home.
And theoretically, it can work against the Roger. You want Roger to come to you. You want the dive to happen.
For sure.
And maybe that's why they haven't been picking up and respond with it.
Think about the Jawhead now. His new passive is basically a focusing mark. It grants your team more damage. So more damage on the Ling, more damage on the Farsa, more damage on the Arlet, more damage on the Claude. This is still high risk, because if you're using a Jawhead and you don't have a good early game, you're gonna be very, very squishy. NIP Flash finishes up with the Barats.
Barats for
Barats is gonna be too heavy to throw around, you know, but looks like the
Unless
Barats,
he doesn't have his stacks.
Yeah. Either ways, this draft is one of the drafts of all time. Homeboys is putting all of it on the line. You win or lose with this Jawhead. With that being said, thank you very much, analysts. I'm throwing over this very interesting draft to our casters.
Interesting it is. Man, yesterday we had one of the best series of MSC, and now, according to LaFell, we have one of the best drafts that we have here.
Very interesting, he said.
Very interesting with the Jawhead pick, but that's going to lead us into it, because here it is. It's the final series of the day, the last game, the ultimate opportunity for these teams to advance. A semi-final spot hangs in the balance, their fate on the line, their keys on the line. Will it be NIP Flash or will it be Homeboys? this last match in this amazing best of 5.
Oh, this is intense already, man. All the way from the start of the game, just with the, I think all the way from the draft as well. The fact that Zorn can actually go and leash for Chibi will make it so good for Homeboys in terms of pathing at least. And for JPL, he's no longer going to be able to just stick in the mid lane, clear these waves together with Cortese. You can see those missiles, JPL forced to flicker already. That's the power of Jawhead. It's the damage, my guy.
It's the damage. I love that, you know, they already talked about some of this too leading into this. And, you know, Jawhead is, I don't know, it's a throwback pick, really. And, you know, Zorn is a specialist on it, too, because obviously it's going to take a really certain type of player to make this work. You have to be able to lock on the right targets, utilizing just the kit of the Jawhead alone. Because remember, you can also throw your teammates, right? You can inject them to the fight, and that could play a part in this unless, you know, we have those potions being bought. But also for this, part of this is actually the surprising amount of damage that Jawhead can do. And I feel like because, you know, we heard yesterday back when we saw the Zask pick up, we heard that, yeah, it surprised us. It was a pick that necessarily you don't get a lot of time to practice against. Well, maybe the Jawhead can be that for the Homeboys here in this matchup, unless NIP Flash just plays like they did even in the previous game here. Already, JPL going to get poked down a little bit, but no pickup just yet. Turtle is spawning, though. Uh-oh.
Up top, the Petrify locking him down. Zorn going to be taken down on the Jawhead. So far, hasn't worked out. Diablo up top, now punishing Sabon, even forcing the Flicker out. Should be able to clear this out, and this will be a whole lot more prio for NIP Flash. With the first Turtle being held down by Hades. Udil is trying desperately to go for a little bit of a, you know, go for that position, but the final blow will be used up by Diablo, trying to zone them away. Will be able to do so right now. Good eye for an eye to counter the Tempest of Blades, and just like that, there isn't going to be anything else Homeboys can do about the Turtle, but they can go for the trade. Great maneuver with the ejector. Diablo getting the pick as well. That's a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
And a Turtle.
And a Turtle. Going to the hands here for NIP Flash. So, you know, exchanges, and hey, like we saw previously, Diablo's got 2 kills under his belt. We saw what kind of confidence that brings this man to the table. And now that he has the 2 early kills on a Benedetta who is very hyper-aggressive, especially in the hands of a player like Diablo, will be tough to deal with for Homeboys, especially just in the lane alone. It's something you want to deal with. You want to be able to shut it down, and that's exactly why they're putting Zorn up there on that top side. If they can work with that, make possibly a play, that'd be great for Homeboys to get some momentum in their favor. It's nothing too crazy, right? This early in the game, NIP Flash has just garnered themselves a little bit of a lead. But it looks like, too, you know, Diablo knows that they're after him, that they have their eyes set on him, and he's going to get forced out. So good little check there also from Hades to keep Diablo safe.
He also has 2 kills on the board, right? So Diablo still, it almost seems like it's just deja vu to the last game. He got a double kill in the first minute, this time in the first Turtle, so a bit later compared to game number 1, but he's still utilizing the pressure so well. Final blow in the Petrified combo on the Sapa, straight into the G Kundo, and Sapa won't be able to flicker out of this one. It's still on cooldown. Zorn ejector, but he's onto the small camp there. Feather airstrike, oh, gets canceled, Hades! Punishing Udil for popping the Feather airstrike a bit too early. Chibi still able to secure it. Now pops in the Tempest of Blades, picks up the Blades as well, and will be able to disengage, but still, for NIP Flash, they'll take that win.
They'll take that for now. Good thing for Homeboys. I think that's always something that's going to happen here is GB's going to have to secure these purple buffs. It's crucial on this Ling pick. Diablo just picked up the Blade of Hephaestus, so if you thought he did some damage already early on, now paired with Lethal Ignition, it's going to be even more so. GB finally gets the Berserker's Fury here, and Turtle's up. I don't think they can really do anything about it, though. They're not even going to get close enough to NIP Flash here as it's secured by Hades. Once again, locking down these objectives. It looks like they might try to force something here. Cortese even holding on to the final slash himself. Oh, they're going to go for nets? Okay. Here's the response.
Stoppable force, dodged away from Way the Dragon, now bringing Zorn back into Cortese's damage, but it will be a Feather Airstrike that takes him down. Even Vanix, not with the light compounds, but he will be traded back. Nets, able to get the kill down. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Homeboys, only losing a 0-1 Jawhead.
Yeah, not too bad. Kind of, you know, pretty much worth it at that point. Also puts nets on the board here. And so Homeboys is going to be happy about that trade. Good read from them previously and good response on rotating down. They'll go ahead and work on this turret as Diablo's working there on the top side. Chibi stops him from just capping out the tier 1. Uh-oh.
1v1, Tempest of Blades used up. Diablo, final blow and a solo kill. Chibi still able to dodge away. Zorn, unstoppable force. Oh, Diablo! Still able to get him down. But it's a shutdown for Chibi, it seems there. No, it was Zorn that picked it up. So still, it's a bounty picked up now in the bottom lane. JP with the G Kundo. Vanix gonna go for it with the help of the Weighted Dragon. Nets taken out in the bottom lane as a Feather Airstrike will be popped in by Udil, and JPL will just walk out of every single shot.
Okay, I don't think they want to. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was waiting for the final slash possibly to use, but they don't have enough backup, especially after the Feathered Airstrike was used. But man, if this hasn't been the picture of the series, what is? Look at this play right here. Chibi able to survive for the most part, but here comes a Zorn. Great from Diablo too. If he's like, you know what?
That was an anime moment, bro.
Yeah, it was, man. It's like, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. And that is also just going to help them out further, but at least for Homeboys too. They kind of need those moments where they're able to get some of these kills if they can find them, because of the fact that now you're looking at 2,000 gold now in the hands of NIP Flash to work around with ahead of Homeboys.
You can see the glowing wand rush for Udil is helping him out here. But it comes down to poke, but still, it seems like if he's only able to hit one of those shots, NIP Flash, they can just regen back up very easily. And the fact that they have Diablo in the side lane means that they'll have auto pressure almost every single time. Auto prio in the sideways, because even Chibi, he wasn't able to 1v1 him. Hades walks up after he secures the turtle, pops into Retribution. Zorn gonna be brought back. No, dodges away, pops in the ejector to get the movement speed to get out of those missiles.
Yeah, I mean, to get brought back, Final Slash going to be used.
Right into the Feather Airstrike, but Death's Welcome gets used up as well. Zorn still with the Unstoppable Force and the ejector, bringing him back. Hades will be taken down. JP with Weighted Dragon now straight into the final blow, locking him down. Subpot taken out, 1-for-1. Roam. No, it's a jungle for the XP as JPL looks for more, but he doesn't have the Weighted Dragon. Seems they're just trying to contest this purple buff, not letting Chibi get it for free, forcing at least a Retribution out of him, and they will be able to do so.
Okay. Gets his buff, but you know, then again, it's just Zorn was able to toss Hades up in the air, even with the fully stacks, of course. Fun to see a fully stacked Barretts be thrown over the head. But with that, items fall into place, of course. Like we mentioned, Thunderbelt is there for Sapat. Over on the other side, though, you look at the build Diablo's going with, and that's why he's such a threat. He's also, yeah, he's got the Sky Piercer now, too. And so at this point, they got to lock down Diablo somehow. They have to be able to survive, too, that Petrify combination with the Electro Final Blow. It looks like right now, though, Homeboys wants to set their eyes here on this top side, but look at the response, Diablo and Hades.
Final blow. Zorn, you're not going to be able to spot him. Nets going to be caught in the Petrify, forced to Purify. Diablo still chasing again. One last slash should do it. He finds it, but Nets is able to escape now. The re-engage from Subpot as he finds the Vengeance. Diablo unable to escape from Chibi's Tempest of Blades, but Death's Welcome catches him now. It's going to be JP with the Weighted Dragon with the Flicker as well. Now Subpot chasing Curtizi, finding the Vengeance, and continuing this onslaught with the Unstoppable Force by Zorn. Vanix unable to find the shots, 2-for-1 in favor of Homeboys.
Again, a back and forth between both. And it looked like I was saying, Diablo would be able to get a kill there, but you know, maybe that's also just that change that we saw from the Sky Piercer where, you know, that little extra % does make a big difference because he couldn't get it to proc against Nets. So Nets also great job at staying alive there. Final Slash.
Great pull back onto Vanix. The Purify gets him out for a bit, but Zorn flickers forward, gets the ejector into the missiles, and takes the gold lane down.
With the thumbs up to add salt to the wound. And now Lord is up here. Vanix is not part of the picture right now. Homeboys full force. Diablo will make his way now for the fight. They're going to have to fight it out.
Another Unstoppable Force, this time canceled out, but a Death is welcome. Diablo in the back line still trying to go for a flank right now. The final slash will be used up. Now Diablo chasing Udil, still able to escape. Nets going back to save him. Diablo on the chase on the Chibi as Hades gets taken down earlier. Sapat in the midst of it all. JPL, the G Kundo, but Sapat flickers out of it. And Homeboys again win out in these small trades.
Homeboys will go ahead and get a minor win for that, but ultimately NIP Flash just wanted to stop them from securing the Lord, and they did that. Sky Piercer also picked up now for Chibi, has the Haas Claws with it. They still go ahead and start this Lord. I'm not sure if NIP Flash has anything they can do just yet. Ultimates are online. Hades just got up, and they're just going to have to watch it taken down. Final Slash used from Sapat, but nothing comes of it. So now they find themselves at this shift in this game at 10 minutes in. Lord will go ahead and spawn up, and their eyes are going to be set on these turrets. Again, they don't have any turrets down Homeboys is yet to get the space they want to work around with. And this, once they get these tier 1s down, it is going to be playing a big part here. Damage dealt, though, of course. Udil already at the top of it. Feathered Airstrike going to be playing a massive part of that. And right now, too, Curtizi holding on to his own final slash.
Sapat going to be chunked down. Vanix can go for the execute there with the Lycan Pals. Meanwhile, up top, that's a good Detonus welcome on the Zorn. He's going to be caught all alone, isolated from the rest of the team. Vanix picks the kill up. Bottom lane, Lord still marching down freely into the tier 2, and it should be the Lord taking the tier 2 down in the bottom lane for free. Diablo finally reaches it, but it's a bit too late to save the tier 2.
Yeah, at this point, hold on, Sapat. Is he going to go in?
Stun, Purify out from Vanix. JPL cancels out the Feather Airstrike, but will be caught. Flickers to the wall. GB chases him. Diablo, eye for an eye, almost canceling. Final slash, Curtizi finding 3, but now gets gunned down by Nets. Vanix looking for the trade, finding it. 2 for 2. In the 11th minute, it is still 50-50.
If you didn't want Game 5, this is what you get. This is the back and forth we've had throughout the series, and now Game 5 as well, with everything on the line, comes down to the back and forth. Relatively even, but man, someone has to deal with Nets. Has this Wind of Nature now locked in, has the 3 items he needs.
Vanix gets caught, unstoppable force, still trying to deal some damage, but Nets, his damage is enough to take him down. With no Purify, Zorn can do whatever he wants.
Who's gonna deal with Nets? That's the question NIP Flash has to answer here. Again, great usages from, I mean, even from Curtizi. We've seen him use the final slash. We've seen him use the Feathered Airstrike. But Zorn, he's going to do what he does best. He's going to start taunting NIP Flash, putting them in a situation where they might make a misstep here. You know, they got, what, 4 turrets based off that whole exchange from that first Lord. And that's enough to allow Chibi now to roam around, to put some pressure on these side lanes, get attention like he's doing here. Ooh. And that was close because, yeah, Hades was charging up. Purple's going to be up now, 30 seconds away from this Lord. Let's take a look at the quick items here.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Malefic Roar, actually, from Diablo. Usually you expect a BOD if he gets the ball rolling at the start of the game. This time he goes for a bit more of a safer build with a Malefic Roar. But now it looks like he's on the way to the BOD. So he's only just delayed the BOD. He didn't actually cancel it all the way. There you go.
There it is. Locked in now for Diablo. Mid lane.
Sapat with a flickered final slash. Finding Nets as well. Curtizi in the midst of it all. Now the ejector finding JPL. He's able to get the G-Kundo, but Diablo gets Nets. It's a good shutdown. Chibi gonna be munched on. Vanix in the back line. Still able to isolate everyone away from Chibi, who gets caught, and NIP Flash. They found the best possible target to go for the Enhanced Lord. No jungle for Homeboys.
No jungle. It's up to Zorn and Udil. Sapat in trouble.
Now with a Phantom Slash call, Curtizi able to find the last flash of damage to take him down. Zorn going for mid-prio. NIP Flash going for the Lord. 14 and 13, 13 minutes in, and finally we have an Enhanced Lord. That should tip the game a bit in favor of NIP Flash. Finally, we have a deciding tip.
STC replay here. What a team fight this was. Just zoning out Chibi. Great usage of that Daytona's welcome. Oh, you can see it. You can see the emotions as well because, man, talk about a game. And now that NIP Flash has this Lord, they're going to be marching down the bottom side. They're going to be looking at these turrets, too, and fighting to put pressure on the purple buff as well.
Uh-oh.
Homeboys, what can they do?
Chibi, he's still... No, he wasn't able to go and secure it. He used the Retribution, but it wasn't enough. Hades was able to out-retry him there. NIP Flash now looking to utilize this. No purple buff on the lane. Vanix has a Rose Gold. That's a conceal. JPL looking for the play on towards the pot possibly, but it's just zoning. Unstoppable force used up to JPL. Vanix now with a Lycan form. Jumps forward. Doesn't go for the Lycan Pouch just yet. They've cracked the base open. Base turret number 1 taken down in the bottom lane as Homeboys deal with the Enhanced Lord, but it's getting so many hits down. Vanix able to shoot Chibi down from the walls, getting him low, forcing him back to base.
Okay, NIP Flash, happy with that. They get a base turret down, and they take the discipline route from that. They know they can kind of take this a little bit slower. They need to get a pick off if they want, utilizing the fact that they have a Cho, but they also have to respect the fact that Homeboys can do the same thing, right? So now their eyes are set on these turrets. They want to get the rest down, make their way to these base turrets. But the fact that they got one is already a big advantage for NIP Flash to work with. So now at this point for Homeboys, it's kind of up to Zorn and also Sapat here to use these ultimates. Oh, Conceal, gonna go in?
I don't know about that, Zorn. He's isolated himself. JPL just baits him. Ejector final slide from Cortese. Straight into Diablo's damage, but Cortese will be taken down now. Nets is able to turn the tides around. Phoenix continues the onslaught like a pound. Onto the back, finding a triple. Udil, the last Kage, gonna be taken down as well. Phoenix is a maniac.
Oh my goodness. NIP Flash. Off the decision of Zorn to go in on this Jawhead. It's only Chibi. He's going to try to cut the wave, try to buy time, but it might be too late.
Now the base in the mid lane taken down. That's a base turret. Straight into the crystal they go. Diablo with eye for an eye, tanking all the hits. NIP Flash win out the best of 5. They send the Homeboys home.
You can't stop these ninjas in pajamas. NIP Flash will send the boys home, locking in at their semifinal spot to face up against SRG. Again, what an amazing series to witness this day. Just like yesterday, a 5-game series to close it out. And ultimately, the best team won in this exchange as it was a back and forth. What an amazing performance.
The pride of Singapore. It's been 3 years since we've last seen an MPL SG representative make it to top 4. And it was also with JPL. It was Evo's SG back in M3.
That, again, the accomplishments here, when you think of what was all left on the line between these two teams, simply amazing, you know, to just see it unfold. Wouldn't have it any other way. 5 games going the distance here. You can see the emotions, of course. That's got to feel good, especially with Diablo locking in that Benedetta twice in the series, man. Having phenomenal performances. Feeling good about that, what they've accomplished, get to this point. And like you said, it's been 3 years.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
And now they're able to finally reach that top again. Top 4 secured for NIP Flash. They'll have to face off against SRG next.
Well, that's going to be it for us here on the desk. Again, I'm Naisu, and that was Mirko. We're going to throw it over to the stage to go ahead and give it to our hosts and our winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the best of 5 series goes to the bitter end, to the final and 5th match of this series in the knockout stage for MSC. And NIP Flash send the Homeboys on their way home, and they claim the 4th and final spot in our semifinals.
And here with us today, Kurt, congratulations. You were able to send Homeboys home, and you were able to match Singapore's best finish since Impunity SG back in MSC 2017. How do you feel about this competitive landscape and bringing Singapore back on the map?
Masaya po kasi po kami yung magre-represent sa Singapore and first time ko din po makaapak ng gantong sa place po.
He's really happy that they're able to represent Singapore, and it's his first time to be able to be here on the international stage. What about the competitive landscape?
Mas dumali po kasi po wala siyang lower bracket. Mas parang kaya po naming malasan, ganun.
He says it's easier now without the lower bracket because they're able to be the poison of the group.
I like that. There's a surprise factor, a surprise element here at the MSC. And like we said, we started this with a wild card. Our Homeboys managed to make it all the way to top 8. And then when we're looking towards the knockout stage, 1 opportunity only. And you guys managed to seize that. But I have a question for you. So now your next opponent is going to be Selangor Red Giants, the undefeated champions of MPL Malaysia. How do you feel going up against a team that hasn't lost a series in over 100 days?
Feel ko po kakayanin po namin since nabuild po kami ng momentum and Malaysian team po ulit sila.
He feels that they're able to defeat them because Singapore was able to build momentum and you know that you can beat another Malaysian team. And because of what you've done today, you will now receive your opponent's golden key. Homeboys, you may now proceed to Kurt to hand over your key. This symbolizes your success in this tournament. Thank you so much.
And this symbolizes the end of the journey for Homeboys and the continuation of the journey for none other than NIP Flash. And ladies and gentlemen, we finally have our top 4 teams. We have NIP Flash going up against Selangor Red Giants and Liquid Echo taking on yet another Filipino team, and that is going to be an incredible day, and I cannot wait. But don't forget this right here. This key, it's not going to be intact for much longer because you have another task ahead of you today. You get to apply 5 tons of pressure to that key in a few short moments. So tell me, how do you feel about that as well? That's going to be quite an interesting touch, I want to say, to this tournament as well.
Anong pakiramdam na ngayon hawak mo to at mamaya dudurugin mo yan, yung golden key na yan?
Hindi ko po alam.
He can't express himself right now. He just knows that he's really happy. Congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the semifinal. NIP Flash, Singapore's dream team, have done it all. They're going to the top 4. Congratulations, and now we're gonna break it down for you. We're gonna head to our panel. Time to shine.
Thank you very much, Mara, as well as the Wood Sandstorm. And let me just say, let's put this into perspective.
Okay.
With what has happened here today, the top 3 regions in MLBB for now is Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore. Where later on, I mean, Philippines is definitely going to be at least top 2.
That's right.
Now it's about Malaysia and Singapore. Which one is going to be top 2?
The SIMP region is just SMP now.
SMP. MSC SMP.
Yep.
Yeah, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines.
Yep. Proven and tested.
Proven and tested. Welcome to the...
This is the new age.
This is the new landscape of MLBB.
To be fair, I think that in this particular game, this Jawhead makes a lot of sense. You saw how it made the bats with full stacks look like it's like melted. Oh my god.
Yes.
That was intense.
He hit.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
That's how frustrated.
That's how frustrated he is. But yeah, it made it look like Bats was very squishy in the early stages. However, the looming problem for the X-Borg is that, for the Jawhead is that you're kind of all in. If you don't get your pick off after that initiation, you kind of don't have a reset button.
Yeah.
Unlike when you have the Kaja, which is a guaranteed stun, I would like to use what Mr. Naisu uses. They don't have an on-demand initiation, unfortunately. All the while, when you're looking at the side of NIP Flash, they have guaranteed stuns. They have the Way of the Dragon, they have the Stolen Final Slash, they have the Barrett's Ultimate, which he was actually phenomenal about. And this guy, Diablo,
He's Benedetta, man.
The Benedetta.
It's something special. It's devilish.
Whew. Devilish, I like that.
Devilish.
Yep.
Because it's like the devil and it's delicious. Devilish.
I think that's how that word works.
Yeah.
Anyways, I like the fact that it's almost full damage. He even ended, I mean, all he picked up was the immortality.
Yeah.
Monstrous, you could say. He's got a pair of boots, but still, overall, the final game was close down. For me right now, it's this big toss-up between Kurt and Vanix. Like, those 2 players throughout this whole series have just been insane. It's kind of, even JPL, it's kind of hard to pick who I would be like the star of this series.
Yeah, it depends on each game, right? Because you can see that in the first few games, it was Hades. Then eventually Curtisi. I think Curtisi was the most consistent out of everyone, like for the 5 games. Even the games that NIP Flash lost, Curtisi was performing well. And then you see Vanix just perform in the most important portions of the game, particularly in the late game, where he's able to output the damage. And then Diablo, when given his signature playstyle, I would say. It's not even just the hero, it's a signature playstyle. Benedetta, full damage, lethal ignition, petrify. Once he sees a target, he will not stop until he gets the goal of killing that target.
And because of that, Sapa on this Arlet was a non-factor. I would say the Arlet as well as the Jawhead, it looks like they weren't really there in the fight.
In the mid game, I would say yes, but in the early stages, you can see the massive impact that Sword was able to output in this game. However, I think you have to take note that if you don't really kind of usher your cores, like for example this Ling to the mid game, you're in for a lot of trouble. Like the Claude and the Ling, although they got the farm eventually, in the early stages they were contested a lot. Like the purple buff is getting invaded by the Barats constantly, and that allowed NIP Flash to just take over the map in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I think that whole series we were kind of wondering if Hades was going to eventually pull out a utility jungle.
Yeah.
And then in Game 5, both teams have one more pick up their sleeve. You know, we get the... and the Hades just comes out on top, I think. And once we got to the end game, purple buff started getting denied, things of that nature, and it just became a problem. And like you said, there was about a 3,000 gold deficit between the XP laners. So it was tough. It was a tough game. But even then, it was down the line, 11-11 at 11 minutes and 11 seconds. It was crazy.
And something interesting to talk about as well. The moment Hades switch it up, he's like, you know what? Assassin junglers aren't working. Going for the utility worked out incredible for them.
Yeah, that's the Guinevere that was successful, and eventually this Barrett. When you look back at his performance with the Assassins, it was actually really good. You know, it was getting what 9-0 at the start. Game number 1, game number 2. That's also the same. It's like toe-to-toe with Chibi, and that's also true for game number 3. But they just couldn't finish properly. Now with the utility junglers, what Hades brings to the table is that extra macro factor wherein you're now invading the jungle, you're now denying some parts of the map, you're now frontlining for the team, you're making sure that the objectives will go in your favor and allow for your other side laners to wreak havoc in specific parts of the game.
Yeah, we got to look at our Sony MVP, and guess what? It's the Singaporean devil, Diablo, on that Benedetta.
Very deserving.
I would even say this entire series, I do agree that Kurt Teasy is like the most consistent one.
Yep.
But when it comes to making sure that you have a lead and you maintain that lead, dude, Diablo, when he gets that Benedetta, is a whole different beast.
Yep.
Yeah, I think when it came down to crunch time, those last 2 games, when you really had to put your big boy pants on, Diablo was definitely the player who was able to, you know, get up when he needed to.
Yeah, look at that. Look at how they managed it. And then eventually, this display was definitely one for the books. Chibi wanted to kind of dip back to the frame because he wanted to pick up the sword, one of the blades. Diablo read that properly and punishes him for that.
Yeah, and again, looking at this matchup, looking at how Diablo has been moving around, I feel like the second item, Sky Piercer, kind of made it so that he has to be involved in most of the fights. And again, most of the fights that he's involved with, they win. Like looking at the turnaround, Homeboys, they would initiate a fight. It's just that no matter what, it does always look like Diablo always have the upper hand.
Yeah. We'll look at that punish eventually. Then they will get the Lord afterwards. They will even scout out where Sword is. And then I think at that moment also, you feel the momentum shift heavily on the side of NIP Flash. Homeboys is a team that kind of relies on the momentum as well. So what happens is that if you take away the initiative from them, you take away the momentum from them, it kind of feels like they're already lost. They have to find another opening afterwards. And in games number 4 and 5, NIP Flash did not let go of that momentum.
You know what's crazy too is before this whole series we were talking to Andy Mage about damage EXPs and how you had to pair it up with the utility jungle, and that's exactly what they did, and they made it work so well. But we had a guest up here.
Now we have Adamir, the coach, coming in from NIP Flash. Now, of course, first question, that was an intense 5 games in a best of 5. How do you guys feel right now?
We're all feeling good, and we're definitely happy that we made it to the top 4.
Yeah, speaking of making it to the top 4, let's actually conceptualize this. This is a brand new landscape for the competitive scene in MLBB, where after that win against Homeboys, now the top 3 regions, at least for MSC, is Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore. How does it feel that you guys, based on this win, have made Singapore one of the top 3 regions in terms of competitiveness?
I think for Singapore, we always had a problem with lack of players being in one team. We were always split up with good players being in a different team. And finally, we get all the players that we want in a dream team. And we're ready to prove that Singapore isn't as weak as people think we are.
I mean, right now, being in the top 4, securing 200,000 USD as well, like, that's a huge statement. Speaking of which, game number 5, the Jawhead, did that throw you guys off? Did that change your plan in any kind of way?
Definitely, when the Jawhead came out, I was quite thrown off. But luckily, I played in MPL MYSG, and I know of the old meta. So we just continued with our plan, knowing what the Jawhead would do.
Right, now we have to talk about as well throughout this best of 5. A lot of the early stages of this best of 5, the first 3 games, we're seeing a lot of assassins, but you guys shifted up game number 4 and game number 5. Was there any particular reason why you guys went for that strategy going up against Homeboys?
I think the switch was because if we were gonna lose, we wanted to lose on our best heroes. And what is Diablo known for? He's known for his Benedetta. And we wanted to make sure that he at least got to play the Benedetta at least once.
That's great.
I mean, here's the thing. He was able to play it twice. And honestly, I want to ask as well for the Benedetta pick. Was it Diablo himself that asked for that pick? Or you guys, the coaching staff is like, Diablo, you got to use this hero?
I think it was both. Diablo wanted to play Benny as well. He was tired of playing Ruby and Alan. Yeah, so he wanted to be the damage dealer. And we were also okay with it because we trusted him.
And in that full best of 5 series, I have to ask as well, what was the most difficult part going up against Homeboys that pushed it to all 5 games?
I think definitely Chibi and Zon are very, very good players, and their synergy is quite insane. Besides that, I think those 2 are the only key players for us to watch out for.
Hold on. Are we just? There's a question we have to ask.
Yeah.
Give us the theory, the crafting, the Martis the Martis mid. Did you plan on pulling that out of your sleeve at some point in this event? I mean, did it just seem like it worked, or tell me about it?
I think the Martis mid is quite a direct counter to Udio's hero pool. Yeah, so we studied Udio quite extensively, and we came to the conclusion that, Kurt is just better than Udio. So we'll just give Kurt the Martis, and, we'll see him work his magic.
Work his magic up until it has to be banned out. Now, honestly, congratulations. That's an amazing win. And for now, the camera is yours. Is there anything that you want to say to all the audience watching?
To all the fans of NIP Flash, I hope that you guys can continue supporting us and believing in us that we will make it further in the tournament, and we will obviously try our very best to make it further. And thank you.
All right, now I would say the interview is over-ish. At this point, Wolf, I want you to use Bob to show something that happened in the game. And you know what? I want Adamir here as well. Maybe he can give his own input.
Thank you for saying that, because it will feel very awkward for me to discuss their play. But this is amazing. All right, so we're gonna be looking at the biggest turning point around the 12-minute mark, where it's if you can see through the gold, the difference. Homeboys is actually leading by 2,000, but there will be a play in the middle that will happen. First off, I want you to look at the information that was given to NIP Flash. So Zorn is seen already. You also know that Chibi is there. So when you play it out, there will be a good outplay. So you can see that there will be a good stun coming out from other good final slash actually to catch one, but a counter coming out from Curtizi made it so that now Chibi is in a bad spot, and Nets actually was forced to use his to use his BMI to get out, then forced to also use the Purify, because now you can see that Diablo was just amazing in that regard, then Chibi getting caught. So basically, the main problem here for the side of Homeboys is that they gave in to essentially the box that we always talk about. Like, this is the circle of influence that you want to play around, because it's nearby the tower, right? So the tower deals more damage. If you go in there, you can see that Curtizi is safe. They can go in and out, and then it's going to be just Diablo getting out of that zone. And the reason why Homeboys eventually lost this fight is because they obliged to get into the box that NIP Flash played in. And obviously, of course, Curtizi was phenomenal this game. I think that it is true that in this particular game, surely Curtizi's Valentina is superior.
I mean, at this point, Adamir, I do have to ask, after watching that clip, throughout this entire best of 5, which player of NIP Flash that you feel like they've really shown their best here?
I think a best player for me to choose, I would choose Venix.
Oh.
Yeah. So my reason is because he hasn't been to much international tournaments. I think this is maybe his third or second, and he's proven himself that he's one of the he is the best goal lane in Singapore, and I'm quite impressed with his performance, despite his lack of experience.
Yeah, despite his lack of experience, we can definitely see his amazing performance as a goal laner. And with that, we got to look at our STC play predictions to see what the audience felt about this game. It looks like 67% for Homeboys, 33% for NIP Flash. Despite a lot of people saying Homeboys, it's not as far apart as I thought. What do you think, Adamir, after watching this difference in terms of audience prediction?
I definitely think that Homeboys had a chance of winning us as well, and that's why we respected them as much as we could, taking out Zon's signature heroes such as Cho when we could, and also enabling our all 5 of our players to play as well, not just sticking to one player such as playing Sin on Hades for all games. We trusted everyone, and I'm glad that it worked out.
All right, now I do have to ask, are you curious how my heart looks like?
I think I know what your heart looks like, Lafell.
Well, here's the thing. We're going to look at the key crushing, and just so you guys know, that's how my heart looks like. Let's check out the video.
Dominating inside of MPL Season 7 for Singapore, and here again for MSC 2024, make it into the top 4 all the way out from NIP Flash. I have Diablo. How does it feel after a Game 5, a best of 5, going the full distance up against Homeboys and taking them down? What were the emotions going through your team's head?
Definitely, we felt very happy at the end of the games, of all the 5 games. And also, during the point where they were leading over us 2-1, to be honest, the first 3 games we were like trying out draws because it's a BO5, it's a marathon. We didn't want it to be a sprint. So during the last 2 games, although they had the lead over us, we thought ourselves we just play our best heroes. And if we lose on our best. If we win on our best, yeah.
Very, very humble and a major victory for your team. Now, you have the keys to Homeboys. Are you ready to crush the key?
To the Malaysian fans, I'm sorry. I have to crush it, yeah.
All right, and to the fans out there for NIP Flash, what do you have to say to them?
To Singapore, we finally did it. We are top 4 once again. So hope you guys are proud of us, and we will try our best tomorrow or the next day against SRG.
All right, here we go. Time to crush the key. All right, and as the key is getting ready to be crushed, an amazing victory for NIP Flash, our hardest battle in MSC 2024, taking down Homeboys, the team that made it all the way through the wild cards, but stopped right before top 4. You see it right there inside the machine. Diablo, the one to insert it for NIP Flash. One small step for Diablo, one major step for NIP Flash. As the key is in shambles, we're running lower and lower and lower on teams as we climb up that pedestal. And speaking of the key, there it is. So Diablo, it's your first time crushing a key. How does it feel?
It feels great because it's not our key that got crushed. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely hold on to your key for as long as you can. You've officially made it into top 4. How does that feel?
Honestly, it's my first time going to top 4, so definitely excited, and also it's been one of my dreams in the international stage to go to top 4, and I finally did it right here. Yeah.
Well, top 4 hopefully isn't the finish line for you. Who would you like to face in the grand finals?
Definitely Liquid Echo, because I want to face off against Sanford.
You'd like to crush Liquid Echo's key? Would you be the one to do it?
I can't say that.
Well, time will tell. We won't spoil that one, but congratulations again, Diablo. NIP Flash, one step closer to the grand finals. We look forward to your future matches.
Trex, would you like to take over for a little bit?
He's got this. Let him.
Got this.
How did that feel?
How did that feel?
How did that feel? We'll let him sit for a second.
The key crushing?
Yeah, how was the key crushing?
It felt normal.
Felt normal.
Like I felt
just
that
another Friday.
Yeah, we deserved it. You know, we worked hard for it, so obviously it feels normal.
Feels normal.
It feels normal to crush Homeboys key.
They still have another team.
It's just
Don't
my
worry
head at
about
this
them.
point. It's just my head.
They have another Malaysian team. They'll be fine. LaFell will be fine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, LaFell.
Look him in the eyes and tell him it felt good.
why are you doing that? Like, Adamir's a good guy. He said sorry.
Yeah.
But he's still
good. But it felt good.
Yes, he did, LaFell. It felt really good.
Thank you. We're gonna look at the brackets if you don't mind. So let's.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you guys want to talk about the brackets?
Yeah, I do want to talk about the brackets because it's now shaping up to be a really good bracket, especially because it will be SRG going up against NIP Flash, the MYSG that's split about what 2 or 3.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
5, 6,
I think the last time
Season 7 was.
No. I think the last time they were together was season 6.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, 3 years. Now they will be meeting again to prove who actually has the better chicken rice. For now, it's going to be TLPH versus FCAP.
Tomorrow.
That's going to be tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. You're right. I'm not that. That's why I'm not the host, man. I don't know. I don't know about you, but it feels good to secure the grand final slot, actually. You know, as a Filipino, you know.
I wouldn't know how that feels, so.
Oh.
I don't know why you would say it. I think I'm going to go sit over here with LaFell.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's another team. Why are you sad?
I'm not sad. I don't know what you guys are talking about. We're talking about tomorrow's schedule here. It's going to be TLPH going up against Falcons AP Brand. So no matter what, Philippines will be going to the grand finals, but this is a revenge match. This is the one where Falcons AP Brand really wants to win this one.
Now, Falcons AP Brand went 3-0 today. You saw Team Liquid Echo themselves have won 3-1 against their opposition. They looked very strong after the group stages. Tomorrow will be a very difficult match to watch as an analyst, because I'm sure that they're gonna be, they're gonna be putting in a high level, very high level of gameplay, which probably we probably will not understand. They're just like the two best teams.
And let's talk about what's at stake as well, because let's actually look at the club champions here, because both are representing here, because Team Falcons is #1, and looking at Team Liquid, they're #5. So if TLPH, Team Liquid Echo, is able to become champions, then all of a sudden Team Liquid could jump to the top. And if Falcons AP Brand becomes champion, it will further solidify Team Falcons #1.
Yeah.
So that's also what at stake here. It's not just that amazing prize pool, but the pride of your club.
Oh. That's an interesting, I guess, I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why these top teams from the West actually got some of the teams from the Southeast Asia, right? NIP, for example, Team Liquid, and then Falcons. There's a lot of focus now from Southeast Asian teams, and it seems like their investments are...
They're paying off, definitely. And speaking of which, inside of me, as you guys can guess, there's a battle event. The Soul Vessel Skin Series, Amon, Vessel of Deceit, as well as Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are now available. You guys can have them, but it's only going to be available until the 5th of August. So make sure you guys grab these awesome skins. And if you're looking to get them, the first draw is 50% off every single day, and a permanent Soul Vessel Series item is guaranteed in the first 10 draws. So make sure you guys join in now. Speaking of which, we got to talk about the U Fair as well. The U Fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and his painted skin, Classroom Glam. More exciting events will be revealed, so make sure you guys watch out. Speaking of which, for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Make sure you guys scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts, because again, we're just inching closer and closer towards the grand finals. Can you guys believe we're just days away?
almost there. I mean, literally tomorrow we got a huge game. Only 2 more games, essentially. 2 more days, 2 more games, 2 more best of 5s. We're already in the 200K bracket.
Dude.
Oh, yeah, 200K. You're right.
Honestly, like at
You're
this
right.
point,
It's not
at
called
this point,
semifinals.
it gets crazier and crazier. And with that, let's actually check out the Kadia play of the day, where we'll be highlighting, we'll be talking about how amazing today is. Well, it started off amazing, but then it's, you know,
It was a great day.
it's whatever.
It was a great day.
I got to spend time with LaFell.
Yep. I got to share lunch with LaFell. Saw him
Saw me
be
walk.
happy, be scared. All of the
sad.
emotions that I've felt in this studio.
Emotions
great.
definitely have been felt. Let me tell
Yep.
you that.
You expressed their emotions, we felt it.
Yeah, and we're starting off the play of the day with Falcons AP brand going up against See You Soon, where it was a complete sweep. Game number 3, though. Talk about game number 3.
Yep.
It almost went to See You Soon, but Falcons AP brand's like, nah, I'd win.
You see the lack of experience from See You Soon, but at the same time, only a few, relative to the people that believed in Falcons AP brand, there's just they're just really, we're just depending on them to upset Falcons AP brand. That's what I'm talking about. But obviously, Falcons AP brand, they're in a different form right now. Group stages have proven that they have improved so much, and now in the knockout stages, they mean business.
I mean, we gotta say that for them, the entire tournament so far has been pretty easy, Trex.
It's true. I mean, they've just been sweeping through. They haven't lost. Neither team has lost a single game yet. But tomorrow someone has to lose something. I got a feeling it's not going to be a sweep. I think with the way the meta is right now, it's going to be insane. But enough of that. Let's talk about the big series today. Right here, what we're looking at. NIP Flash taking it to Game 5 and stealing it away from Homeboys' fingers.
And you know what? That's it. Thank you very much to our analysts. Thank you very much to our casters. That is it for the second day of MSC 2024 Knockout Stage. My name is Afel, together with Trex and Wolf. Thank you for watching, and join us tomorrow as we see the world.
Just like you and me, finding our destiny. Though they may not see, I'll prove what I can be. Aren't we all the same? We're deep in the game. They say this is lame, but we have our own aim. No fear, prove it. Rise up and don't quit. Chasing the same dream, we all are on the same team.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدسوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.